buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubt it, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hey you, hey down there. See you stop and stare, cause you're not up here. Like, hey you, way down there. See you down there, looking up here.
Get you some binoculars, so you can see me on the Jumbotron. They noticed me back when I dropped top speed. It's been top speed, took a leap off the edge and you had cold feet. I'm driving head first, phone turn, phone freeze, dead sprint, CR7 tight speed, all pro, sports mode, big league. Every single time bet on myself, that's on me. East, west, north, south, all scenes, worldwide, big waves, all seas. Same car, same clothes, still me. Only thing that changed is the change that's on me. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubt it, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I'm on my job, I get it done, but you should know that. Shine like a sun of 101, you should know that. I get the front and in the back, you should know that. No need to stun, it's never cap, you should know that. All I know, 10 toes, never fold, bang roll, on the go, ice wall, ice wall, ice wall.
Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I miss my baby, so I hit them on the FaceTime. I need it all for them, so no, I cannot waste time. Facing these oceans, feel the water on my waistline. We trust the process and I only know it takes time. You can get it, got no worries, I'm gon' make mine. Going global, I'ma get it out the state lines. Paying taxes at a more than what you make now. Different bracket, eating off a different plate
Hit
now.
for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubt it, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling. Doubted when I lost, slide back when I win. Fade and pay the cost, but I rose so thick and thin. Battles in the scars, see them on my skin. They tried to knock me out, but I'ma fight it to the end, and there's no days off. I'm just resting up a little, know it pays off. I'm just stuck up in the middle. burn some weight off. I've been carrying for years, and I'm not worried, I got no fear. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hey you, hey down there. See you stop and stare, cause you're not up here. Like, hey you, way down there. See you down there, looking up here.
Get you some binoculars, so you can see me on the jumbotron. They noticed me back when I dropped top speed. It's been top speed, took a leap off the edge and you had cold feet. I'm driving head first, phone turn, phone freeze. Dead sprint, CR7 tight speed. All pro, sports mode, big league. Every single time bet on myself, that's on me. East, west, north, south, all scenes. Worldwide, big waves, all seas. Same car, same clothes, still me. Only thing that changed is a change that's on me. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, and play pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, can't play pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I'm on my job, I get it done, but you should know that. Shine like a sun, a 101, you should know that. I get the front and in the back, you should know that. No need to stun, it's never cap, you should know that. All I know, 10 toes, never fold, bang roll, on the go, ice wall, ice wall, ice wall.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, and play pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, can't play pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I miss my baby, so I hit them on the FaceTime. I need it all for them, so no, I cannot waste time. Facing these oceans, feel the water on my waistline. We trust the process and I only know it takes time. You can get it, got no worries, I'm gon' make mine. Going global, I'ma get it out the state lines. Paying taxes at a more than what you make now. Different bracket, eating off a different plate
Hit for
now.
my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, and play pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, can't play pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling. Doubted when I lost, slide back when I win. Fading flaws, but I rose through thick and thin. Battles and the scars, see them on my skin. They tried to knock me out, but I'ma fight it to the end, and there's no days off. I'm just resting up a little, know it pays off. I'm just stuck up in the middle, knock some weight off. I've been carrying for years, and I'm not worried, I got no fear. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubt it, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hey you, hey down there. See you stop and stare, cause you're not up here. Like, hey you, way down there. See you down there, looking up here.
Get you some binoculars, so you can see me on the jumbotron. They noticed me back when I dropped top speed. It's been top speed, took a leap off the edge and you had cold feet. I'm driving head first, phone turn, phone freeze, dead sprint, CR7 tight speed, all pro, sports mode, big lead. Every single time bet on myself, that's on me. East, west, north, south, all scenes, worldwide, big waves, all seas. Same car, same clothes, still me. Only thing that changed is a change that's on me. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubt it, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I'm on my job, I get it done, but you should know that. Shine like a sun of 101, you should know that. I get the front and in the back, you should know that. No need to stun, it's never cap, you should know that. All I know, 10 toes, never fold. Bang roll, on the go. Ice wall, ice wall, ice wall.
Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I miss my baby, so I hit them on the FaceTime. I need it all for them, so no, I cannot waste time. Facing these oceans, feel the water on my waistline. We trust the process and I only know it takes time. You can get it, got no worries, I'm gon' make mine. Going global, I'ma get it out the state lines. Paying taxes at a more than what you make now. Different bracket, eating off a different plate
Hit
now.
for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling. Doubted when I lost, slide back when I win. Fade and pay the cost, but I rose so thick and thin. Battles and the scars, see them on my skin. They tried to knock me out, but I'ma fight it to the end, and there's no days off. I'm just resting up a little, know it pays off. I'm just stuck up in the middle, knock some weight off. I've been carrying for years, and I'm not worried, I got no fear. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. All now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hey you, hey down there. See you stop and stare, cause you're not up here. Hey you, way down there. See you down there, looking up here.
Get you some binoculars, so you can see me on the Jumbotron. They noticed me back when I dropped top speed. It's been top speed, took a leap off the edge and you had cold feet. I'm driving head first, phone turn, phone freeze. Dead sprint, CR7 tight speed. All pro, sports mode, big lead. Every single time bet on myself, that's on me. East, west, north, south, all scenes. Worldwide, big waves, all seas. Same car, same clothes, still me. Only thing that changed is a change that's on me. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. All now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Game off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I'm on my job, I get it done, but you should know that. Shine like a sun, a 101, you should know that. I get the front and in the back, you should know that. No need to stun, it's never cap, you should know that. All I know, 10 toes, never fold. Bang roll, on the go. Ice wall, ice wall, ice wall.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I miss my baby, so I hit them on the FaceTime. I need it all for them, so no, I cannot waste time. Facing these oceans, feel the water on my waistline. We trust the process and I only know it takes time. You can get it, got no worries, I'm gon' make mine. Going global, I'ma get it out the state lines. Paying taxes at a more than what you make now. Different bracket, eating off a different plate
Hit
now.
for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. All now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falsing. Doubted when I lost, slide back when I win. Fade and pay the cost, but I rose through thick and thin. Battles and the scars, see them on my skin. They tried to knock me out, but I'ma fight it to the end, and there's no days off. I'm just resting up a little, know it pays off. I'm just stuck up in the middle, knock some weight off. I've been carrying for years, and I'm not worried, I got no fear. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hey you, hey down there. See you stop and stare, cause you're not up here. Like, hey you, way down there. See you down there, looking up here.
Get you some binoculars, so you can see me on the Jumbotron. They noticed me back when I dropped top speed. It's been top speed, took a leap off the edge and you had cold feet. I'm driving head first, phone turn, phone freeze. Dead sprint, CR7 tight speed. All pro, sports mode, big league. Every single time bet on myself, that's on me. East, west, north, south, all scenes. Worldwide, big waves, all seas. Same car, same clothes, still me. Only thing that changed is a change that's on me. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I'm on my job, I get it done, but you should know that. Shine like a sun, a 101, you should know that. I get the front and in the back, you should know that. No need to stun, it's never cap, you should know that. All I know, 10 toes, never fold. Bang roll, on the go. Ice wall, ice wall, ice wall.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I miss my baby, so I hit them on the FaceTime. I need it all for them, so no, I cannot waste time. Facing these oceans, feel the water on my waistline. We trust the process and I only know it takes time. You can get it, got no worries, I'm gon' make mine. Going global, I'ma get it out the state lines. Paying taxes at a more than what you make now. Different bracket, eating off a different plate
Hit
now.
for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. All now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling. Doubted when I lost, slide back when I win. Fade and pay the cost, but I rose through thick and thin. Battles and the scars, see them on my skin. They tried to knock me out, but I'ma fight it to the end, and there's no days off. I'm just resting up a little, know it pays off. I'm just stuck up in the middle, knock some weight off. I've been carrying for years, and I'm not worried, I got no fear. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. All now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hey you, hey down there. See you stop and stare, cause you're not up here. Hey you, way down there. See you down there, looking up here.
Get you some binoculars, so you can see me on the Jumbotron. They noticed me back when I dropped top speed. It's been top speed, took a leap off the edge and you had cold feet. I'm driving head first, phone turn, phone freeze. Dead sprint, CR7 tight speed. All pro, sports mode, big league. Every single time bet on myself, that's on me. East, west, north, south, all scenes. Worldwide, big waves, all seas. Same car, same clothes, still me. Only thing that changed is a change that's on me. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. All now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, and play pretend. Game off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, and play pretend. Game off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I'm on my job, I get it done, but you should know that. Shine like a sun of 101, you should know that. I get the front and in the back, you should know that. No need to stun, it's never cap, you should know that. All I know, 10 toes, never fold. Bang roll, on the go. Ice wall, ice wall, ice wall.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, and play pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, and play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I miss my baby, so I hit them on the FaceTime. I need it all for them, so no, I cannot waste time. Facing these oceans, feel the water on my waistline. We trust the process and I only know it takes time. You can get it, got no worries, I'm gon' make mine. Going global, I'ma get it out the state lines. Paying taxes at a more than what you make now. Different bracket, eating off a different plate
Hit for
now.
my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, and play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, and play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. All now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. All now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling. Doubted when I lost, slide back when I win. Fade and pay the cost, but I rose so thick and thin. Battles and the scars, see them on my skin. They tried to knock me out, but I'ma fight it to the end, and there's no days off. I'm just resting up a little, know it pays off. I'm just stuck up in the middle, knock some weight off. I've been carrying for years, and I'm not worried, I got no fear. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. All now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hey you, hey down there. See you stop and stare, cause you're not up here. Hey you, way down there. See you down there, looking up here.
Get you some binoculars, so you can see me on the jumbotron. They noticed me back when I dropped top speed. It's been top speed, took a leap off the edge and you had cold feet. I'm driving head first, phone turn, phone freeze, dead sprint, CR7 tight speed, all pro, sports mode, big lead. Every single time bet on myself, that's on me. East, west, north, south, all scenes, worldwide, big waves, all seas. Same car, same clothes, still me. Only thing that changed is a change that's on me. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. All now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I'm on my job, I get it done, but you should know that. Shine like a sun, a 101, you should know that. I get the front and in the back, you should know that. No need to stun, it's never cap, you should know that. All I know, 10 toes, never fold. Bang roll, on the go. Ice wall, ice wall, ice wall.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I miss my baby, so I hit them on the FaceTime. I need it all for them, so no, I cannot waste time. Facing these oceans, feel the water on my waistline. We trust the process and I only know it takes time. You can get it, got no worries, I'm gon' make mine. Going global, I'ma get it out the state lines. Paying taxes at a more than what you make now. Different bracket, eating off a different plate
Hit for
now.
my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. All now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling. Doubted when I lost, slide back when I win. Fade and pay the cost, but I rose through thick and thin. Battles in the scars, see them on my skin. They tried to knock me out, but I'ma fight it to the end, and there's no days off. I'm just resting up a little, know it pays off. I'm just stuck up in the middle, knock some weight off. I've been carrying for years, and I'm not worried, I got no fear. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hey you, hey down there. See you stop and stare, cause you're not up here. Like, hey you, way down there. See you down there, looking up here.
Get you some binoculars, so you can see me on the Jumbotron. They noticed me back when I dropped top speed. It's been top speed, took a leap off the edge and you at cold feet. I'm driving head first, phone turn, phone freeze. Dead sprint, CR7 tight speed. All pro, sports mode, big lead. Every single time bet on myself, that's on me. East, west, north, south, all scenes. Worldwide, big waves, all seas. Same car, same clothes, still me. Only thing that changed is a change that's on me. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. All now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I'm on my job, I get it done, but you should know that. Shine like a sun, a 101, you should know that. I get the front and in the back, you should know that.
Ladies and gentlemen, PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Open, live from Tashkent in the heart of Uzbekistan. My name is Barney Banks and I am joined by my co-host Maruf Hoje, and we are so excited to bring you 5 action-packed days of elite PUBG Mobile competition. And today, we're going to kick things off with our Uzbekistan Open Qualifier Finals, where everything for this region is on the line.
Xonimlar va janoblar, O'zbekiston poytaxti Toshkent shahridan jonli efirdamiz. Renaissance Hall saroyi esa PUBG Mobile muxlislarini butun dunyo bo'ylab jam etgan. PUBG Mobile Global Open 2025 nufuzli kiber sport anjumaniga xush kelibsiz deymiz. Men Ma'ruf Xo'ja va hamkasbim Barni katta hayajon bilan PUBG Mobile'ning 5 kunlik yuqori saviyadagi musobaqalarga start berishga tayyormiz. Biz bugun O'zbekiston ochiq saralash final bahslariga birgalikda guvoh bo'lamiz.
Now, on the way through to the main stage, you will make your way through to the meet and greet zone. But before you get there, you will get to this amazing signboard where legends are going to make their mark throughout today. Now, speaking of today, after this, our champion will be crowned and they will get an automatic entry into our main event this weekend. 2nd through to 5th place will also get a buy-in to tomorrow's prelims, where they will battle against the Titans from Asia, Europe, the Middle East, and of course, the Americas.
Albatta, maxsus bannerga imzo chekishni boshladik qadrli do'stlar. Katta imtiyozlar berilgan. G'oliblar to'g'ridan-to'g'ri asosiy bosqichga yo'l oladi va dunyoning eng kuchli jamoalariga qarshi kurashadi. Yana 4 ta jamoa esa ertaga saralash bosqichida qatnashadi. U yerda Osiyo, Yevropa, Yaqin Sharq va Amerikadan kelgan kuchli raqiblarga qarshi jang o'tkazishadi.
Now, as our teams finish off their final preparations, we have a very special performance for you that's going to kick off today's show. It is truly going to be spectacular, and I'm going to let Maruf introduce it.
Demak, qadrli do'stlar, barchangizga hayajonli damlar yor bo'lsin deymiz va sizga yuqori kayfiyat ulashish uchun sahnaga milliy mojaroblarni taklif etamiz. Biz boshladik.
Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quid. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quid. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Eyes on the money, my brothers got my back. Streets moving funny, so I been holding strap. Not playing defense, we been on the attack. Plotting and scheming, how we gon' get it back. Designer all on you, but you can't buy the swag. No mirrors, those foo-foo, I can see the tag. You can bet if I spend it, it's cause I get it back. I'm 5G, the dollar, I can see the lag. Never made the league, I found other ways to let me ball.
Yaxshi, trekini ham boshlaveramiz.
Do'stligini ko'z tegmasin deyman.
Men bilan tosh yetamizmi? Nima deysizlar?
Dadam rahmat.
Bitta qo'llarni ko'rib olaylik.
Bir gaplari bor.
Yaxshi, yaxshi. Tushmasin ha qo'lda bugun. Yaxshi.
Bu dunyo fazilat.
Okay.
Ulug' bo'ladi derdilar.
O'rtog'im aytadi boshing bo'lsa bo'lsin u toshdi. Yashagin haddingdan oshmay, lekin qara kim sani oshnay. Chalg'imagin qalam qoshga, boshing bo'lsa bo'lsin toshdi. Yashagin haddingdan oshmay, lekin qara kim sani oshnay. Chalg'imagin qalam qoshga, oshnay. Dunyo to'la chalg'itadigan narsa, mansab asta oshadi yoki da pastga tushadi. Yoningdagilar bilmasa, nimani kun bo'yi tinglashsa, dastlab ong ostidagini asra. Tegmasa noto'g'ri odamni ta'siri. Qo'rqmagin olganda qarzga, qo'rqgin o'rganib qolishga tarzga. Kerak bo'lsa bizlar uchamiz Marsga, to'g'ri quloq solib har bitta darsga harakat qilamiz, tavakkal qilmasga. Kerak bo'lsa bizlar uchamiz Marsga, to'g'ri quloq solib har bitta darsga. Kim nima desa ham hech ham berilmagansan havasga. O'rtog'im aytadi boshing bo'lsa bo'lsin u toshdi. Yashagin haddingdan oshmay, lekin qara kim sani oshnay. Chalg'imagin qalam qoshga, boshing bo'lsa bo'lsin toshdi. Yashagin haddingdan oshmay, lekin qara kim sani oshnay. Chalg'imagin qalam qoshga, oshnay.
Mana shu gap.
Do'stlar, bitta ovozlarni eshitib olaylik.
Sizlardan chiqmasin. Sizlar
Yaxshi, bundan ham baquvvatroq qurollimizmi?
do'st bo'lib qoling.
Menga kerak bo'lgan odam umuman boshqa dunyodan. O'zim kimman u faryodim balanddan balanda bo'ldim. Qidirsammi o'zim aldamay charchagan ko'zim. Bilaman bir kunda do'stni aslisini topaman. Kerak bo'lsa bizlar uchamiz Marsga, to'g'ri quloq solib har bitta darsga harakat qilamiz, tavakkal qilmasga. Kerak bo'lsa bizlar uchamiz Marsga, to'g'ri quloq solib har bitta darsga. Kim nima desa ham hech ham berilmagansan havasga. O'rtog'im aytadi boshing bo'lsa bo'lsin u toshdi. Yashagin haddingdan oshmay, lekin qara kim sani oshnay. Chalg'imagin qalam qoshga, boshing bo'lsa bo'lsin toshdi. Yashagin haddingdan oshmay, lekin qara kim sani oshnay. Chalg'imagin qalam qoshga, oshnay. Bunaqa issiq iqlimda qanday o'tiribsizlar? Hammasi yaxshimi? Bugungi rostagasin bitma bo'lar ekanmi? Nima dedilar? Kim bor PUBG ni tushunadigan o'ynayotganlardan? Qo'llar qani qo'llar? O'rtog'im aytadi boshing bo'lsa bo'lsin u toshdi. Ey, boshqachasi sizlar uchun keyingi trekimiz ketdik. Ey. Bitta kashdan beramiz hamma. Boshqacha kayfiyat, niyat, vaziyat. Boshqacha kayfiyat, niyat, vaziyat. Boshqacha ishdimi teshkulcha, shundimi kim bocha, achchiqligin dovcha, otdimi to'pponcha, bormikin vijdoncha, sochar odam pulini agar deb qolsa hech qancha, topish o'rtacha, ketqizish qancha, ilmi teshikdarcha, suv oqadi qancha, suv oqadi qancha, so'rama tirrancha, sangotta narsadan bir parcha. Suv oqadi qancha, suv oqadi qancha, so'rama tirrancha, sangotta narsadan bir parcha. Kayfiyat, niyatim, vaziyatim, boshqacha. Kayfiyatim, niyatim, vaziyatim, boshqacha. Odamga o'rtoq, vaqti kelib bevafo, kelgin yo'qolar manda, boshqacha. Aldoqchiliging tanol, hamma emas dono, lekin sinmasin qanoting boshqacha. Sekin o'zgarur, chetda turmasin g'urur, yangi kelajak qururi boshqacha. Kayfiyatlar zo'rmi do'stlar? Kuchli tasavvur, orqangga qaror, boshqacha. Kayfiyat, niyat, vaziyatim, boshqacha. Kayfiyatim, niyat, vaziyatim, boshqacha. Men bilan kayfiyatim, niyatim, vaziyatim qanaqa? Boshqacha. Kayfiyatim, niyatim, vaziyatim, boshqacha. Yaxshi. Bitta kashlardan boshdu, bundan bu yog'iga sal energichniroq qo'shiq eshitamiz hamma. Nima deysizlar? Ha, zerikib qolmadingmi? Cho'tkimi hammasi? Qani ketdi keyingi qo'shig'imiz.
Qor mela.
Bormi bolalarning ovozi bu yerda? Qani? Men bilan aytamiz hamma. So'zlarni bilasizlarmi ish qilib? Ha? Qo'llar bilan bitta kash qilib beraylikchi, ha? Ha? Okay. Qamadanlar, xayollar qani go'zal, o'zingdan o'zing asal, yana bilmadim, eshit bu hit narsani, eshit bu hit narsani. Qamadanlar, xayollar qani go'zal, o'zingdan o'zing asal, yana bilmadim, eshit bu hit narsani, eshit bu hitlar. Ko'chaga chiqsam taksi yo, qo'shig'im bor lek mani yo, bola qizlar hamma yo, kayfiyatim juda chok. Ko'chaga chiqsam taksi yo, qo'shig'im bor lek mani yo, bola qizlar hamma yo. Nega qizlar maxli yo, nega bolaga farqi yo, kunduzi borlik kechasi yo, chunki bu oddiy hayot. Nega qizlar maxli yo, nega bolaga farqi yo, kunduzi borlik kechasi yo, chunki bu oddiy hayot. Muzikani ritmi kabutar, kabolatmi ma'luba, mashinam mani qop-qora, erta kechmi top-toza, moyka karcha, полный moyka, benzopravka, полный bak. Ruldim man, telefon baribir ban.
Alo, o'yga qildingmi?
Kayfiyatlar zo'rmi do'stlar?
Qo'ydim, tez yo'qki mashinani.
Biza bilan.
Voy, mashina o'zingizniki emasmidi?
Akammi-ku?
Akangiz radnoymi?
Qo'lidan bo'lsa bitta. Hammadanlar, xayollar qani go'zal, o'zidan o'zi asal, yana bilmadim, eshit bu hit narsani, eshit bu hit narsani. Hammadanlar, xayollar qani go'zal, o'zidan o'zi asal, yana bilmadim, eshit bu hit narsani, eshit bu hit narsani. Ko'chaga chiqsam taksi yo, qo'shig'im bor lek mani yo, bola qizlar hamma yo, kayfiyatim juda chok. Ko'chaga chiqsam taksi yo, qo'shig'im bor lek mani yo, bola qizlar hamma yo, kayfiyatim juda chok. Nega qizlar maxli yo, nega bolaga farqi yo, kunduzi borlik kechasi yo, chunki bu oddiy hayot. Nega qizlar maxli yo, nega bolaga farqi yo, kunduzi borlik kechasi yo, chunki bu oddiy hayot. Okay. Yoqdimi do'stlar? Baquvvat kelib bitta shovqindan bo'lsin PUBG! Yaxshi. Inerda minusovkani ko'tarib, keyingi qo'shig'imizni yoqib yuboramiz. Ketdik. Dimdan berar ekanmiz, ha? Issuv iqlimda bitta. Men bilan tayyormisizlar? Eradim. Ko'chaladim. Eradim. Ey, ey, qaynoqi qilib ko'chaladim, hamma yodim. Ey, ey, ey. Bola bilan kutib oldik chillani, hamma ko'chada issiqligini biladi. Qarasang odamlar soyada bari, boshga sekin do'q kiyiladi. O'zbekman, uyimda joy. O'zbekman, uyimda joy, 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 qaynoq joy. Mahalla qidirar qayerda soy. Achchu maydagina to'g'riladi. Osh bilan yengil hazm bo'ladi. Soyada o'tirib kuning o'tadi. Tashqari bo'lsa miya qaynatadi. Ko'chaladi. Eridim. Ay, qaynoq qilib ko'chaladim. Hamma yodim. Ay, ay, ay. Olaman desang bola quyoshdan sekin yo'qol. Nasanga manzara-yu lekin daraxt tegin top. Bu quyoshda tandir yopib qo'shniga kechga obor. Bir-birimizga hech kamaymasin do'stim e'tibor. Dalada keladi chopon, qora jantrada yangi freon. Qizlar o'txonada soat 10da, chunki kunduzi hamma yo'q. Dalada keladi chopon, qora jantrada yangi freon. Qizlar o'txonada soat 10da, chunki kunduzi hamma yo'q. Dim, hamma yo'q. Dim, hamma yo'q. Dim, hamma yo'q. Ey, ey, man eridim. Ko'chaladim. Eridim. Ay, 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 qaynoq qilib ko'chaladim. Hamma yo'dim. Ay, ay, okay. Bitta kashlan bo'lsa do'stlar. Qani qo'llari? Ey, 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 ey. Sean, how's the perform? You like that one? Hey. Bitta olqishlardan bo'lsin, ayamasdan, baquvvatidan do'stlar. Kayfiyatlar zo'rmi? Demak, bizda bitta zo'r yangilik bor. Sizlar uchun, aynan PUBG Mobile uchun Shon akamiz bilan va butun administratsiya bilan qo'shiq yozdi. Eshitib ko'ramizmi? Yoqmayman, nima balo? Eshitib ko'ramizmi PUBG'ning qo'shig'ini? Yaxshi, yashang, ketdi. Qo'limda xuddi dunyo, qurolim doim tayyor. PUBG Mobile'da boshqa hayot, boshqa hayot. Qo'limda xuddi dunyo, qurolim doim tayyor. PUBG Mobile'da boshqa hayot, boshqa hayot. G'alabalarim oldinda, hamma yutuqlarim oldinda. Dushmanlar kelar ortimda, mendagi jamoa bor kimda? Hayotimda boshqacha yo'l, jamoamda energiya to'la. Tayyormiz kartaga qo'l, yutamiz kuchaysam zona. Hammada rejasi bor, hamma bo'lar umidvor. Do'stimga tayyor bordor, g'alaba uchun beraman borim. Telefoningni hozir ol, sen bugun o'sha qahramon. Yura, gazini bos, PUBG Mobile o'ziga xos. O'yinda miya ishlat, o'yinda bo'ladi har kim. O'ylama kimlar yutar. Ey, ey. Yo'qotdimi qo'shiq bitta qo'llarni ko'rib olaylik. Ey. Tilmay. Kimlar? Belga. Tilga. Okay. Ey. Qo'limda xuddi dunyo, qirolim doim tayyor. PUBG Mobile'da boshqa hayot, boshqa hayot. Qo'limda xuddi dunyo, qirolim doim tayyor. PUBG Mobile'da boshqa hayot, boshqa hayot. G'alabalarim oldinda, hamma yutuqlarim oldinda. Dushmanlar qolar ortimda, mendagi jamoa bor kimda? Qandoq bo'ldi PUBG? Qo'shig'imiz yoqdimi sizlarga ish qilib? Bitta qo'llarni ko'rib olaylik. Qani, orqa tarafda qani qo'llar? Bunaqa qo'shiqlardan hali ko'p qilamiz sizlarga degan umiddaman. Har bitta ilovalarga o'sha kirayotganinglarda, o'ynayotganinglarda treklarni chiqarib, sizlar mazza qilsanglar bo'ldi. Eng asosiysi. Yoqqan bo'lsa, biz ham juda ham xursandmiz. E'tiboringiz uchun kattakon rahmat do'stlar.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Qarsaklar
what
ovozi
an absolutely
eshitilyapti.
stellar performance right there. Make some noise. That was phenomenal from Millie Malimo. What an awesome energy to bring to the stage. What a great way to set the tone for today. But we've got so much PUBG Mobile action for you today. But first, we're going to head over to our analysts to break everything down before we begin.
Qadrli do'stlar, PUBG Mobile Global Open 2025 ni boshlash uchun chinakam ma'nodagi mos tarona bo'ldi nazarimda. Keling birgalikda qarsaklar bilan olqishlab qo'yamiz. Ana endi esa bizni PUBG Mobile'ning o'ta hayajonli janglari kutib turibdi. Qadrli do'stlar, o'yinlarni boshlashdan oldin keling, so'zni tahlilchilar stoliga beramiz. Ular bizni nimalar kutayotganligi bilan yaqindan tanishtirib o'tishadi. Marhamat.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Open Uzbekistan Open Qualifier Finals. My name is the 7WG, and it's a pleasure to be your host for the next 5 days. Now, I wouldn't be able to do this by myself, so let me introduce the analyst for you. A person that I've been working with for a very long time, Max, man, and a person that's allergic to peanuts and likes to spill coffee all over the place. None other than Neptura. First time working together. Neptura, how are you feeling today?
Yes, I am feeling fantastic. I am ready to go. I'm excited to finally be doing some analysis with the lads, so let's get to it.
Yes.
Yes.
Max, how are you feeling for this event?
Good. I almost want to restart my career just to get that intro right there. That's an epic intro. But no, beyond excited here for PMGO. Didn't cover it last year. Finally here for a LAN tournament and finally be able to start the history of these maybe players that can make it really far in maybe PMWC, PMGC, depending on how this tournament goes.
That's the main one, right? Because this is an Open Qualifier Finals for Uzbekistan. A lot of these players, it might be their first main event with the cameras, with all the lights. I wonder if anybody's going to be crushing under the pressure, because there is a lot of pressure, and there is actually a massive crowd in the stage.
Yeah, it's actually quite impressive. I was like, day one, how many people are going to be here? It is stacked. I can tell you right now, everyone is here to support their favorite team. Of course, all of these teams for the first day, all from Uzbekistan. So now more than ever, we are going to have local support for all of these 16 teams.
Well, we're talking about all these teams. Might as well just show you some of the logos and some of the acronyms that you're going to be seeing in the game as well. And I'm going to be honest. Honestly, some of these teams I've never heard before, but I do like some of their logos that they have in the tour.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's really nice. CRG in particular speaks to me. It's kind of got that diamond effect going. It's not as snazzy as some of the others. Maybe Max has a different opinion here, but CRG, I like them.
Oh yeah, Helion Gaming. Because the team tag is Hell without an L. There's an L missing and the logo looks really cool. But yeah, again, as you said, we don't know too much about these players, so it's going to be interesting to see how that first game goes, to see how they're going to set the pace.
The main part that we need to keep an eye on here as the teams are going to be coming in, you can see F5 team, is that they're only going to get a chance to play 6 matches. Yep. We usually talk about, okay, maybe they can have a day off, maybe they can have some time off. You can't have a single match off, and if you do start off slow, man, you're going to have to just catch up, and you better catch up quick.
Yeah, you absolutely have to. S1 coming onto the stage as well. Does it stand for Season 1? Does it stand for maybe...
It's their first
maybe it's their season 1, yeah.
Their first season, yeah. Zero Max as well, coming onto the stage. And maybe we'll see, hopefully we'll see Max and not the Zero part of this team.
Yeah, just hopefully by the end of the tournament, the Zero is gone, completely eliminated. They're actually, one team that I think Seven is quite fond of is going to be Heavenly Angels.
I didn't want to spoil it yet, Max.
Well, too late.
I'm waiting for them to get a win before I fully back them. But you know what?
Well,
yeah, I mean, the thing is, too, that I'm going based on their logos. Their logo is really awesome. Okay, that they're up there.
Agreed.
But there's another one that's about to come after them. The 7-2-1 aggressors. We usually talk about how scrims really don't matter and how none of that stuff matters. Yeah. But for us, since we really don't know much about these teams and we really haven't gotten a chance to see them a lot, guess what? This team right now in the arena is currently one of the favorite ones to make it through.
I mean, they just brought the heat, man. The audience, they just, like, we haven't even had a first game yet. And they're like, oh my God, we got to support these guys. The next team coming on board is going to be Divergent Gaming with actually Money Ken playing. I'm not sure if he's going to be subbed in or out. I don't know how that's going to work out, but he's a name with quite a background.
Yep.
I'm intrigued to see how that's going to work out for this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be nice to see that experience coming through on this team and see how that affects their gameplay as well as we go into Crystal Gaming. And of course, I said it had a diamondy effect because their name, it's literally in their name, Crystal Gaming, coming onto the stage as we speak right this second.
Yeah, and the next team that's going to be coming in, you might recognize the logo. That's going to be Rookie Sport, but a completely different squad. Actually, one name you might recognize is Mir, which he's a player that has quite a big history when it comes to PUBG Mobile esports. before. He's been in a lot of tournaments, just not quite able to make it to the bigger events. This might just be his one golden opportunity to make it to the biggest final of his career.
Absolutely.
You're talking about big events, right? Especially with a player that at least has some experience in the past. How do you think that's going to affect the team? Because you have maybe somebody that's going to be able to calm their nerves down if things don't go their way in the first half.
Just listen to him. Oh my God!
What?
Okay, the crowd just went absolutely crazy here as Upgrade comes on in, and they're going to be taking their seat for the rest of the day. And a lot more support than I expected. Oh my, there's a chant and everything.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Okay, I might have to change my team to watch here. Because if they're watching it, I'm watching it.
You guys don't support team from the beginning, do you? Just change based on if they
You
go
know
win.
what?
The thing
I'll
is,
do
we don't
whatever.
curse any teams, which we'll
That
get
is
into
true.
that
At least we got that.
But the best team, Ilion Gaming, going on in again. Like a team that I don't know too much about.
Yeah.
I like their logo a lot, but
Yeah.
I think we're going to see if they're going to set the pace early on really, really high.
Yeah.
Okay, we have two favorite teams right now. Okay?
Three now.
Yeah. the main pops ones though, the 7-1 aggressors, and on top of that, Upgrade. I
Yep.
feel like for the first match, when we get to that stage, those are two that I'm gonna be keeping a close eyes on as we see Defo Dark coming in as well, Matura.
Defo Dark, yeah, they had a really good test match as well. I was having my eye on them a little bit in that game, so would like.
Going to be
See how
coming
they're
in.
gonna go.
We are going to be having then Ake, Cyber, and actually no, Danger Esport coming in right now. I believe that's going to be. And actually, the logo that I think you guys are both fond of.
Is that an eagle?
Is that an eagle?
Neptura, what sound does the eagle make?
Ah, that's the one it
she
makes.
committed to it.
Absolutely.
I wasn't sure if you were going to
gotta-
ask her to do that. And next one is going to be then Ake, Cyber, joining their ranks. Our 15th team, one team remaining. Who would that be?
Who could that be? I don't know.
Suspense built up.
We have it
Drum
written down
roll.
on our paper here.
Drum roll.
They don't know that, Max.
They don't know it. They don't know it yet. It is going to be Int X Lil Gaming. There we go. We got it.
Whoop, whoop, Lil
Woohoo!
Gaming.
Lil Gaming, let's go.
Okay, based on names, that's my favorite one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty
then
cool.
again, they
So you got
pop on the
favorite
god, but
logo, favorite team name, favorite team tag. Like, what you
Yeah.
I got a rapper name, Little Gaming.
Yeah, Lil Gaming. Pretty good.
I'm still hyped up too from the first performance. We have seen him before in a previous event that we worked on, Max. But that energy that you get out of that performance from that artist earlier on, amazing. You know what? I feel like it is. I can't wait to see. I mentioned it earlier, and I'm gonna mention it again. I can't wait to see how some of these teams are gonna be performing after the first match. I feel like the first match is definitely gonna give us a big, broad view of all these teams. If they're gonna be performing well, if they're gonna be aggressors too, because we're gonna be going into Sandhawk as well. So we'll have to wait and see for that. But let's take a look at the overall schedule for the whole week. Because, as I mentioned today, Uzbekistan Open Qualifiers. Tomorrow, the prelims are going to be starting in Saturday and Sunday. That is going to be the main event where we're going to be seeing some big names like 4MV. Which, boy,
Sorry, too excited.
Yeah, you cursed them just like that.
Bring it down a notch. We're not going to mention who we have predicted to win the whole thing.
Yeah.
We'll get to that at one point. Max, I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't look at me, please.
Yeah.
But actually, I think a lot of people are looking at the main event. The prelims also very stacked, so any stage of this event is going to be incredibly, incredibly difficult. Though looking at the overall format of this tournament, of course, we're starting things off here on this first day with the Uzbekistan finals here for PMGO. Out of those, only one team, the first place team will get directly that slot to go into the main event, and the other squads, of course, are going to be our second to fifth place teams. We'll be going through the PMGO prelims that, as I already said here, Nifchara, is incredibly stacked. So maybe getting that first place is quite a big advantage.
It is an advantage, but honestly, I don't know which one I prefer more. To get first or to get the lower place that goes to the prelims, because that way you have more practice with these teams.
No.
No?
You just get to the finals.
All right, fine.
Well, talking about finals, talking about the event, this is what they're going to be fighting for today. $5,500. But the main one, I feel like first place, being able to qualify to main event, skipping through the prelims, that is massive.
It is massive. It is huge indeed. And it is going to be something that they're going to be fighting for. And just 6 matches is really hard to do. If they don't quite make it, they're still second to 5th place, of course, as we just said in the prelims.
Yeah, though I do like one thing is the map rotation we'll see very soon is the fact that we do have Sanok, then 3 Erangels. So your first Erangel, if it doesn't quite work out, can still fix, adjust a little bit if needed for these other games and get some of those juicy, juicy points on board.
My favorite point. I have to mention it, okay? That one elimination, 1 point, that has changed the game, I feel like, for the past 2 years. We've seen a lot of teams become more fragger heavy. I'm intrigued to see how these teams are going to be performing, especially if they do focus a little bit more on the fragging. It is only 6 matches that they get a chance to play.
Exactly, but actually we had a conversation earlier, Neptura, about teams that, again, we have never seen at this kind of stage. Are we going to have some teams just playing hyper passive, focusing on the edge of the play zone and just trying to play that throughout the entirety of today? That might be an option.
It might be a thing.
That Clash of playstyle is very confusing, especially when you only have 1 day's worth of play.
This is why I'm excited, okay? Because the first match, I feel like it's gonna, I was mentioning earlier, it's gonna give us a view of how these teams are gonna be playing. Sometimes we tend to see those teams being a little bit too passive in the Tura, and it ends up backfiring them, especially when they get towards like the finals. But this is their final. This is when they need to start performing and they need to come out hot right away.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure all at once, right? You're saying it earlier. It's like possibly their first land, first time in front of an audience, first time with all the lights, and then you've only got 6 matches to go. It is a lot of pressure, and hopefully they've done a lot of review, a lot of mental work as well. They have that support structure.
I actually talked to one of the players of Heavenly Angels, Tikitaka, which actually might be a sub, so he was like, I really want to play. But no, but he said that they're very excited for the tournament, but they need to just calm down because they're feeling the pressure right now, and I think that's going to be the biggest hurdle, especially at the start of this tournament, as you said, Seven, that might just be a little bit rough as we approach to that game.
That aim. I wonder how that aim is going to be, because I know how I get into like a final situation, and I'm just at home in my undies on the couch, relaxing.
Same.
Okay? These players are not going to have that comfort. These players are going to have to perform and try to get at least that first place or between 2nd and 5th place. What's going to happen if those nerves just, they can't calm it down? That's the main one for me.
Maybe deactivate gyro, because that's not going to help.
It's not going to
It's
go
going to
well.
be a bit shaky. Maybe that's a strat.
Do you think if they get nervous enough to that point, they would actually turn off gyro?
No.
No.
You don't think
No
so?
way. It would mess with your game
You
way
can't
too
spin
much,
on the chair
man.
and have the cool like clips and
Yeah,
everything.
exactly. Exactly.
But we are going to be looking at the matches that we're going to be playing today. As I was mentioning, Sandhawk, this is why I'm actually happy that we're getting Sandhawk right out of the way, because this tends to be such an aggressive map. We're going to get a view of these teams, if they are going to be aggressive, if they are going to be going for those eliminations, or what they're going to be doing, guys.
Sandhawk enjoyers. Both of you.
Yes.
Wait, you like Sandhawk too?
I love Sandhawk.
Let's go! Yeah,
I feel left
I
out.
don't know what
Don't
that
talk about it.
handshake
They don't
was.
see it. Don't talk about it.
I feel left out of the conversation, but it's
Yeah,
about
you should-
Sandhawk, so I'm fine.
Sandhawk's the best map, man.
You know what?
Come on.
You would dap me up better, please.
Oh, so that one's on
yeah,
the
that was
good, and we got it too.
Respect.
But you know what? In the heat of the battle, only the fastest and most powerful survive. The Infinix GTX Pro, GT20 Pro, is being able to deliver not only pro level speed. Oh yeah, they are right there. I want to be able to get one. Not only able to deliver pro level speed, precision, and seamless gameplay, but it also ends up giving players the ultimate edge. This is the official gaming phone, built to outplay the rest. And Max does have one. That's not his though. That might be an extra one. I might be able to, you know, take that one home.
Steal one? Is that what?
No, not steal. Borrow. Possibly.
For a long time.
Yeah.
X amount
Forever.
of time.
But we got a chance to see the crowd pods. We got a chance to see these team introductions come in. What teams are you guys going to be looking at?
There's quite a few like individual players. I think squads as a whole, there's still again a lot in the air as to like how they're going to perform. But really, there's one player with a background I mentioned, which is Mia, and because of that, I'm going to go for Rookie Sport. Again, sure, it's a completely different team, but that name has a lot of weight to it, and I feel like they're not picked up for no reason. This team definitely has, in my opinion, a lot of opportunities to do well in these 6 games.
Yep. I'm going to continue with Defo Dark here. I like I said, I liked them in the rehearsal matches. I'm gonna continue with them.
All right, you know what? I'll take one too. Mine's going to be the 7-2-1 aggressors. I want to see if they are actually going to be holding on to their name, if they are going to be quite aggressive, or if they're not going to be, because it comes down to that. And this main thing too is for some of those teams that maybe Sandhawk doesn't end up going their way, if they don't end up performing right away, how are they don't have that much time. They're only going to have 5 matches after that, and if they're not able to wake up in time, guess what? You might not even make it to the prelims. We're talking about first place being able to make it to main event right away. If you don't make it to prelims, that's going to be sad. At least you get $500.
Yeah, that is money. We like it. But I think after 3, maybe even 4 matches, if you really had a tough start of the day, the opportunities of them coming back is going to be quite rough. So yeah, halfway point of the day is going to be really, really pivotal for all of these players today.
I like
calm down.
Sandhawk. No, but it's going to be really, really interesting. I think it's a rough match to actually get into for the first game, but we'll have to see if we're how they're going to go.
it's a completely different pace from Erangel and Miramar in
Insanely.
particular, right? So, like, maybe that one, if it's not a great game, okay, you can just forget about it. Just focus on the other 5 matches. If you're good on Erangel in particular, if that is your bread and butter in PUBG Mobile, then you might have a good opportunity to do well going into this. Actually, I want to bring up another name here about the team, the 7 you were talking about, the 7-2-1 Aggressors. Of course, we're all looking at Aggressor doing well, but Butcher also is a player just like Mia that has a pretty significant background, playing a lot of tournaments, of course not any big global tournament, so that's a first for him. But these individual names, they might be able to spread that knowledge to their other teammates, and that can actually help them perform pretty well in the long run.
Kind of what we were talking about with the other team as well, how they're going to be able to calm down their nerves if there is anything that doesn't end up going their way. And for this team, as we start getting ready here for the first match, what's going through their mind? I know none of us are actual pro players. I never got a chance to play any. I think you got a chance to play into an actual event, Max, which we're not going to talk about that, right? That was so far
I was just helping out the homies.
But with this team's like they're playing probably in front of their family as well at such a big stage. You had to perform in that first game. And if not, you guys, the good thing too is that we have 3 Erangels, right? And then we have 2 Miramars back-to-back. Something that we have seen in the past is teams being able to readjust. How quickly will those teams readjust?
It's hard to say. It's hard to say because it's such a weird fine line thing, right? Because you do have that point where it's like this fine line between completely on the floor and overconfident. You've got to get this nice line in between it. So it's one of those things where it's really hard to overcome, and it's a mental thing. There's no one way to go about it.
I'm telling you, you better not come into PMGO overconfident because I'm telling you, the main event teams, they're ready to like put you back down to where you belong.
Because this is another day in the park for them. This is Sunday. This is just chill.
I mean, lobby-wise, but they're still in the LAN environment, which that's quite rare.
No, I mean the actual main teams.
The main event
the main
team.
event team. So
you.
like if they come in over aggressive and then they get to the finals and it's oof.
True.
All right, well, you know what? As we are getting ready for that, I do want to learn a little bit more about these players. So let's take a look at some of the trivia with them.
Hi guys, my name is Abbas. I'm from Zero Max Gaming team.
Hello everyone, my in-game nickname is Admin. I am from Uzbekistan. My team name is Aki Cyber and my role is captain/flagger.
Всем привет, мой ник в игре Iceberg. Я играю за команду Non-Head.
My name is Mir. I'm the captain of the team Ruha Sports.
Uzbekistan hosts the largest open pit gold mine in the world. What's the name?
I don't know this.
I don't know.
I guess it's Muruntau.
Muruntau.
What does the azure color, blue in the Uzbekistan flag, represent?
Blue color is sky.
Blue sky and water.
I think it is the sky.
It's easy, like clear water and sky.
Name at least 3 neighboring countries of Uzbekistan.
Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan и Kyrgyzstan.
Kyrgyzstan, Afghanistan, Tajikistan.
Turkmenistan, Tajikistan and Kazakhstan.
Okay, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, and Turkmenistan.
Which football player has the achievement of receiving the Uzbekistan Super League Top Scorer Award 6 times in a row?
6 times. Recent years, maybe Abdulkadir Husanov.
I think Shomurodov.
Who was the FIDE World Chess Champion from Uzbekistan in 2004?
I know who is this, but I don't know his name.
I think Abdusatorov.
Rustam Kasimjan.
Rustam Kasimjanov.
There are only 2 doubly landlocked countries in the world. One is Uzbekistan. What's the other?
No, I don't know.
Kazakhstan?
Liechtenstein.
Liechtenstein.
What is the name of the signature dish of Uzbekistan?
Plov.
Plov.
Plov?
Plov.
What is the name of the animal in the state emblem of Uzbekistan?
Humo. Humo bird, yeah?
The bird Humo.
It's Humo.
Птица Humo.
Thank you guys for watching.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Всем пока.
Well, I definitely just learned a lot of stuff there. I didn't even have an idea of how many of those countries were actually neighboring Uzbekistan. I'm glad to know. But you know what? I am hearing that we are ready for that first game, and I'm excited. I'm ready for that first Sandhog. So let's send it over to our commentators, John Allen and Blank.
Thank you so much, guys. It's great to be getting underway. Finally, where's your still? Oh no, we're just on us now. Finally, with the first match here of the Uzbekistan Finals to qualify for.
Not a small arena. It's pretty damn large, actually. It's very nice. It's good to be here. I did enjoy mostly Neptura on the desk.
Oh, yeah.
Constantly referring to Crystal Gaming as diamond-like. But it's in the name, right? That would be a crystal.
I would argue, as I always do, that diamonds are a crystal.
They are a crystal, but I'm just saying. That is the blanket statement for them.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. No need to get more specific than that. We are going to be getting underway with Sanhok first. You can see our players, some of them new to the battlefield in this format, in this live stage environment, getting ready to get underway with what can be the most chaotic map.
You know, going back to diamonds, a lot of these teams are like a diamond blade. They're sharp, but brittle.
Yeah.
They could break if enough pressure is applied to them.
That's
I
true.
think that's what we need to watch out for here, is that, you know, things can change quite quickly. I do like the map format, obviously. Sanhok into Erangel, 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 Miramar, Miramar, yada, 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 yada. But the thing is that when you play 3 Erangels in a row, your difficulty comes that you don't have that brief period of respite. Where if you play an Erangel into a Miramar, you can sort of figure out maybe what we could do better on Erangel. You just got to blast through them all. Now, when it comes to playing it all 3 in a row, though, you get yourself into rhythm. So there is a positive in having them all 3 in a row as well. And getting that rhythm going is going to be very helpful for teams that get their boots on the ground and running quick.
Absolutely, and it's where you look at some of the larger teams, some of the teams with more infrastructure, and you really start to feel how powerful that can be, right, as a driving engine to a team's performance.
So are you feeling it now?
Having a coach, having an analyst behind the scenes can really help you. So if some teams maybe not having that sort of infrastructure, they could be left in the dust a little bit. Those 10 minutes between games or so can be so crucial if you can get some analysis in.
I mean, it's a question whether we even have analysis at this stage. I mean, a lot of these guys are up-and-comers in terms of the teams. We'll see what happens with it. I am noticing, as Max said, Butcher being a player that has been involved in PUBG Mobile esports. It's very obvious. It's got MVP in the name.
Oh, yeah.
That goes way back. Throwing that in the name has been a thing for a long, long time.
It's almost as old as adding boy into the name. I think that was the first one, wasn't it? Right back in the day when Paraboy and Old Boy were all making their name. Now it's the time for the teams from Uzbekistan to make their name here on the world stage. The plane path on the north side coming through over Hatin, over towards Camp Bravo.
Yeah, pretty typical plane path actually, most of the time, for a lot of players to be dealing with. Probably one that's quite favorable as well, because you like a plane path that heads far on the north side anyway.
I do.
Because I know you do. I know you do. I know the players do as well. Purely because it lets you extend the player base across the map. If you get through the middle, you sometimes have this weird hokey pokey towards boot camp where teams are trying to pick up several different locations. Here, on the other hand, you're going to get that equal spread going on. Groza down towards the south side of Paris Resort at the moment, still regrouping with the rest of his team up towards that northeast side, and it is Lil X over towards Camp Bravo. He's a little bit out of the way, right? But I would say this is like one of the few times we see on Sanhok where a lot of the eastern coast isn't really all that taken up right now. I mean, if you're looking at ZG, they've got a massive amount of space to play around with in count.
The closest teams dropping to one another right now, Defo Dark and Divergent as well on that west side, near ruins, that sort of area. You can see the horses now coming into play. We've got a couple of new additions to this version of PUBG Mobile, of course, coming on through. So we'll be playing around with those and seeing how those are going to impact with these new fresh-faced teams. For the most part, we'll have to wait. Circle does go out to the mainland, so no river crossing. Going to be really pivotal later on into this one. It can be really, really devastating to find yourself on the wrong side of that trifecta crossing.
Yeah, it's probably one of the easiest circles that you can really get here. Jumping over the rock as well. All right, nice, acrobatic.
Flashy.
Yeah, very good. But over towards the eastern side, yeah, this makes life very easy. I think this is a very fair and super simple Sanhok to start our day off with, and to start the prelims off. We won't see this again, obviously, purely because here in our not prelims, qualifiers at least, this is the only Sanhok we'll see before we head over towards prelims and the finals.
You can see the locations of everybody seemingly fairly split. We do have one double on that list, but S1 just to the east of Camp Alpha, actually, over on the top of the mountain on that northwest island. So in general, people seem to have definitely figured out where they want to drop, right? There has been those discussions going on in those pre-tournament games, in those scrims, making sure those negotiations come on through. And it seems that there is a happy resolve to it as the Paradise Resort team, Seven's favorite team, the 7-2-1 aggressors, will be able to maintain control of it.
Kind of an amusing thing really here, because every single team is from Uzbekistan, right? All of them communicate very easily.
That's true.
Even just here in the venue itself. So probably likely a case where they've all had this chat beforehand, decided where they want roughly decent location for themselves. In the meantime, though, we do have S1 over towards that northwest side, the northwest island. They're on top of the mountain at the moment. Will be able to come down. They'll have to deal with Heavenly in a second. But right now, I think that they should be able to get away with this nice and easy.
Ooh, a little bit of conflict here as Defo Dark able to find the scout coming on through on the south edge there, and that's going to result in the first point being scored here. First blood. Crystal Gaming as well on the road, maybe a little bit further ahead on the southeast side, have come into contact as well, but it is on the southwest where Defo Dark are holding out Sami, those edge positions from non-head, finding those rotations and cutting that off. Losing a player early, really not ideal.
Yeah, I think a lot of times this is kind of a dangerous rotation, to be honest with you, for non-head, going through Sami. I mean, there's plenty of areas that you can spot out players in that area. So for non-head, kind of expecting to lose a player here by doing that. Most teams would have opted to swing over the north side. It really depends. It's always hard to kind of figure out whether a team in Sami is going to stick around there for too long. But I think in this particular scenario, I think you could have maybe assumed that that team would stay there. They're likely wanting to follow on the path of Camp Charlie. So non-heads, I would say they tried to jump the gun a little bit. And there was plenty of a rotation paths they could have gone for through Pine Down, potentially up towards Boot Camp, past the west side of Quarry. I don't like this.
No, it's a little bit too risky, and they have paid a little bit of a price for it. Fortunately, Upgrade weren't able, well, fortunately for non-head, Upgrade weren't quite able to get that final player out, so they are still on 3, but they are on an island now. Not really too much option other than just go straight through the wall of bullets, but fortunately, it doesn't land again, and Upgrade let one slip through the cracks.
Yeah, and you can kind of see the disparity between some of our teams that head towards PMGC here. I mean, that spray, you would have expected to get at least one tag off. That was good, though. I'll give him that. I like that. That was very nice. Prove me wrong real quick.
Slapping Boss on the end of the name, working it out, making it happen. Spray down onto the rotate. Not really too likely to be able to turn that one around. Upgrade could send onto that location as well. They are moving players forward. Triple S there for non-head moving as well on foot this time around. And I'm pretty sure this is going to be another fallen player for them. On the hunt, you can see on the minimap on the top right-hand side of your screen that there is plenty of players marauding around, wanting to pick up these points. If you want to keep up with the map feed as well, you can check that out over on the YouTube channel, Blank. There is a separate map feed available for you. You can watch where all of these teams are rotating throughout the entirety of the game. So make sure you are checking that out to stay up to date with the latest.
Because we've known for a long time, you guys have been loving a map feed, been able to get some of the... We appreciate all you dedicated fans, so we provided that map feed for you.
Oh, yeah.
So tell us how we're wrong on predicting some of these rotations, please.
Absolutely.
I'd love to hear your thoughts. At the moment, though, up towards that north side, we do have Root getting into a rather central position. That's on the south road of Paradise Resort. NRG coming up from Quarry at the moment, which is not too bad at all, honestly. I think they're just slipping in towards that southeast side of Rook. Again, for non-head, this is one of those rotations that genuinely, a lot of times it is quite difficult to say maybe that was a mistake, maybe that was a difficult position to put themselves in. I think that right there was simply bad planning coming through from them, and they paid the price for it.
Absolutely. There you can see where the channel is on YouTube for the map feed. You can see where everyone is at PUBG Mobile Esports on YouTube. Make sure you're checking it out.
So
that's what we were yapping about earlier. It's the usual place, you know, same time. different place though on the separate stream. You know,
Yeah.
if you've got a second mobile device, if you've got a second Infinix GT20 Pro, or a second monitor or a laptop or something like that,
Or a TV.
whack it on that. Oh yeah.
Any kind of screen is what John is getting.
Yeah,
at.
basically anything with pixels probably could
And
work.
that can get on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That is pretty
Probably not
important,
my CRT, which is a thing of the past.
You could definitely. I reckon we could make that work.
Maybe.
We got some efficient technicians here. We can definitely get that to work.
The 721 Aggressors, a team that Mr. Seven himself was thinking about. Having a good go at it. I'm pretty sure it's just because they got 7 in the name, honestly.
He
Pretty
does like
simple
that.
when
A
it
lot
comes to
of
these
the
things.
players have 7s in their name as well. Ooh, a little bit of a spray down. Again, it's Upgrade and DRG actually crashing as Upgrade made their move forwards, and it is going to be a push towards Divergent Gaming. And at the moment, Upgrade seemingly winning this one. It looks like Buzz is going to get that res onto Ramses. Almost going down entirely there, but Dynamo falls. And Divergent Gaming going to lose one on the southwest side, an opening now made towards the circle around the sides of Quarry.
Yeah, I mean, for Upgrade as well, they made a pretty big buzz in the building when they walked on in. So I think that this is a pretty well-known team. It's here in Uzbekistan. But already that's 2 teams that's just wiped off the face of Sandhawk. A great start for them. I think for Upgrade as well, it's a very, very important thing to have confidence on these days, and it looks like they certainly have it here. And again, getting that confidence through on match 1, so very important, especially when you're playing a sprint like this where it's a single day to get those points on board and get it working, get it grooving, get it moving, and that's what they want here in this match. So I'm pretty happy with what Upgrade's been able to do. I'm always very excited to see a team that has that aggression and that capability to go for picks and is not afraid, because that's what usually happens in these types of qualifiers, is that you'll have teams that don't necessarily make a huge amount of mistakes, but they don't have a massive amount of wins either, and they're the teams that come in 7th, 8th, and they don't move through to the prelims.
Ooh, some of the spray downs from earlier from Buzz. Look at that. Able to do a lot of work and opening the door as well to that push onto the compound. Not only did they manage to make that work, make that push go well, but they kept all 4 of their players alive, Blank. And that is something that sometimes teams with a little bit less cohesion can let slip through the cracks, especially on Sandhawk, right? You lose a player, you lose sightlines, you lose a lot of control, and it is so close quarters here on Sandhawk that every single sightline matters much, much more.
It's actually very impressive only losing Ramses in that fight, because at the end of the day, like, that push onto the compound likely results in 1 or 2 knocks. To get it done with just the 1, that is a very easy trade, and it's something you'd expect to happen. So again, they're using their resources pretty damn capably. Here's Defo Dark up against 5. Off in the distance, Defo Dark looking for those nades through the window, getting the smokes on board.
Pushing up to the wall. We've just had some important information here, Blank. And it's fortunate for 2 of our teams, but we are going to be going in for a rehost. Unfortunately, we are losing this game, which is not great for such an impressive result for Upgrade, right? They are going to be pretty miffed about that one, I'm sure. Picking up 5 Elim points so early on. We are going to be heading to a break whilst we get things recalibrated, reset. We'll have more information for you when we come back to make sure that you guys are up to speed. You can head over to the map feed to pick it up when we go back to the next game.
همه خیر بدم تگم
Rules. 1. Players will be asked situation-based questions about their teammates. 2. Once they have done the deed, the players will have to drink a coffee shot.
Я игрок организации Helion Game, играю под ником Falcon.
Ником Гроза, Helion Gaming игрок.
Ассаламу алейкум всем, меня зовут Эмиль, ник мой Рамзес, играю за команду Upgrade.
Хамага салом, я اسمي Рузен, مع Upgrade Team Java Sonima.
Окей, меня зовут Фазлиджи, мой ник Айзи, я играю в команде S1 Esports.
Меня зовут Модерджанов Асылбек, мой роль Фрагер.
Всем привет, мой ник Беседка, я из команды Heavenly Angels. Мой никнейм Blazer, я из команды Heavenly Angels.
I have never doubted my teammates in a critical situation during a match.
Сомневаться qilamiz.
Achchiqmi? Nima bu?
Xayf.
Ichish kerak endi. Ich endi.
У меня было пару моментов.
У тебя такое много бывает.
Good job.
I have never baited my teammates if needed to secure eliminations.
Keyin sotganmiz.
Voy. Voy bu qiyin, слишком никак bu narsa. Ich кофе.
1, 2, 3.
Voy.
Никогда не было такого.
Такого было у меня.
I have secretly wished I was part of another team.
Never, never.
Никогда.
Ну, у меня бывает пару таких
Я
моментов.
люблю свою команду. От души.
Men buni ko'taraylik. Yo'q. Tipa yaxshi narsa ekan. Kofe kerak emas.
I have sometimes felt I know better than my IGL.
Я сам являюсь капитаном.
No. Прям. Yo'q.
I have. I have.
Voy, ikimiz kerak. Ay, cho'kasi. Ke.
I have never given lame excuses after causing a blunder in a match.
Hiç kim kelmayapti.
Never, never. Never.
I have.
No, no.
Знал такое.
И понял, здесь можно дать пятюню, брат.
Всем спасибо за просмотр.
Всем до встречи на арене.
Всем пока-пока.
Thank you very much for sticking with us. We are back and ready to start the first game. There was an issue with the player microphone, but that has since been resolved. We are going to be getting underway for now, what is definitely, for Shawsies this time, the first match of the Uzbekistan Finals to get on their way to the PMGO.
Yeah, I think it's very fair to say that that was super unfortunate.
Yeah.
That was very deep into the game to get a technical issue like that. And it's very, very unfortunate for Upgrade. I think I feel sorry for them the most going into this match due to an excellent start for them that they had. I was praising their aggression during that game. They had an awesome hilltop position to play from, a lot of high ground, and they'd eliminated a lot of the competition on the south side in terms of presence, in terms of danger. This time around as well, though, it is fortunate, on the other hand, for non-head.
Oh, yeah.
Who shouldn't make the same mistake twice, you would hope, and opt to go for it instead of a northern rotation as opposed to crossing through Sami and Camp Charlie, because those are really hotly contested spots, and if you have the option to head through Hainan, which seems to be open, by the way, very quickly, especially on a northeast circle, I'd just go for that one every single time.
Yeah, well, it depends if they've clocked that, right, as well, because in the midst of it all, these technical restarts, maybe you were able to get a little bit of that information.
That's why you've got test games. That's why you've got test games.
That is true. Even if there's no readjustments in terms of drop spot, maybe a little bit of adjustment on rotations. You know?
Yeah, there has to be.
Yeah.
If there isn't, shame on them.
They just die again, and that's a bad time.
If there is, unshamed.
Yeah. Shameless.
Shameless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. We are in the lobby already. We're seeing the players moving around. You can see them phone in hand, the Infinix GT20 Pro, seeing them safe through it. Well, hopefully. At least one player will see themselves safe through this match.
Yeah, at least one.
At least one. Up to 4.
Maximum 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we'll be... as we're just waiting for the players to get in the plane and dropping over Sandhawk once again. We can quickly talk about some of the spots on the map, because I think that realistically Upgrade was the only team that I saw there actually hit the ground running. And sometimes you have to run before you walk. It is the saying. Upgrade, they certainly did that, which is fantastic news. Fantastic news for them. Particularly because some of these teams, what I noticed was kind of stagnation, especially on the outer edges of the map.
Yeah.
It's a fear to push forward, to scout forward. And you'll see a lot of teams in higher pro play typically lose one player, even early on. But that's fine, because they'll use that as a way to essentially add a battering ram to the situation. If they end up setting the battering ram on fire, so what? At least you know there's a castle now in your way.
Absolutely. I mean, it's better to lose 1 than to lose 4, right? Which we saw from non-head. That was the sort of mistakes that they were making, which is unfortunate. We are into the plane once again, this time from docks over towards Hatin. For match number 1. Sandhawk again lies beneath us, and we are going to be heading on through. Non-head still in the plane, out over Quarry, heading out west. So it seems like their drop swap will not adjust too much here. They will try and play it a little bit better though than last time.
Yeah, this is a fun little bit of Groundhog Day, really, where we get to redo everything, but a little bit different. And the first thing that's different is definitely plane path, heading over the central side of the map. I talked about how the northern plane path last time was quite beneficial for teams to spread out evenly across the map downwards. Yes, it meant some of our teams on the south side were slightly later towards their position, but honestly, it doesn't matter too much as safety at the beginning of the game. So NRG is going to start over towards Hainan, beginning by scouting down towards the south side, picking themselves up a vehicle. So tonight we'll be grabbing that one. We won't be tonight grabbing a vehicle, but tonight in game will be.
Seeing if they can get that one on board. Rook made a solid rotation, I think, at the start of last game as well. Not as bombastic, maybe, as Upgrades was, but they made their way out from boot camp to control of some of the high ground out to the east side of it. Looked fairly convincing in that position as well. And this is a starkly different circle that's just popped up blank. It is all the way up to the northwest. In the meantime, F5 team got some nades sending over to the top. Player on the roof, trying to get rid of him. Yeah, but it is the off angle to find it. Center.
Side. Senator struggling on the top side of the building and will have to fall down. Likely to be taken out. Again, this was actually a position, I believe, last game we saw this team heading up over towards the northwest mountain. So slight alteration does hurt them in the long run.
That is pretty tricky. Senator not fully down out of it just yet, but you got them on the hunt here. F5 team wanted to make sure that they can seal the deal on this point. I mean, every single point does matter so much when you're talking about where the bubble is in this situation, Blank. For progressing to the next stage, to get into the PMGO prelims, you do need to be at least 5th place on the tables. An unfortunate lack of success on the rescue mission there. Danger Esports lose a player first.
Yeah, I think Sandhog is a perfect map for getting a nice early lead going, because it's one of the maps where you can get quite a few points fairly quickly, especially all loaded on one team. And with this particular circle as well, it's even easier to do because it's likely going to be 1 or 2 teams that benefit the most from. Obviously, we do have 4 teams already on the northwest side though, which is surprising. Usually you only see about 3 teams already here, but we had 4 drop early on. Right now we've got DRG heading over. They have been able to shift themselves onto the northwest island, albeit down towards the southwest side in a cute little compound. If you weren't here with us earlier on, I would like to remind you that we do have a public map feed going for you. So you can head over and find that at PUBG Mobile Esports, at the YouTube channel. Different place, obviously, but I'm sure you can find it. You're all smart people who watch PUBG Mobile, I know that for sure.
Yeah, if you head over to the live stream page on the YouTube channel, you'll be able to find it there. Make sure you're up to date.
Yeah, and you get a sneak peek into behind the scenes just like we do over here on the desk.
It is pretty good. It's pretty tasty. You can see what's coming. You can sound really intelligent when you're talking to your friends about it. You say, well, yeah, well, you see, I was aware of this rotation from Circle 1. Yeah. And if you are watching the map stream right now, you can see that there is a rotation going on for non-head out on the west side. You'd know that if you were on the map feed.
That. You would know that. Unfortunately, you won't be sounding quite as smart as Max because he does live, breathe, and dream to top him there.
Well, I'm sure one day we'll find the person to do it. But that day is not this day. We are, of course, looking for the best 5 teams from Uzbekistan.
Right, what is this, though?
It's Energy coming into conflict with the teams whose name is the answer to what would it be like if I turned off the lights?
Defo dark. Incredibly dark. I'm kind of confused by non-head right now.
Okay.
We were making a heavy northwest rotation. We've opted to crest down towards that southwest side. In the meantime, we've got Gagash on our screens. 2 elims so far. Absolutely blasting, opening the way for the rest of the team.
Absolutely. 2 points already secured. They are now at the top of the table's first place. If it stopped right now, Blank, they'd get a direct spot to the finals of PMGO. But there's so much more to play right now. And you're right. Gagash will be able to lead the charge on that front. Upgrade, though, they're finding points here and there, again, to be able to pick up the tally. A lot of teams have made their way over to this northwestern island early as we get a replay of the spray down towards the slowest roll-up in the world.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm very confused why we haven't seen more teams opt for this eastern rotate. The only teams that are here currently is the 721 as well as ZG. I mean, that makes sense in terms of their spots on the map early game. This is always a very big difficulty, and it blows my mind that more teams don't realize this earlier on, is how much of a congestion you're going to get down towards the southwest side of the map. NRG attempted to go for this one, but arguably there was a position for them in boot camp. I will praise Rook for this, though. Again, a lovely rotation off towards the warehouse on that southeast side, sorry.
And if you want to be up to date as well with everything going on, you can try and improve your experience by heading over to the map stream on both. Actually, we've got it on TikTok as well, and Instagram. You can check it out there as well as YouTube, so the dedicated map stream.
Exactly. Flip your phone upright and have a good time.
Absolutely.
So much information there for you.
Everything you could possibly want to chow down upon. The 721 aggressor holding the compound just to that south side of the bridge, up on the high ground here. A lot of control over those bridge crossing positions for the teams on the north. So you've got Who's that? Hellion further off. You've got our favorite, one of our favorite team names, Little X Gaming. Well, it's Int X Little Gaming, but their tag is better. We prefer that one. Little X out on that northeastern side. So a lot of teams could potentially be curtailed, controlled by that presence, as well as the team that hates one of our analysts. It's Zero Max Gaming.
It is. Less max, apparently.
How much max do you want?
None.
None. Zero max.
Yeah.
I don't agree with it. That sentiment, rubbish.
We've got non-head and now no max. What a diabolical day this is.
Oh dear. He's catching strays over there on the analyst desk. Goodness me. We're sorry, Max. We love you, really.
Hellion over towards the north side. Without the L, just yet, that is. Depends how they make this next rotate. They could be picking themselves up one in the near future. But again, this is getting a little bit tricky now. For non-head, again, it was a weird decision for me. Head back down towards that south side. Again, I think you can crest over towards the northwest side of this island. There are positions to play up there. They had one of the earliest, this is the thing, they had one of the earliest rotates. So why place yourself back in at the back of the traffic queue? It makes little to no sense to me. It does confuse me. And we'll see what they do with this going forward.
Zero Max Gaming, they've been spotted. The backfill coming on through, but there's high ground still to contend with. All of these players sending in together towards this rock to deal with the one has put them into the crossfire blank, and now Zero Max Gaming can exact their revenge over towards Intex Lil Gaming. You can see just hiding behind that rock, the last player to stand for the team.
Yeah, Narcos is struggling. The smokes are down. Right, so there is a potential to get players up here. ZG still need to pick up Suksa off in the distance. It's good that Narcos continues to go for those shots, but it will be the 721 aggressors finding themselves a couple of eliminations in the process and finishing off that team of Lil X. So they struggled. And I respect the fact that 721 did stick around here towards the paddy fields. Great oversight, honestly. If you can clear out much of your competition this way, it's going to help you a lot towards the future. Now for Zero Max Gaming, on the other hand, they lost a few players. So again, the 721's position becomes even stronger towards the latter parts of this game. We are in stage 2, but things are going to start to heat up and speed up rather quickly.
Yeah, as soon as you're going to force everyone across the river, normally that's when it happens. But everybody, well, almost everybody has made it across already, Blank. We see a lot more control at the higher levels of gameplay. But in general, seems like a couple been teams able to find their way through, where perhaps they would be denied in other situations. Hellion Gaming will be able to make their way all the way over on the north. A long boatate here as the replay pops up for the roll down there. And this was, okay, they invested all 4 players into a single vehicle. We know how that goes. It went exactly that way for them. You can see the boatation now, though, on the bottom left of your screens for Hellion. And if you had the map stream open, which we'll keep telling you to do until you learn, Crystal Gaming behind them on the boatate as well.
I mean, for Hellion, this makes total sense to me, right? And this is what I'm talking about. Why did non-head not go for this rotate? This has been open for so long. We're into stage 2. We're at 10 minutes into the match. This could have been a position easily taken up by non-head. They could have held out both Hellion as well as Crystal, and that means you're getting a total of potentially 8 eliminations on this north side of the map. Instead, they've struggled their way on over towards that western side. They've left Closer behind. He's checking no one else is coming over towards this side of the island via a boatate. I think that's highly unlikely. And again, for Hellion, now they have a fantastic opportunity going forward. Head over towards the eastern side, challenge out Hatin, but first of all, they need to deal with Crystal Gaming.
We've also taken a look at this next circle that has popped over towards Hatin, northeastern side, and you can see how strong of a position that the Heavenly Angels are going to occupy on that northern edge. If they can keep control of the south border of Hatin, this is a winner for them. We'll see what they can do. The crash on the northern edge has started to pop off as well as Crystal Gaming. Launch one forwards, the nade in hand, cooking it up over towards a Zik, but he's answered. A brilliant response here. Groza very likely to bleed out, will fall now, and Hellions trying to cling on. One player down in their face. Montana now taking up the mantle of that forward position. Zik still trying to close it down, but now only has that Molotov remaining. A player up to the window. The jump shots around need to be clean. It's in the backlights. Spray down for one, but no. Can't get the rest done, and into the breach they go. Crystal Gaming shine bright.
The fractures in that Crystal, though. A great holdout by Hellion. At least Zik, to be honest. They fell so quickly there as well, John. It was sort of surprising, but wonderful work from Crystal. This is why you need to hold a player back and watch the waters. If you can take shots towards players in the boat before they even make it to the island, they are sitting ducks there. And I think for Hellion, they just expect themselves to take this one up. Taking the fight in the building without trying to take shots towards players coming through the water, big mistake. And for Crystal Gaming, they made it look very easy on this north side. Non-head now trying to creep their way over towards the northwest side of the island, past the caves. They could have been here earlier. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep spouting it. People are getting annoyed at me in the chat about it, but I must make it known.
One player down for the approach from the 721 aggressor. They lost one, and now a second as they get lit up in the alleyway. Butcher trying to chop through the defense, but it's not going to work. Sent down to the depths there. And an excellent hold from Heavenly Angels.
Awesome stuff. Spread their wings and took them out. Seriously, seriously fantastic there from the Heavenly Angels. And Seven is right. They do have a gorgeous logo, by the way.
It's pretty cool.
I need to find myself a jersey at some point.
What you going for? That's how you really win a tournament. You get the best jersey. Over on the northern side in Hatin, that east edge now under control for them, but they do need to think more now about their south flank. They were able to control the 721 aggressors crossing. We saw that holdout from that conflict earlier on the northeast side, but now that they've controlled the teams out that edge, they need to put pressure down south, because that open ground to the south of Hatin is devastatingly difficult to cross. If you try and make it too late, it's just not going to work for you, so you need that presence.
The thing for, oh, never mind. I was going to say for the Heavenly Angels, if the circle moves over towards that north side, they've got a very easy task ahead of them. They could make a quick rotation down towards the east here. There is a compound available. It's a strong compound to play. You can even post up 2 players on the western side on that high ground. This is just underneath ZG, by the way, the place that I'm talking about. On the other hand, we did have that massive amount of traffic going into the south side of this island. Now, Rook is playing very safe versus Defo Dark, but likely a fight they're going to have to take in the future, or swing hard north, which is also a possibility. DRG, great hold. Marsh is sent out as a scout, though. At least they know there's players down there. In the meantime, there's DE versus Cyber.
Cyber looking to try and hold off now on the push. So far, good for one. Haven't managed to confirm that, but with only 2 players putting pressure on them, you imagine that this hold will be stalwart. Danger Esports trying to keep it together here, but Wosto will fall first, will get fully flushed out. The push forwards from Evil almost immediately turns tail. Doesn't want to back up his teammate just yet, waiting for that heal to come through. Maybe the sideline spray down is good. 2 players peek out and get the job done.
Not gonna lie to you, Cyber had a good hold there, but it is Melody, in fact, who makes that all the more difficult. That's from Upgrade, up on high. They're over towards the shrine at the top of the mountain. Fantastic work from him.
And CRG now with the uphill battle for Insane. Crystal Gaming, we saw them able to win out the landfall competition on the northwest side. Insane with the nades now up to the high ground here. Nades trying to find their way towards Spectra, but not quite connecting here. In the meantime, Nicotin does go down as well. Losing that player entirely, gonna slow things down. Crystal Gaming, you can see the wraparound position they've got right now onto this location, and the nades start to find their mark. In goes push for Insane. There's the shot that they were looking for as well, and it will be the players falling at their feet. 5 eliminations now found for Crystal Gaming.
Yeah, wonderful work from them. I mean, for non-head, posting up towards that tower, bad idea. You really want to have an off angle here if you've got one player up, because it's so easy to get those shots. Defo Dark, it's Karimov looking to take them down. Off in the distance, outside, a good shot from the DBS.
1v4! One more to go in a 1v4 situation. He holds the inside, catches him slipping. Oh, he doesn't know which weapon to use in the confusion. Finally, Rooks stand tall, but what was that?
I don't know if they stood tall there. Hobbled on 3 fronts. An unreal performance. Cyber trying to get up the mountain in the moment. Crystal Gaming with the side swipe. One goes down. Jordan is out, but Montana continues to hit these sprays. 2 versus 2.
Being from Montana, if he is, he'd be used to these mountains, but needs to fight through strong with the backup from Insane in the back lines, keeping Molodoi up on the top of the ridgeline, suppressing this angle, allowing his teammate to get the job done. And now the rotate up towards that high ground as well. Montana trying to get that heal off. 7 eliminations found.
Melody has been an absolute nuisance throughout this lobby so far, constantly creating problems for teams underneath. Yes, maybe it's only 1 elimination, but the amount of teams that he has crippled on the way up towards this mountain has been pretty damn effective. Here's Buzz, though, having a little look down himself, scouting the fields in front of him. Now, this is an interesting circle, because we could have a situation where much of that high ground is still in play. Here's Karimov, though. Rook really dropped the ball on this one. Not as much as Karimov, though. Putting the DBS away. It had 2 shots left in it. He makes a bad switch over towards the fist instead of DBS. Oh, what a terrible mistake that is.
I mean, he'd expended all of the ammo in the DBS,
He
went
had
to the M4.
He had 2.
No, he used them to get flushes.
He had 2 left. Honestly.
At the end of that?
Yeah, there was still 2. 2 in the chamber.
But he swapped to the M4 and then tried to swap back as well. He had 40 rounds in the M4 and a sitting duck in front of him. He could have done that, but when you've just 1v3'd into a 1v4 situation, those nerves get to you. And that may be what we saw unfolding in front of us just then.
Keep your gun out, which is the
good rule.
Universal sentiment in esports, honestly, for any shooter. Do not put the gun away, especially in a situation like that. You count 3, you gotta know there's a 4th. Ramses from Upgrade. It's a good idea that Cyber moved up, nade through. Should get attacked, does not. Admin tucked in right now inside the building. No more nades left in the backpack.
Keeping Cyber into this location. I mean, this should be Upgrade able to just get these 2 eliminations. They've got a lot of control over this high ground. They've isolated the angles, cannot double peek this one, and Molodoi just sends on in. This is exactly how you want to play this. Batman's not going to have an impact, not wanting to leave his ridge lines now. And they can just hold this angle. They're double peeking, they've got the numbers, they've got the ammunition, and they will take a knock in response, but there's no answer.
Yeah. Seriously impressive here. I think what's more impressive, this is 2 games in a row that Upgrade have had great starts, and it's looking like a fantastic finish here for them. DRG heading down towards the central side of this mountaintop. They are still in a pretty difficult scenario, though. They do get 1 player with their wings clipped as they head down with energy on that southeast side with a pretty damn good position. Likely not to be in the next circle, but this valley is a horrible spot to play. This does certainly feel like the game could be over fairly quickly. Now it's heading over towards the western side. Massive advantage now for Upgrade. Batman unlikely is going to have too much of an impact in the near future. I like this from Energy, though. Well played.
Yeah, moving up to this ridge, getting the oversight positions over towards DRG. A little bit of a slip there from Gagash, but going to be able to find the peaks there for DRG. They were a little bit too wounded. Spray not quite finishing the job. There's a player on the forward angle as well, and there's so much suppression being laid down, but not connecting at all. The Gagash actually gets clipped. What a turnaround, and that's from the high ground.
Yeah, honestly, Gagash was floundering in that position. There could have been 4 elims fairly quickly. Ramsey spots the mistake being made. Now Molodoi looking for a little bit more action. Energy rocking up, immediately ignited.
Oh dear. There are fish and they are in the barrel right now downstairs. Is that Batman? I think he just stepped up towards the back lines. Buzz goes down. I was wondering when he would strike, and he's having an impact now towards the high ground. UPG, Upgrade have their attention split. They're taking shots down towards the valley that sits in between them. Everybody's fighting beneath them. They're looking that way, and it's from the shadows Batman strikes, as he is wont to do.
Yeah, that's tough though, because Ramsey's dropping down means he has little to no impact. Over towards that top remaining. But yeah, for Batman, a crazy play will go down now. A Zero Max Gaming will find him. That's from the northeast side. Again though, Upgrade, despite the player disadvantage compared to DRG, I think that they have the prime position to win this game.
This is a really tricky one to try and execute on though for Upgrade with only 2 players alive. Divergent Gaming, by all rights, if Gagash had managed to land those sprays, should be gone right now. They should be dead. There's not really too much they could have done about it, but fortunately for them, he wasn't quite able to connect on the day, and that leaves them as 4. Down in the middle, in the center of the circle. The question is, where exactly does this one close? Will it give a little bit of high ground respite? But this is a drop down. Shake is able to drop on in, get a knock over towards DRG, and Dynamo has gone down. That leaves them only as 3.
Yeah, I mean, for NRG, they wrapped him from that south side. So not quite a drop down, they just moved up. Upgrade going to continue to hold this high ground. I think they potentially have the center here. It's a real question on the... Yeah, they do. I think with Molodoi being here, he should have the center. I think what he needs to make sure happens is that he doesn't step too far out.
Oh, no, a team nade there. And the drop downs towards Ramesses. Doesn't have any healing at all, so every tick of health needs to be healed up by the stims that he's got. Oh, hang on a minute. No, he has bandages still in the back pocket. Does have some stims still going.
What's going to happen here is basically Molodoi's likely going to damage as possible to get them to die to the blue. So this is a very good play, but Ramsey's needs to be effective, takes a huge amount of damage, tucks back in, but he's causing problems now.
Noisy
they need
nade.
to not peek out. This first nade, absolutely terrible.
Lonely now with a chance. One more in the pocket, goes up high, doesn't think he can drop down that far. Maybe they think he's a little bit further up the cliff. They don't expect his health bar to keep him alive. One goes down, but there's the trade. 2 players now for DRG on the down low. Molodoi is there, still up on the top, but the blue zone's putting pressure in, and the time isn't quite there. Molodoi's taking damage, has to go from the skies, from the top row. Can't quite connect. And into the valley, they fall. It is Divergent Gaming to find the first chicken dinner.
Goodness me, for Divergent Gaming, a tough game. Honestly, expected Upgrade to have that in the bag. Unfortunate that Batman comes through in such a fashion towards the back there. Divergent Gaming, though, really dangerous rotate. Now, there was multiple times where I thought that they were going to get clipped from the sidelines. You know, there was a position maybe where Upgrade actually allows the guys from NRG to take pot shots towards Divergent Gaming, and then they let them be the target they face in the future. Hard decision to make. I think they just tried to get as much out of it as possible. I think Upgrade can be very happy with this game, considering, let's be honest, that previous Sandhawk, they were robbed.
Let's take a look at some of the stats from this team. It's got to feel good getting out of the gates early, blank from the get-go with a chicken dinner, finding that pressure early on into the tables, getting towards the top 5. In general, if you've got a chicken dinner, it's going to look pretty good for you.
Yeah, I don't know how many eliminations it was exactly there for Divergent Game in the end, but you know, you'll take the points from the chicken dinner, absolutely. Here's our final blow coming through, and it was quite an intense one. Oh, okay. I was wondering, because that was not it.
Yeah, this is the final sort of volley of fire. Ramesses, if he'd had a first aid here, this is a different game. Only had those bandages. Molodoi able to do a little bit, but not quite enough. It looked a little bit dangerous, but in the end, DRG were able to hide under that cliff top. You could see that little inlet that saved their life. Molodoi trying to find a shot, a connection on the way down. Does manage to spray a little bit from the back there, but doesn't quite find the full Monty. It was DRG, Divergent Gaming, to take home the chicken dinner. Let's head over to the analyst desk.
What a way to start the qualifier finals here for Uzbekistan as DRG being able to clutch up that win. But my goodness, everything that happened within that match, I feel like we definitely have to rewind a little bit, right?
Yeah.
At the start, I was wondering what some of the teams towards the east of the map were doing at Tura.
Yes.
And then the rotation started.
It did indeed. We were watching them and kind of going, anytime now, you can go to zone.
No,
anytime.
we were going,
Huh? At any point now, come on. And then they did the rotation way late in that zone, and I was like, okay, I'm not sure what's going on here. We're going to have to figure this out. But actually, they came back, right? They came back. They had a really nice timing in on their push onto the compound there, and then when they cleared that compound, they were able to actually move and split and kind of do some really nice gameplay, so I did like that.
I think they made the best out of an initial really rough rotation, right? But actually, I want to talk about that compound breach you were talking about. They executed that almost perfectly. You approach the building, and you push as a 4-man on one single building at a time. Position clear, move on to the next building, move on to the next building, while using Molotovs and grenades at the same time to clear that space in front of you. And again, like, this is the first part of this tournament of PMGO, and I don't know what to expect. That was like stuff that I would expect from a team in S-tier tournaments like PMWC and PMGC lobbies. So that is very impressive that we had that in the first few minutes of this game.
And for Healing Gaming, I gotta say, I feel like they definitely got a little bit lucky that there was nobody there within that compound at the start. The way they were able to defend it, they weren't really able to defend it. But I want to take a look at some of the top players for that match, because boy, did we have a performance too. Who was it? Right at the top of Karamov, almost being able to get that clutch one before. Came down a little bit too low though, and he's not here for that reason.
There's no Batman.
There's no Batman.
He's not there. He shouldn't be there. But actually, Ramses, very important, sure he gets the stats and everything. He was taking pivotal off angles for his team the entire time. And I think that for Upgrade, if he was not really that active as a scout, I think that very easily they could have just got third-partied so many times on the hilltop. So Ramses, sure, maybe a bit more passive earlier on, but he was really making sure that we are locking down this entire mountaintop.
I mean, one team that you're talking about locking down that mountain, right? You were mentioning S1. I feel like they were going to be able to do a lot of stuff right there, Max, but it kind of went south.
Yeah, actually, south of the mountain is where S1 went. Yeah. Because normally, when you have a phase 2 circle going northwest island, it's very hot commodity that hit that entire mountain, right? You want to hold on to that entire location, and yet S1 kept 1 player on the mountaintop, 3 players south. And no, one thing that we did see that was very interesting is that we did see during the entire late game, Upgrade understood, wait, this team is not holding this entire high ground. We're just going to snatch it, and then we are going to hold it down as it should be, which is a... They got so many limbs in this game.
Yep, it absolutely is, and S1 could have been there. They could have done it if only they had done, if only they had you, Max.
Wait,
maybe if only they had you as their coach or something. I don't know. No? You don't want it?
No, thank you. What about, cool. I mean, you were a coach, Anna.
I was a coach, yeah. I mean, I'm down.
Okay, but here we go. This is the breach we were talking about, right? With Helion Gaming and etc. But Upgrade on this mountaintop, just playing so well together. The synergy, the communication was on point. Even double peeking that door to make sure we clear that one specific building was so important at that moment.
And exactly what you're saying. That's the kind of thing you think you see from a team of you know, more global standing. But yeah, this is rough. I'm talking about this. Yeah.
Oh no.
I feel so bad for him. I do that all the time. Because it just, you can't get out your weapons in time and the buttons don't work correctly and you're panicking.
It's not, don't blame the buttons, you misclicked.
Yeah, I misclicked, man,
well, I mean, what
but I wasn't here.
Time?
Yeah. I think he was just thinking about that one before, be like, oh, this is going to be such a great highlight. And then it's like, no.
Yeah.
That's a feels bad moment. That's been in the montage.
The crowd was so hyped. I got super hyped too. I was like, no way he's about to do this. No way. Oh, it's happening. It's happening. And oh no, what happened there?
Yeah. We were out of our chairs and everything. We were ready for that to happen. It just didn't.
Yeah.
It's sad.
Happens to the best of us. Something that didn't happen here is, as we're going to be seeing, was Ramses. I mean, I thought he was going to be able to actually clutch up in a way here for Upgrade, being able to get the play. You could see him trying to be sneaky, but they knew he was there. I think, as John was saying, if you would have had a grenade with him, it would have been a completely different story.
Or just drop down with a grenade, like, unpinned and just like, okay, I am the grenade. I'm coming for you. Actually, it's very interesting. Normally, you're supposed to look in front of you, but they were all looking just up with their grenade, trying their absolute best. But it's such a rough terrain, such an unusual finish to have an actual proper cliff finish. But I think Upgrade played as good as they possibly could. So for me, they're the team that showcased the most kind of potential in this very first match.
Yep.
I mean, longest elimination, 268. Not bad, considering it is Sandhawk there for us. But overall, I'm loving what I've seen out of some of these teams. I feel like Upgrade, I was wondering how they were going to be reacting, especially after the first match. We had the little reset, right?
Yeah.
But they were able to continue on the aggression, and I really enjoyed that, Natura.
Yeah, it wasn't even a case of they got the same spot, and so they still made the same sort of thing happen. No, it was like a completely different zone, completely different everything, and they went, yeah, it's all right, we can adapt to this, we can just go forward and have a completely different zone and do very well.
I think a lot of people are like, we got 5 elims and there was a rehost. They were like, actually,
actually
7 eliminations. Not, yeah,
7.
I meant 7 elims, not. I understand how that could be confusing.
Well, upgrade did end up getting 7 elims again there with a total of 8 points. But overall, DRG, I mean, 19 points. The way they were able to reposition as well, Max, in the late game, that was impressive.
Yeah, because they actually took the little smaller hilltop northeast of the main mountain of Northwest Island, and they snatched it away from Heavenly Angels, if I'm not mistaken. And actually, this was a very interesting back and forth in that between them and NRG, because the cliff has quite a lot of very interesting ridges, and the southern compound was taken over by NRG, and they actually just send it right in between 2 rocks on the cliffside to make sure not only are we in circle and in a pretty strong position that we can defend, but also NRG can't directly affect negatively our spot.
Especially, that's such a great spot, especially because everybody else was so hesitant to use it. So they had a fairly good idea. No one was going to really go for them. But Energy actually kind of called their bluff a little bit there and said, we might not want the valley itself, but we know of a very good angle that could actually dampen your chances here. And they took it. They did a really good off angle.
It kind of feels like a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure episode. It was like, I outplayed, you outplayed, but I'm going to outplay you, outplay of my outplaying. And it kind of worked out for NRG to some extent, but then we had Upgrade get involved in that kind of conversation. And as we saw, for the side of Energy, it didn't quite work out.
And for DRG, how are they going to be able to follow up this way? Because 19 points, that is massive right there. One team that I actually thought was going to end up getting a little bit of points with the positioning they had towards the east. It was the 7-2-1 aggressors. But it seems like it backfired whenever they did decide to rotate. They rotated early, which I enjoyed. But it seemed a little bit too hectic, Max.
Yeah, into Hartin, which actually is not a bad decision. If there's any compound you want to breach into late, a big city / compound, you could say it's a city pretty much, Hartin, because it's so big. If you know there's only one team there, you can't have all your forces in one location. What if they breach north or east or south, right? You just don't know, so you're going to be split. But the defending team actually had such a quick response. They just all join up to the eastern side and just say, nope, this is our city, you're not going to take it. And they not only squad wipe, they don't lose a single player, which again shows how quick and how responsive they were to that breach.
Absolutely, and it's a thing, again, we're seeing across several teams here already, is that instantaneous reaction of they know what they're doing. It's like they get the call, or even before the call comes, they already know what they're supposed to be doing. And that's like really, really good synergy as a team, especially not at this level, but at this level, right? Probably first land for a lot of teams. They might not have the experience that we might have seen before in previous seasons.
This is a perfect example of like being proactive is definitely way more impactful than being a reactive team. You want to be proactive, they were proactive, they won the fight, and they got 4 points for that.
Hey, any points matter. Only 6 matches. Well, actually, not anymore. 5 more matches left.
I was like,
for some of this.
I like that.
Technically 7, right? If we really. Anyways, for some of those teams like Helion, I felt like they were playing a little bit too slow. That rotation I mentioned it earlier, it was kind of lucky in a way. They weren't able to defend it quite well against Crystal. But for those 2 teams, I want to see a little bit more hype up here, especially when we go to Erringel.
Yeah.
I do want to bring up one thing though about all those 3 eastern teams that rotated so late. They got Ferry Circle, the coast was still in play. If there's no coast and it focuses inland on the northwestern island, no late rotate is going to work out, no bridge rotate is going to work out, and that's just something to keep in mind.
Well, we'll be waiting for what's going to happen on Game 2 after this break.
Welcome back to game number 2 here of the Uzbekistan Finals. We are still looking for the top teams from the country to be able to represent them on the global stage at the PMGO later on this week.
Now we just started with a divergent win. Very cool, very awesome over towards that northwest side of the island. It was a difficult one, to be sure. I think it was a strange rotate as well. They went straight through to the valley, but it was the fact that they had 2 off angles on either side, trying desperately to eliminate one another. It didn't work out too well for either of them. Batman coming out from the shadows, as both you and Maxman have told us about. But overall, really good game from Upgrade. I think having 2 games go well in a row for you really speaks to their capability. Now I'm hoping that they can kind of pull that through over towards our angle as well. We're going to was saying some very good play so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't disagree with that one. Some fantastic plays on across the board, and of course, some fantastic situations that they find themselves in. If you want to find some fantastic situations as well, you should check out World of Wonders. They're having a great time over there as well.
There they are. So many maps, so many custom games that you're able to play over in World of Wonder. A awesome little thing. We even have the PMG venue in there now too. You can go visit that. The map code is 1212350. Join us if you're not in the venue already. If you're somewhere else, you couldn't make it out to Uzbekistan, no problem. You can find yourself in the venue as well and enjoy the games alongside with us.
Absolutely. It would be phenomenal to see you there. And we are going to be heading into Erangel next. If you're watching in that format, that's what you're going to be seeing. You're going to be seeing the grassy pastures once more for the first time today. The first of 3 Erangels that we're going to be playing back to back as everybody's getting loaded on in. I'm seeing a plane path blank, and it is going to be coming up on your screens very, very shortly. If you're watching the map feed, you will have already known where this plane is going to go blank, because it is available for you over on the YouTube and the TikTok and the Instagram channels as well. Make sure you're checking that one out to make sure you're always up to date with the latest rotations.
Absolutely. So we're heading over from the south side off towards the northeast. Overall, Sosnov military base being the first port of call for our teams here. We've got F5 heading on their way down to military base, it would seem, alongside of Ake Cyber. I wonder which one's going to break out further towards the northwest. That's going to be the real question, or if they're all going to break straight into military base together, which could make for a very fun start to the game here.
Certainly would. Certainly make for an entertaining kickoff over on that south side, but teams are now starting to get out over the mainland. I'm looking at Zero Max Gaming as well and wondering if they're going to try and steal a couple of those vehicles. No argy-bargy in the military base right now, blank. It looks like Akisaiba are going to head further out west, go for a little bit of a split drop around some vehicles, grab those and get on their way. The circle yet to pop. If it goes up north, which it more often does than doesn't, then they can get on the road nice and quickly. Zero Max Gaming did head to the mainland, so they will be taking that south side. Circle up north.
As well towards Yaznaya. A lot of grassland around this location as well, so teams will likely have to figure out where they want to stay rather quickly. We do have shots coming through at the start of the game. It's 721 Aggressors versus Zero Max Gaming. This is on quite a heated drop spot down towards that southwest side, with Danger Esports heading over towards Pachinki, Zero Max Gaming heading over the bridge nice and early around Ferry Pier. But it is the 721 Aggressors currently holding out.
Little bit of a clip there on the approach. Defo Dark still not pulling the trigger on the fight. There is Zero Max Gaming and Akisaiba as well over on that bridge position. So that rotate came through nice and early from Akisaiba, but they have been spotted, and Zero Max Gaming will be the ones to be able to take that one away. You can see Heavenly Angels off in the distance there in the background from the perspective of Defo Dark, to be able to just send over these hills, get away from this one, and to be honest, that's going to be favorable for them, right? They're going to be able to get further into the zone nice and early, and they're going to have a good time of it. For now, though, only one player has gone down. That was over towards that bridge conflict, so a stalemate still for Shocks.
Okay, so managed to get up here. Zero Max Gaming struggling. Suxa in an awkward location, very low HP.
Ooh. double barrel versus the DBS. Mike Ruzi as well for Suxa. Some very solid close range options here, but Zvezda's got the DBS, the king of them all. It's going to be a difficult take. And the thing is, for Zvezda, I mean, this is smart, right? He doesn't need to go for it. He just needs to hold this pin. And it will be the teammates to come on through. Not going to opt to take that challenge. You don't need to. That is a good, humble approach to that engagement.
Yeah, it's a clean trade. Now, I think that it's actually an interesting story to be told here between Cyber as well as Zero Max Gaming, because for Cyber, doesn't always, it's not always the right choice doing this, right? Heading over the bridge so early, you need to be very much on the ball, on the money, and it felt like to me there that Zero Max Gaming had just not looted enough. They did not have enough on board. It was surprising to me that Cyber managed to pick up enough loot and enough weaponry to make that fight work out for them. But yeah, that was just speed and aggression coming from Cyber that I don't think Zero Max Gaming were prepared for or were ready for just yet. 721 aggressors taking on Defo Dark. 2 eliminations found already, only 2 players left remaining for them.
That was actually Jonic on the off angle down south with the DP. Of course, in the most recent patch, it was changed to have a little bit less recoil, a little bit more control there, able to use that through the window and take down the player on the high ground. He was all the way down to the south, up on that ridge line that sits there, and they made great use of that position. Could have been a little bit dangerous, given that they know that there was a fight popping off on that southwest side, to have 3 players invested in a compound, to leave that 1 player on the back lines. If Cyber had decided to go along and try and see what was going on there, that could have been a dangerous position, but did not happen that way, and Jonic was able to keep that one under control.
Yeah, I think Cyber are a little bit more concerned with their rotation and path going forward, because they only have 3 players, right? So it looks like they're going to try and wrap around on the north side, which I think is a smart choice. Getting a replay here of that very, as you said, modest maneuver coming through from Cyber on the nade. Lovely stuff. There's Defo Dark losing shocks. They actually only lost 1, by the way. Misspoke on that one. They have 3 players over towards that northwest side still. Around Crystal Gaming, who are playing on North George. Upgrade with another potentially strong match here. Starting in Yasnaya, it's a perfect kickoff position for them at the beginning of this game.
It may be a little bit tricky, though. If the circle starts to close towards Yasnaya Fields, they are isolated into the settlement. It's great for now. They have a lot of options to them, but as teams start to get closer, that open ground crossing is going to get harder and harder. We saw, I think it was Heavenly Angels in the last match over in Hartin. They actually allowed DRG to move into the area just south of it, which then DRG went on to win the game. And if they'd have been able to control the south side after having that fight on the east edge a little bit faster, they might have arguably been in that same position that Divergent found themselves in. That's putting a lot of ifs.
That's kind of a wild point to make.
But they could have had control of the position that won the game.
You have just said that if the circle went to DRG, then they would be strong. But if the circle had gone to Hartin, then Heavenly Angels would have been strong.
Max is looking at me and giving me a thumbs up.
It is a crazy point.
So I don't know. I feel like my point is the open ground and not having control of it makes it difficult for you to progress further when the circle moves away from you.
That's true.
Which is kind of similar to what you were saying.
Yeah, you're right. If you are in the center of the circle at the beginning of the map, it does make the game difficult for you.
You're making it difficult for me right now. That's what's happening. You're the difficult one.
Yeah, right now, I think teams are just kind of posturing for position. Hellion in Rozhok. I actually like the fact that they've moved out towards the west-eastern bridge, actually. You do need to take control of that nice and early.
Good.
F5, though. Taking shots from Nonhead. And this is a good spot, good hold from Nonhead around Farmer Milter. Again, letting F5 get too far through Milter without punishment would have been a little bit wild there, so I'm glad at least some shots came through. It was Closer, of all people, which is surprising to me, considering last game he was basically AFK and died in the blue.
Well, you know, just having a nice warm bath in the blue zone. Not good for the health, but maybe for the spirits, maybe for the spray downs into the next. through in that first match. Obviously, most notably, probably from Gagash in towards DRG, not quite connecting on those sprays. So to be able to get that tracking on, that's the sort of thing you want to see from a team that could potentially have legs into the top 5.
Yeah, that was a game-changing moment as well for the DRG. Like,
yeah.
The fact that Gagash wasn't able to hit those sprays, they were so in the open. Again, it is sort of a difficulty, especially if you're a less experienced player. Like,
great.
You are spoiled for choice in those scenarios, so you're not entirely sure who to focus on. And realistically, you would expect more experienced players to just zero on each player one at a time and take them out. But yeah, good spray from Montana. He was pretty effective last game as well, so good to see him continuing that trend here. Circle does move up towards that northwest. On the crossing between Yasnaya and the lake towards the pizza slice, we'll see how teams do try and work around this. I think the majority of the circle is still down towards that south east side, but there is a question to be had for Upgrade, which is whether they want to hold further out towards that western side, give up space towards the east, which I think would be the smart thing to do, or just fully relocate towards gas station on the western side of the map.
There is, of course, that compound that sits on the west side of those Yasnaya fields, and that looks like where Energy are going to mount up on their defense. A really strong position into this next circle. The difficulty comes if the circle goes across the river to the north side, which is not impossible. We'll have to wait and see if that will be the case. S1 on the northeast side, a little bit out in the cold on this one. They've got IntX Little Gaming on their northeast flank as well. They look like they might be sending over past Stalber, actually, to play on the north shore of the river, but S1, they're going to head in towards Yasnaya along the ridgeline that sits on these north fields.
Again, we know that set up towards Stalbert, good idea, honestly. Being able to wrap around on the north side, always a favorable rotate. I think Little X have a slight advantage here because they do have that high ground to work with. S1, I think for them, realistically, this is just a crash through, right? You want to move through that wall that does sit on that north side, try and get over towards that pizza slice, play in that open ground a little bit. Somewhat awkward at times, but I think it's better than trying to hold out here on the north side of Yasnaya. There's so many points of contest that you need to take up, and this is obviously not ending over towards that northeast side. I mean, it could, but it'd be very unlikely. I think for S1, you've got to take your chances here and moving off towards the west. Hellion coming in over on that north side of Rozhok now. It is interesting that we saw DE, Danger Esports, move down towards that south side. I think they were trying to figure out a rotation up towards that north, but Rozhok is now clean and clear.
S1, 2 players found out in the open. Narcos does go down in response, but that is a much more resable position right now because the other 2 players from S1 locked into this building. Batman trying to rally on out, trying to get in to get those reses, but it's going to be a hell of a dash. Actually, he's going for the flush instead. There's all sorts of angles to contend with. Does get a lot of damage in, and somehow they're able to get the flush, but Batman goes down for it. I am really not sure about that one. 3 players now for S1 down on bended knee.
Yeah, I think that's a situation where FaZe had to be much quicker on the ball there. Letting Batman roll up like that, especially when you had that information passed across by teammates, is slightly unforgivable. Enigma, on the other hand, takes it all into his own hands. 4 relims on that fight. Fantastic work.
Excellent stuff. To be able to take down S1 there. That is going to move IntX Little Gaming a couple of points up on the tables as well, so good news for them. From the north side, though, they'll play on as 3. The circle's going to push away from them. Now it's a bit of a test. Can they get through Yasnaya, or do they go west and try and cross that way?
Okay. Nade. A little bit fighting up against Rook, to be honest with you. Second one goes through, gets another knock on this one. There's some evil work coming through from Molodite from upstairs. Nade after nade after nade. An Upgrade will pick themselves up 4 eliminations off the back of that. Unbelievably well done.
We missed that one, and it came through on the replay. We were up north with Lil X Gaming.
I get a mistake from S1, honestly. Like I said, they just had to crash through.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky to try and navigate that one. It's easy to get embroiled, to get a little bit too focused, tunnel visioned.
Yeah, they just stopped. I don't know why they stopped. I don't think there was a reason to stop underneath the compound that sits just above Lil X right now. I think you just vehicle your way through and meander, try and find a position on that western side. I think most teams had opted to come down towards that south, towards Yasnaya in the first place, so this area should have been fairly free. Unfortunate for S1. Again, hindsight is 20/20 at the end of the day.
Yeah. Taking a look at the composition of this circle, the teams at the moment in the middle, Energy in that primary compound, right, that sits to the west side of those Yasnaya fields, dead center, so much control out to the east, the north, and the south, really difficult to approach. That river creates a natural blockade to the west as well, makes it pretty difficult to crash onto, especially when you've got multiple teams putting pressure on, taking attention out their way. You've got non-head on the north side of it as well, in a fairly central position. They should be pretty happy with themselves right now, and DRG, Divergent Gaming, looking to try and convert on what was a great game one.
Yeah, Crystal Gaming doing some good work here for a second. They do lose Insane. Blazer goes down next as Heavenly Angels attempt to get in on the action, but some good sprays, some good jumps as well coming through. Jordan will get ran down. Now just one player remaining. Bazedka, Crystal Gaming is a 1v1 at the moment. Montana would like to get his teammates back up on their feet. Stage 3 right now, so it is possible.
Yeah, to be able to get those teammates back up, but you only got 40 seconds here, Blank. You really need to prioritize getting people out of this zone as soon as that zone touches its zone 4. Not Resable in the blue. It's the spray down from Montana. That's just going to waste time. That's burning the candle here. Jordan not going to be able to get up here, and this is just harassment coming through from Heavenly Angels, and this is making a lot more of a difficult situation for Montana, and he has to give up the Ghost. A really well-positioned fight. But how did he just hop out there? I think that was another buggy roll-up, but into the backlines will have to flee. Just one player playing on.
Yeah, he just reseated himself into the back of the buggy, let that thing roll. Again, I think for Heavenly Angels, they actually make a very smart choice here, which is to instantly go for the reses. They know there's only one player on the hilltop, and again, it's just a completely separate idea of the situation where Jordan waits for the player a little bit before going for the reses, but should have gone for a similar tactic, which is to instantly get on those reses on the hillside while the smokes were still up. And it's that hesitation that actually leads Heavenly Angels to be winning that fight. And I thought Crystal Angels actually had it a little bit there, honestly. So, big mistake, I would say, been made. Again, hesitation really is the killer a lot of times here in PUBG Mobile. In the meantime, Circle moved over towards that western side, leaving a little bit of that western edge in. In the meantime, Defo Dark moving back across towards the Rozhok Bridge, but they will have to deal with Hellion in the near future.
This circle does keep those bridges in as well, Blank. Moving to that Rozhok Bridge, that could be a 5th place play right there for Defo Dark with the reduced numbers of players that they've got available as well. After their earlier scraps, they're only playing as 2 out on that western edge. It could potentially be one of the stronger spots for them in terms of point scoring potential for the rest of this match. However, a conflict, a challenge now for a really important compound as Upgrade have finally pulled the trigger on leaving Yasnaya. They've made it across the open with 2. They've still got 1 player in the back lines. Ramses still up in the main compound.
The take, honestly. I think for Upgrade, they send some players out. Ramsey's still providing oversight. You really want this spot. And already, we have a good setup in place. The smokes are dissipating, though, which is the only difficulty, but they are slowly gaining ground. Closer and Triple S looking to pull out the nades now. I think you do need to start throwing these bad boys. A strong one sent through. Now, Molodoi does need to reposition. Great Molotov goes through, though, and gets Claus out of position. If they get that knock, it's huge.
Excellent spray down there. The sweep out wide comes on through. That comes from Runzen. And another tickle of damage, another nade as well. This could be good for Buzz, but it bounces off the window, goes outside here, and there's another shutdown across the way as well as Triple S is super, super low now. Has to hit the deck and go for the heal because there is an approaching pressure from Upgrade. Runzen straight on in for the fight. Triple S goes down, doesn't know which way to look. 2 doors to control, and none of them going to work out for him. Upgrade with a clean take. Now, can they get this regroup? Move the players back on in, all 4 players alive, and they take the compound.
Yeah, incredibly smart as well. Honestly, Upgrade has impressed me so much so far over only 2 matches. Well, 3 matches, you count the rehost. But honestly, the fact that it kept Ramses in the backline there meant that they could hold this aggressive angle over on the eastern side before they started to push up. Great setup, like I said, with the Molotovs, with the smoke, placing players out of position. But this is a spot that they really want to hold on to. In the meantime, Energy do move up, and they will find Buzz in the process. Again, I think Buzz has to get this far up in the first place to find those knocks, to find those pushes. But at this point, if I'm Upgrade, I'm looking to pull back off this compound. I don't think it's the best place to be, but that ridge line that sits behind it, fantastic. Now they know the majority of the northeast side is clear.
It's a little bit of a worry as well that you could potentially be picked off from the south, from those fields, but NRG have control over that area, and that soft pressure that exists all over that eastern side is stopping teams from moving up. Teams like, you've got Divergent Gaming on that south side, right, as well as Danger Esports, all looking to try and move around that area, but there is just no way that they can do that under the purview of NRG. That gives Upgrade a lot more safety to do what you've just described.
Exactly. I mean, for NRG, they clear that southeast portion. Upgrade, by happenstance of being in Yasnaya early, they've already cleared out the northeast side of the field. So yeah, a lot of area on the eastern edge of the map already completely removed from play. In the meantime, we have F5 currently coming against Hellion, who are in the warehouse. There's a nade towards the back, does tag. This is an uncomfortable fight. Both teams know they have to leave in the near future as the circle starts to close in. Overall, the high ground advantage does go through to Hellion, just with those buildings to play off the back of. We'll see how they pan this one out, because honestly, there is a world where Hellion just straight up gets towards the circle early, but DRG is holding that angle.
I mean, there's a lot of trees to get around in the first place, goodness me. But in order to create cover in front of them, right, and Hellion can establish that line, that is one hell of a smoke train. You don't know which way they're coming from, but that is a huge investment of resources into a stage 5 circle. We'll see if that comes back to bite them, or if they can supply off of the death crates that they're hoping to pick up here. Wozto will go low. That rock now getting bombarded out, but the players have made their way across, and it is Danger Esports to find their way up to the wall. Finally, there's an answer, and 2 of them go down. Health bars are starting to drain, and all the way at the back line, Dynamo's the only response. 3 players now have fallen, and it's all up to Senator. DRG not going to let this one slide. Senator around the broken wall will have 1 player go down before him, but has to try and scramble to stay alive. The last survivor for Danger Esports, as DRG sent them packing.
Good hold from DRG, honestly, but about 15 grenades invested there, by the way. It was pretty insane. I think you could have waited for the vehicle sounds to come up before you started tossing them, especially because they were cooking them so long that they were going to prime instantly. I think at that point you just toss in like almost a minefield where you don't cook the grenades at all and you just toss them into the smoke, and that can catch players off guard quite frequently, or at least slow down that push. But for DRG, either way, they do an excellent job at rebutting Senator and the rest of Danger Esports. But again, only player with still a few grenades on hand is Dynamo, but I imagine that they're being shared out between the team. Lil X moving up on that northwest side. This is that gas station that I talked about earlier. Ake Cyber not allowing them to have too much fun over here. Neither are Upgrade.
No, it's a difficult place to move around. Okay, Cyber, though, only with 2 players, could maybe have a little bit of difficulty in holding all of this out on their own. Luckily, they've got that sideswipe angle, as you say, from Upgrade and from Montana, who actually did just get taken down there on the riverbank. And that is Hellion making a nuisance of themselves, the rapscallions that they are, down towards the south edge. And that will be able to pick up another point as well from Groza, as just 1 player now remains from IntX Little Gaming.
Yeah, just Pobeda, 77. On his lonesome. Hellion actually have a large amount of space to work with on this western side, and this is quite tumultuous ground as well, so it's pretty good when it comes to holding teams out. I will say, you know, overall I've been very impressed by these Uzbekistan teams.
Yeah.
For the fact that quite a few of them are unknown on that global scene, they have been playing extremely well. I have seen some more prestigious qualifiers go a lot worse than this.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes you wonder what they are thinking. But this time around, it's nice, it's chill. We're getting some little standouts here. 2 players from Upgrade tried to get a little bit bold there. Buzz does get cut down, and they are trying to move up to get this res. Ooh, very, very heavy hit there over towards Buzz, and that's the flush coming through. That is really nasty stuff. And losing a player for Upgrade at such a pivotal moment when they have to go for this road crossing in a couple of seconds is really, really unfortunate. Energy just pushing them away from that high ground angle. You can see how this compound is talked about as such a strong position out on the west side of Yas Fields.
Yeah, honestly, it's a tough play, but in my opinion, you wrap down towards the eastern side and you play up on the lip just behind NRG's compound towards the road. not ideal, but then you could potentially try and work the southern edge of the circle and move in there. But again, if Upgrade want to prioritize eliminations, try and take out Hellion, try to take down the final player from Cyber, that is also a respectable decision. You know, heading over towards NIG side on the lip, that's where they can survive a little bit longer. But this is how you eke out every little morsel of points out of this game.
Okay. Who was the forward scout for Hellion. They invested 3 players holding out the last player from Cyber on that northwestern side. They started to move a second player in, and now maybe Upgrade have read into that, but they've only got 1 player across. He's going to get run down by the front bumper of the buggy. Groza not going to be able to step towards him today. No, sir. Upgrade cut down to 2.
Yeah, dropping the smoke in that was maybe not the ideal play. 9 eliminations so far for Hellion. Really nice game from them. Upgrade with 8. Second highest in the lobby at the moment. But with only 2 players, starts to get a little bit more difficult. Zvezda goes down. Hellion really are just running players down frequently at the moment. Using those buggies to great effect. Good nade, but not good enough, I don't think, for Upgrade going forward.
Not going to be able to blast the door off the hinges there, unfortunately. Most notably in the circle blank, I'm looking at Energy. They've had a fantastic position for so long, but they've only got 1 elim. Now's where they need to stand up, start taking these fights to extract value from this game. Getting a chicken dinner would be great, but if it's only 2 elims, that doesn't give you as much of a buffer as you want to be able to find. Upgrade, they're out for blood here, though. They've already found 8 elims, so already a good result for them, and a top 4 guaranteed. If they can take a player down with from Hellion with them, they're going to be happy with this one. Ramses, though, not going to be so lucky. Up in smoke goes his vehicle, and he's soon to follow.
Yeah, it's late. It's really late to make this play. Upgrade down to 1 player now. Ruzen finding 2, though, is pretty massive. I think he desperately wants these flushes, though. If he can get the tally up to 10, it'd be ideal. Has to move through the field. Great spray, not enough. Extremely low HP, and Energy continues to pepper him through the smoke. A nade goes out. It's a desperate one, but both players are fairly low. I don't think either are going to drop.
Falcon had 9 rounds left in that magazine. Just a little bit further, he might have been able to catch the reload, get across. A low HP Groza was going for that heal, but as it stands now, Hellion are up to 12 elims. They've got the outside angle on towards Energy. They are in a prime spot here to take this one home. However, Divergent Gaming, the masters of subtlety, late game insurgency, they'll find on that south edge.
I mean, to be honest with you, NRG really don't have too much of an answer into this game. This is a uphill fight for them from this compound, and although it's provided them safety for the majority part of the game, this might be quite the low pointer. If they go down in 3rd, which is, you know what, somewhat likely, considering I reckon that Hellion's going to likely play on this north. Down towards the south. I think this is the likely scenario that NRG is the first to fall out of these 3 teams.
And with only that 1 elim point, it's not as good as they were hoping for. Now, Divergent Gaming have taken a lot of this south side of the hill. Hellion a little bit more hesitant to try and go for this conflict. As soon as they pull the trigger on taking that fight with DRG, though, you do allow Energy to move out of this compound, right? Because you're preoccupied, you have a lot less pressure. So you don't want to be fighting across on these 2 teams on that western edge.
This is where inexperience can come into effect, because I think most experienced teams would opt to just hold, basically on either side. And it'd be a handshake, right?
Yeah.
That they would opt to not fight one another until NRG comes outside that compound. And I worry there with the way DRG as well as Hellion were playing is that they were kind of priming themselves to go up against one another. Luckily, they have actually made the right move. And again, this is why I am impressed by the Uzbekistan esports at the moment, because this is a high-level play, to be honest with you, to go for this. Now, NRG gets thrown a little bit of a bone down towards that eastern side, but I still think that time's going to get rough for them now. They have to remove themselves from the compounds, in which case both Hellion and DRG, Divergent Gaming, should be taking shots.
You can see they're just getting trapped in the corner there with Daggy and Gagash trapped on the inside. Azik has that off angle. You can see behind the tree in the distance for Hellion Gaming. Will have to leave it, but Energy going to have to move first. 16 seconds until the blue zone closes. They're starting to move their smoke train out. This is where they need to make their move, make their maneuver work. Gagash first through. Actually going unscathed here. Zik slow on the pin pull there, doesn't spray down into the smoke, and Gagash is across. He's into the zone as well, has now got a bit of an inside track. NRG leaving a player on the back lines, getting tagged up by the blue, wants to get a little bit of healing, but kept an angle under control. Hellion Gaming have let them out.
They're getting a little bit too close for comfort, though, in my opinion, at the moment. I think that for Hellion, they have really given up way too much ground here. Divergent Gaming moving up towards that western side, they control the majority of this space at the moment. I think Hellion gave too much. And it's a smart move from Divergent Gaming to actually move over towards this north side. A little bit too focused on this fight between them and on NRG.
I mean, perhaps the lack of Hellion moving forwards earlier wasn't cerebral, it was more hesitancy. But this time around, they're going to quell those nerves. But oh, this is disaster! A rundown into each other, and Daggy strikes perfectly around the tree trunk, cuts a second down. And Falcon now needs to have his wings clipped if they want to keep this one going. And NRG break the mold out of the compound and into the hills.
Daggy, baby. What a unbelievable spray down. Again, they light themselves up in the tree and the lumberjack comes through and it all comes crashing down around them. But Divergent Gaming come in to clean up. Is this the back-to-back?
Maybe not. There's still Dynamo to worry about. First knock is found. Divergent Gaming have a little bit more trouble to handle. Energy losing players. Gagash, spray down connects. Weapon swap for Dynamo, moves forwards, and Gagash goes down next. One player now left in the backlines. It's NRG with one hope now. Shake up against the tree, up against the crate, gets one, confirms the flush. Crucial point potentially, but there's the nade over the top. That should do it. And it is the back-to-back here in the Uzbek finals. Divergent Gaming making a name for themselves.
Definitely diverging away from the norm, that's for sure. 2 in a row at the start of the day. They look elated, and as they should be. Fantastic plays from both games. And again, great positioning. We saw that on Sandhog where they took that position in the valley. Very awkward to play there a lot of times, as well as this match where Hellion a little bit too far focused on the eliminations to the point that they squeeze themselves into a really uncomfortable corridor on that north side of the map. I think in that situation, what you really wanted to do was just allow NRG to come to you. For them, they were chomping at the bit a little bit too much, whereas Divergent Gaming, they were happy to be like, we'll probably take 2 from NRG. And for DRG, they're like, fine, you go for that. We're going to take better position in the process. So honestly, extremely well done, macro and micro there in that game coming through from DRG.
Yeah, I would agree on that front. They were able to play that south side very, very well, holding people at arm's length, striking where they needed to. And to be fair to Hellion, being elimination focused, sure, but they got a lot of points that game for being elimination focused. You can see how NRG were able to just move on out into their territory. A little bit of hesitancy there to go for that fight. But as soon as that fight concluded, DRG were all over it.
Yeah, absolutely. And why not? I think DRG were very happy for those two teams to kind of bloody and bruise one another on that north side before they moved on in. It was just a fantastic game overall. And one of the 2 knocks that they received was from a teammate on a miss nade.
That is unfortunate. Here are the stats for our winning team. It's not a replay. This is the 2nd time in the row that they've been able to find that chicken dinner. We are going to head back over to the analyst desk to talk about how DRG were able to take this one down. They're going to break it down with all the stats, all the facts and figures, all the numbers. Let's head over to them. Oh, I think, hang on a minute, we might have a little bit of a change of plan. We have got a player from DRG currently gearing up for an interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main stage. I've got Kuke with me from Divergent. What an incredible opening 2 matches. What an absolutely amazing way to kickstart the Open Qualifier Finals. Back-to-back chicken dinners. Your confidence has got to be through the roof now, right?
Hammaga assalomu alaykum. Mana bugun Divergent jamoasidan bitta ishtirokchi Kuki nomli Jasur aka qandoq mana shu ketma-ket ikki marta yutib g'olib bo'ldingiz. Shunchalik ishonchingiz kuchli, shunchalik qattiq tayinlandingizmi?
Assalomu alaykum hammaga. Qo'llab-quvvatlash kelganligiga kattakon rahmat. Biz bu turnirga yaxshi tayyorlandik, yaxshi fokus bilan. Xudo xolasa chempion bo'lamiz. Hammaga rahmat.
They were very well prepared for the tournament. We were like night and days preparing, very focused, so they're hoping to win, and they will.
Well, you're off to an incredible start. Now, I've got to ask you, how does it feel to be competing here in your hometown in front of this crowd who has been so amazing since the very beginning of this show? How has that been for you guys?
O'yinni boshida kelganingizda shuncha odamlarning oldida kelib, o'yin shuncha kompetitorslarning oldida o'ynash qanaqa hissiyot bilan sizga olib keldi?
Menda bu birinchi lan emas, shuning uchun unaqa hayajon bo'lmadi menda. Xudo xolasa yana to'p-to'g'ri qilamiz. Organizatorlarga ham kattakon rahmat.
This wasn't his first tournament, so he wasn't nervous at all. So he thanks all the organizers as well.
You're not nervous at all, but you're showing an amazing amount of confidence now. I just wanted to ask you before I let you go, is there anything that you would like to say to your fans or to your friends or family who have been supporting you throughout this entire journey up to this point?
Sizni qo'yishdan oldin, joyingizga o'tirishingizdan oldin sizni so'ramoqchi, qo'llab-quvvatlagan o'rtoqlaringiz, ota-onalaringizga nima deyish xohlardingiz?
Ularga ishonch bildirganligi uchun rahmat aytaman. Xohlasa ishonchini oqlaymiz.
For supporting him, he is very thanking everyone, and he's very willing to win this tournament.
Looking to win this tournament, well, you're off to the right start. Kuke, thank you so much for joining us here in this post-match interview, and congratulations. Let's make some noise for Kuke and Divergent Gaming. And for now, we're going to head back over to the analyst desk.
Rahmat kattakon sizga.
Well, thank you, Barney. I mean, what can we say about DRG? What a performance. Back to back. I was not expecting that on day one.
We were saying like, oh, you got only 6 games, be careful. They're like, only? 2 wins.
We can do it.
Go. I think they were still hesitant in some parts of this game we're going to be talking about later, but they understood, okay, when we are aggressive, when we show willingness to control these late game circle finishes zones, we just obliterate everyone, and I feel like that's going to bleed into now our last 4 matches of the day.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, right off the bat, something I had to mention, Helium. I was talking about how I wanted to see some of those teams that were kind of slow at the start being able to rebound. They were able to do just that, but I want to take a look at the MVP of the first airing guild here on the Uzbekistan Open Qualifier Finals, because I don't know. I think I have an idea. If it's not... Oh, it's actually not. It's Pobeda. I thought it was going to be none other than Daggy Baby with what he was able to do to Helium Gaming.
Actually, they were involved in quite a lot of fights in the northern side, especially near that bridge location. So a lot of gatekeeping was happening, and Pobeda's like, just come my way, and I will get 3 points. Thank you very much. And I don't know if he was saying that in particular, but definitely getting a lot of those eliminations. So yeah, definitely a lot more styling in this game, but still getting points that could put you up in that top 5 position you want to be at the end of today.
There he is. Okay, I knew he was going to be somewhere here. Wait, he gets to be the #1 top players, but not MVP?
He's second.
Disappointing.
Same.
Melody, though, being able to back it up once again for Upgrade. Upgrade, I did enjoy some of the stuff that I was seeing from them in regards to being aggressive, and Melody there with 5 eliminations.
Yeah, Molotov definitely doing a lot of heavy lifting in that fight. The nades, right? The nades they were using in that fight versus, I don't remember the team name, but there was a team they were pushing on earlier in that compound northeast. And that utility was used so damn efficiently that they just cleared the position when Ramses actually was still scouting in the backside. So they're like, 3 players, it's more than enough for this breach. And it clearly was at the end.
I mean, at the end, I felt like for a second, everybody forgot about Divergent. Everybody was just worried on that fight, and Divergent was just chilling out. But they did the right thing for that team. We were kind of talking about it. You know what, Natura, we're just going to jump into it as we're going to be looking at the highlights. Is for DRG, it feels like at first they were pushing a bit too slow, but they did switch it up.
They did, and sometimes, you know, if you don't know a team all that well, it's very easy to kind of go, they're just not doing anything. They don't got that momentum, right? They're so slow. My God, pick it up. No. But the other thing is that sometimes that's exactly what you're supposed to do. You can keep it quiet, keep to yourself, keep together, just watch, and then that makes you ready when that moment comes to switch it on and go full send.
I would disagree a little bit. I do think they were too slow and that was not the right approach, but they did switch it up after, like, oh, we were maybe a bit too slow, we need to now be reactive to the teams
that's
against
hard in
us.
itself.
And that's a big pivot,
Yeah,
right? A lot of
huge.
teams, I think, would just, oh, we play passive, we have to commit and play passive the entire late game. No, they're like, oh, we maybe did a little bit of a mistake, let's switch it up, start actually just blasting teams all around us. And clearly, as we saw here, Neb, it worked out greatly because that's their second win, and that playstyle is very, very efficient.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. It was working very, very well for them, for sure.
And then, I mean, for Helium, we got a chance to see some of their plays right here, being able to take on Upgrade. I thought they were actually going to end up losing this fight, but they were able to rebound great after it.
They were, and again, it's that thing of having that mobility that you're able to work with. I mean, this is less than mobile. They crash the cars, and then this happens because Daggy Baby going all out here, 1v3 so easily.
I mean, Daggy Man! He became a man in that fight, oh my god! He made it happen.
He's no longer Daggy Boy.
No, that's not, that was his old Daggy Boy, okay?
Yeah.
But no, so definitely really, really interesting plays in this one. And again, this has been the first Orangle. We had some hot drops happening, right, which gets me excited for the second one where everyone should be like chill, not fighting early, and we should be good to go.
You think they're not going to fight? You think they're going to be chill?
No, they're going to fight. They're going to fight, yeah. I'm just bringing up hypotheticals.
To be honest, I do hope they kind of, if they do end up going for the hot drop, if they see that it's not going out well for them, you know what, just back off. Don't do it. Don't take the risk, considering that we're only going to have so many matches left. As we take a look here at the match ranking, once again, why not? The back-to-back, 18 points for them. And Helium, this is why I keep hyping them up. 12 eliminations, and you were telling me, Max, they were just so quiet. I didn't even notice they had those eliminations at one point.
Okay, I'm going to say a very weird sentence, okay?
Okay, we're all ears.
They were weirdly aggressive, like just, and quietly aggressive almost in this game, because they were just on the western side, not involved in really strong POIs for the late game circle, which they were just sweeping edge at that point. And they were actually in Garden, east of Rozhok. They were just chilling in that location. If you would get close, they would take a few shots at you. But most importantly, and this is something you mentioned, Nip, during this game, the moment the 3-1 split of our central team of NRG just kind of came back to a 4-man group in the compound, there was a big vacuum that was created that Helion instantly just pulled the trigger on taking that spot for themselves.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to really think about, because if they hadn't regrouped to the compound, if they had regrouped to the hills instead, then you would have the likes of Upgrade able to fill that vacuum of the compound. So it's a really difficult spot to be put in, you're right. But they went for the lesser of two evils, and unfortunately for them, Helion were just able to sweep in, as you said.
Yeah, and then they're just able to take fight also versus Upgrade, stop that rotation from happening, a few
Really
stragglers happening on the northern side. Until, unfortunately, as we saw, the two cars crash, and I think that just kind of destroys the entire game plan, because I really believe here, and Seven's nodding a little bit, I believe if that car crash does not happen, I think Helion win the game.
Yeah.
Hear me out. You know what? Yes. Come on. With the way that they were performing, I mean, DRG was just able to fully surprise them. So looking at the overall ranking here, and this is what we're kind of giving them props, right? Now, we were talking, you mentioned it too, Max, talking about 6 matches only. Well, guess what? They currently have a nice 12-point lead. And on top of that, in first place with 37 points, Neptura.
Yes, absolutely. It's a nice little gap they've got going on, especially when, again, you remember we've only got 4 more games left. That is it, right? So with those back-to-back wins, they are sitting pretty at the minute.
Yeah, I'm actually going to start focusing a little bit on the lower pack teams, because 2 wins out of 6 matches here, the lower teams, right? You're like, okay, you see that what's been successful in this lobby are aggressive teams taking up space in these late to mid-game zones. If you're bottom of the rankings, if you're non-head, if you're Rook, if you're Danger Esports, if you're T71 Aggressor, you need to start bringing the heat, because otherwise, guess what? After this game, we're halfway done.
Yeah.
You're not going to have enough time to get first place. Top 5 maybe, but even then, it's going to be a rough task for them to pull off.
I mean, look at the teams at the bottom, right? You got Rook right now with only 2 points, NH with 1 point. The 7-2-1, I feel like at least they're being able to get those eliminations. But right now, besides those elims that they're being able to get here and there, they might need to change that gameplay, Max. The question becomes, can they do it in such a short time, especially with all the pressure that they currently have?
And we're not going to have to wait long to know that. We're going to know in the next 4 matches here. But I'm actually looking here at some of the stats. A lot of the bottom teams, very low placement points, a lot of bubbles happening there. I think that's an issue of hot drops that hopefully that might be resolved, because one Orangle is already done and dusted.
Yep, hopefully that is the case indeed. You know, they got all the jitters out. Now they know what's going on. But What do we have on our screen, Seven?
It's none other than BYD is the #1 NEV producer in the world. As part of the PUBG Mobile Global Open, and BYD is proud to be the event sponsor. To learn more about BYD models and the flexible financing, make sure cars look pretty awesome, and I like that it has that wrap there on the left.
It's so nice.
Do you think there's
Do you think we can get a chance to drive it?
Do you think it's been charged up? Can I just get in and just drive it?
The lights are on, right? They have to be charged up.
Right?
I mean, yeah, you know, I don't know why I didn't catch on that.
I'm not even gonna say what was it.
This man is too smart, or I'm just not smart enough. I don't know.
It's all right. You're just too focused on that Infinix. But one thing that we do have with the Infinix that we have available, and for everybody currently watching at home, keep an eye out for those vertical streams because they are available on TikTok. And on top of that, on the esports PUBG Mobile channel, as Max is currently showcasing it.
Look at that.
Max. Max, you can't take that one home, okay?
Okay, I mean, that's why I forgot mine.
They're gonna think I'm gonna take it home.
That's why I forgot mine, so I can say, oh, I don't have one.
Oh.
But I
hey,
do have one.
Tenzin, no, really doesn't have one?
Wait, no. But yeah,
No,
for real though, the vertical stream, the vert stream, game changer. If you are too lazy to do this, this is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And actually, now that you can have streams on different platforms, like on TikTok in particular, it's really cool. I usually watch on YouTube. I might go watch on TikTok now because they have cool emotes over there, I heard.
And on top of that, I mean, we got any chance to talk about it with the casters too. They were talking about it during the match. Is don't forget about that map stream. And there's the schedule. We already finished off 2 matches. Can they get that back-to-back, Neptura?
Can they get a turkey? A turkey dinner?
What?
That's the first time I ever heard
There
of
ain't
that.
no way. I
like
got
it.
that from you guys. There ain't no way.
She's making an impact on her first day here at
I
PMG.
am. That's what I aim to do. I aim to please. But yeah, honestly, the way they're playing, possible. It's possible.
I think that it's unlikely to get 3 in a row. I think that we had some other teams that, like, especially Helion, right? I think that they showed potential, energy, upgrade. I think one of those is maybe going to get our 3rd win of the day today.
I mean,
today?
We'll have to. We'll have to wait and see. I'm hoping it does happen. I was not expecting a back-to-back. But you know what? In the heat of the battle, the Infinix GT20 Pro is able to deliver not only precision, pro-level speed, and giving players the ultimate edge. This phone is built. Did you just try to steal it?
She tried to put it up to her ear. She's got a headset on. So, okay, so this is not how you use the device, guys.
It's all right. This phone is built to outplay the rest.
Yeah, it survived the shock,
It survived. Great phone. Now let me see the next test.
Yeah, don't do that.
I wouldn't do
You know
that.
what? Give me the phone.
Okay.
Okay,
Please.
keep it, please.
Thank you. We'll keep it here. Max, there was one team that you really wanted to talk about. It was none other than NRG.
Yeah, I mean, NRG, they had that 2-2 split from the very start of the game. Actually, on phase 1, if I'm not mistaken, they had the 2 players playing that main compound that we saw being in that finishing location of this match, and they had 2 players to the western side on the hilltop. Phase 1, Phase 2, having 2-2 splits in 2 strong locations is always something that I would recommend any team to do. And we see it like any level of play, if it's like beginner tournaments or even top tier PMGO, PMGCs, PMGOs also do PMWC, that they just hold on to that location and regroup later on in the better spot. But actually, they then transition Neptura in a 3-1 split.
They did, and I actually really, really liked that from them. We were discussing as well how long they were going to actually hold out that 1-3 split for, because as the zone got a bit smaller, it seemed a little bit more precarious, but you did have that conundrum of that vacuum. If they did go up to that hillside, the vacuum from the compound, because that is a really strong compound, it was going to be filled most likely by Upgrade, who had the lesser position at that point. So that is a team you don't want behind you when you've got a team like Helion, like any of those others, moving up onto that hill behind you as well.
At the end of the day, I don't really care which play they make. You can go for the hilltop, you can go for the compound, as long as you do it as a full squad. Don't just position, ready to fight versus Upgrade, which they end up going to the west. But that play in general was just really well executed because the synergy was so on point.
With going on what you're saying too, teams behind you, players behind you, I remember Upgrade actually ended up making a push, and there was one player that was nowhere near them, and it was Ramses, Max.
Yeah, Ramses actually really far into the backside in Yasnaya Poliana and just not really getting involved, which from that location, he's so far away. He can't get involved, but we talked about it a little bit earlier, right? 3 players clearly was enough to get the compound breach. So Upgrade, good fight, but then that transition was always going to be rough from that compound towards the other teams already in circle.
Well, you know what? There is one team I want to see a little bit more of because they keep giving me flashes here and there at Crystal Gaming. I feel like this team they keep themselves, put themselves against the wall and not being able to actually fully fulfill what they might be capable of. But let's see what's going to happen here on match 3 as we're going to send it to the commentators, John Allen and Blank.
Thank you very much. We're taking this one back into our domain, Blank, our domain of influence, and see if we can polish up those crystals nice and shiny for 7.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to influence this game too much. Hopefully I can. Not in too much of a way, though, because otherwise I could potentially be biased.
Let's hold up our map stream for the players.
Yes, exactly.
That would be a great idea.
We're not going to do that, actually.
I'm doing it right now.
That's a lie. That's a
It's
lie.
happened.
It's a big lie. It's a big
I'm
lie.
already...
It's a big lie. It's a big lie.
Oh.
But 7 is right. Honestly, I do quite like the fact that he brought that up about Crystal Gaming because they're not a terrible team. Honestly, they're not a terrible team. The way that they've been able to get themselves into spots of the map where, you know what, they can get good work done, that kind of diminishes the further the game goes on, where they get to a point where suddenly they will stop moving into the circle, and although they can fight other teams, it doesn't matter if they're in a bad position. That will always drag you down at the end of the day. It's 11:59.
That took me a couple of seconds, but I got it. I got there. It is indeed the end of the day at 11:59. Only if you're using a 12-hour clock, though. Otherwise, it's 23:59. But the joke still stands, and I stand by it with you. We are going to be heading into our second Erangel billing of the day. Of course, there are 3 and only 1 day of games to be played here. The question in my mind right now is, have DRG done enough to already be into the next stage? Right? They've got 2 chicken dinners. They got, what was it, 23 points or so, or quite a lot of points in that first match. They've got a lot from that second match as well, getting the second chicken dinner. Have they already qualified towards those at least prelims, if not in the running for that first place spot? Little bit dastardly playing path on the east side here, Blank, but it shouldn't be too problematic for teams heading towards Milta. We'll see if they have company, though.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for quite a few of our squads so far, that has been, again, similar situation to Crystal Gaming, where you get caught on the outside. I think for Non-Head, you are right. This is a question of being ready fast enough, and always, it's not so much as you get further into the esports scene towards the upper echelons that it's a problem, but it's certainly something that needs to be considered every single time, and that's looting speed. Being able to get yourself into a position where you have weaponry, where you're good to go.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that changes, if that rotation is altered at all into this match. And seems like a similar crop of teams going to be heading out towards military base. You've got Zero Max Gaming over in Novo, playing for that east side bridge. Rook on a Milta split right now. No Head Gaming on that farm area. Over on the west edge, you've got Danger Esports as well, all the way out to the west side. It looks like they're going to be heading all the way out towards Primorsk, or trying to get across as far as they can. Circle on the northwest, fairly chilled out circle, all things considered.
Yeah, Duffer Dark over towards Primorsk. We've got Danger Esports towards Pachinki.
Ah, yes.
Ake Cyber on a big split at the moment. Non-Head seeming to change their position quite frequently, from Sandhawk now to Erangel as well, heading over towards Farm, instead of starting over towards Ferry Pier. We do get a fairly central circle, honestly, towards Rozok and Ruins. Always a fun place on the map to engage in battle, I would say. I do like playing around the hilltops in these areas, especially the storm drains that come into play around towards Pachinki. But we'll have to wait and see, because I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. We're not even in stage 2 just yet. For these teams, though, again, the ones that piqued our interest, obviously Divergent Gaming, but we do have to talk about a couple of others. Upgrade in particular, fantastic gun skill, really difficult stuff happening for them. You can, as always, find our official map feed now live on PUBG Mobile Esports over on YouTube. So do check that out if you want to keep up to date with all the rotations coming through. I mean, we've been banging on for a long, long time about having a public map feed for you guys, so go check it out. You have a second screen, second monitor, second whatever, you can put it on it. You can take you can photocopy it. it might not stay up to date, but you'll have it.
That's true. You will be able to know. You can certainly screenshot it. I think that might be more efficient. But then again, I don't know how technology works. I've not got an Infinix GT20 Pro. I'm sure they can handle it.
Yeah, but I can see one at the end of the table.
I mean, you guys have to help us as well, because we've been asking for a public map feed for a while. So if you guys aren't watching it, then we're going to look like numpties. So you guys need to go and watch it so that we don't look like silly sausages.
We wanted to help you.
Yeah.
You at home. Because we appreciate you guys who tune in regularly for PUBG Mobile Esports. At the moment, though, Upgrade over towards the S9, as per usual. Going to head out on an early rotation this time, though, over towards Severny and shooting range. Lil X over towards Kameshki, split Stalber. We'll see how S1 deals with this rotation. We saw it go pretty poorly, and they're going to have to go for that same rotation again. I recommend, and I would hope, that they just go for a fast crossing over towards that north side of Yasnaya. They could even pass through Yasnaya now, knowing that likely Upgrade has uprooted themselves and sent across towards that western edge.
And they are on the road, nice and swiftly, although a little bit low on the armor there for Ruzen. Level 1 helmet and vest as well. Maybe looking to upgrade that, has got a pump action as well, so maybe a little bit sparse in terms of the loot, which is interesting for dropping Yaz. Either way, we'll see what more they can get done as we head further into this circle. The first is closing now with 4 minutes until we see the next circle. Teams will be starting to make their way on, and you can see Energy Gaming after a convincing performance in that previous match. That's going to put them up in 21 points in 3rd place. They're playing out from Rapovka. Pretty tricky rotation ahead of them, I'd say. Trying to move past that prison area can be quite treacherous, especially with DRG littered in the area. That north edge going over Yasnaya, you know that's going to be contested. And moving down south, you know the teams from Military Island are also going to be pushing into there. So I think that Energy really have to pick their poison when it comes to their rotate forwards.
Yeah, it's one of the things where honestly I would expect them to go for a northern rotate as well. They could actually, you know, head towards the west as well and just follow up towards S1 as well as Divergent Gaming. Could also be a very efficient choice, but I think that likely their decision will stem from stage 2 and where the circle goes, because it could easily head far north, in which case you would want to wrap around Kameshki instead of passing by Mansion. In the meantime, Heavenly Angels over towards the western side, around Gatka. A lot of space for them to play in with Cyber as well as Defo Dark, not quite making their way up that way too early. We saw in a lot of the test matches, the 721 aggressors being incredibly, as the name would suggest, aggressive in those matches. That's kind of died down a little bit here in the actual qualifiers. So I am waiting to see when that more brutal side starts to make an appearance.
Yeah, we haven't really seen what we want to from them, and I know Seven's pretty disappointed over on the desk, but you know what? It's not all about him. Not this time around. Maybe we'll have to focus more on Crystal Gaming. In 5th place right now, Blank, and as we said before, it is the top 5 who will progress further into this tournament, with 1st place obviously going directly to the finals of the PMGO with that direct invite spot, and the next 4 teams down from 2nd to 5th place getting their way into the prelims that will start tomorrow, and only on a 6-match set as well. So every big performance here is really, really impactful when it comes to getting your chance to see yourself in those top 5.
Yeah, again, I think the guys on the desk were discussing, I can't say guys anymore, the lads and ladette were discussing whether you want to get straight to the finals or through to the prelims. And again, yeah, I would definitely agree that you want to go straight through to the finals. Although experience is generally nice, going into that top 5 and making it through, sometimes that can be quite difficult. So not necessarily, maybe you get some more experience, but there's a high chance that you don't make it to the finals, especially playing against some of the strong teams that will be joining us over in those prelims. So I'd be very excited to see who does get that final spot here from the qualifiers, because I can definitely tell from the few games that we've watched so far that some of these teams certainly deserve a spot and are incredibly strong.
If I had to guess your pick, I would say you're an Upgrade fan right now?
No, actually.
Okay. Interesting.
Although I am very impressed by Upgrade.
They lost you on that last push.
No, they didn't. I still think that they made do with a difficult location on the map. All right, they had, let's be honest, it was a difficult location on the map to play. They did their best with it. Unfortunately, it didn't come to pass. There was a lot of strong locations already on the map, and they attempted to make that crossing. Again, I don't think they're a team that looks for safety plays, which would have been to head over towards the eastern side around the back of NRG. The difference maker is just that the way that Divergent Gaming has played is that it kind of speaks to my more analytical side, where I do really enjoy some of the rotates they've been making, and it's slow but assured gameplay. But when it comes down to taking the shots, to taking the engagements, they do a damn fine job of it. So yeah, I think Divergent Gaming, it is kind of like supporting the prime team so far, but you know, there's a reason for that.
Yeah, what other evidence do you have to go on, to be fair, at the moment, unless you're a die-hard fan of the Uzbek scene? But either way, an impressive start for those two rosters, and I think you're right to highlight both of them. Even if Upgrade have been a little bit more bombastic, a little bit more dynamic and flashy, there is that subtlety that DRG have been able to show off in these last two matches. And to be able to do that back-to-back is fantastic.
Yeah.
To be fair, they did have a pretty rotten time in the Valley over on Sandhawk. And by all rights, you might not have called them as a winner towards the later stages of that circle, but being able to survive as long as they did in that scenario, they were the clear winners in towards the end, which was unfortunate for the teams that surrounded them. If that spray down, if that side swipe angle had have worked, it would have been a different story. But they still were able to make their way there.
It was a chaotic finish on Sandhawk as well. I think that has to be said. They were dealing with angles from all sorts of locations. But again, they placed themselves in a spot where they were banking on two teams being on either side, which would give them some protection, and they just took in towards what I would argue is the stronger side of the mountain in terms of being able to peek over and take shots. So yeah, a strong play, one that was predicated off the back of some pretty damn good information. But here, we'll have to see how things pan out. They are down towards the south of school, but we can't bang on about Divergent all day long. There are other teams inside of this qualifiers. Heavenly Angels did move up from the western side of Gatka over towards the northeast, just sitting on the precipice of ruins at the moment, with Defo Dark being able to actually swing through fairly far from Primos. Didn't expect to see them in front of Upgrade as well as the 721 Aggressors and Ake Cyber. So I'd like to see how their game goes here, because you know what, Defo Dark, although they haven't had most standout moments, they don't look like complete pushovers.
Ooh, a little bit of a side angle there from Upgrade, and it's Ake Cyber on the southwest edge, taking those pot shots out their way, trying to force their way up the hill. Ooh, Zvezda with a close range nade. Molotov might be unaware of this. Over the top, the cook is there. Doesn't have time to get out of the way, but just about gets cover in the vehicle. Zvezda not going to be able to connect on the second, but Runzen's down on the top line. That is the 721 Aggressor third partying from the east side of this fight. Zvezda just about tucks in back behind the headland, back behind the vehicle. Buzz can't quite connect. Can the rest of his team move up to support in a three-way engagement?
Yeah, Upgrade down a player now, so only with two alive and one player currently knocked, make that two players down with two players still alive on Upgrade. Difficult terrain to play. They wrapped quite far from Yasnaya down towards the south side. Little to no information available to them on that one. Unfortunately, doesn't go too well at all, with the 721 Aggressors and Ake Cyber working quite well alongside one another on this tiered location of the map. Pachinki currently held by Danger Esports. They moved in there fairly early on, actually, so they were having quite a good time during this match.
Circle popping up here, goes to the southwest side, and will give a lot of ground over towards those Pachinki areas. A lot of that space now going to be occupied by Ake Cyber and the 721 Aggressors, who we saw jousting for that position in the hills, but now they're isolating themselves back towards those opposing hilltops. Hellion on the north side, going to be pushing their way on in as well. Rook leaving themselves a little bit lower now on that east edge.
Yeah, again, for DRG, it's a fairly fantastic position they're currently playing. I think the fact they've been able to hold on this eastern side is pretty impressive so far. Hellion, though, as we were talking about, Max called them weirdly aggressive. I would be hesitant to not agree.
But hang on a minute. Let me hesitant. Okay. So you're agreeing?
I'm agreeing.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that it's a good way to describe this team. They had some pretty pop-off moments.
Ooh. Maybe one of them popping in now. Cup of tea for him. Maybe a scone if they're lucky. On the northeast side of Pachinki, they're trying to make their way through. On the east edge, they got no head in the storm drain now. Trying to fend off against it. Nades being traded back and forth. A nice bobble over the top. Closer to the grave. Romy, one or two players now that stands for no head. And on the east edge, it's going to be a pretty difficult scenario for them.
Yep, non-head struggling right now.
That's what I said.
In the storm drain.
That is 100% what I said. I don't know what you're talking about.
So only two players now remaining for that team. But they are struggling, definitely struggling here in terms of positioning on the map. For Hellion, they were able to slip in kind of undetected there, and now are looking to push out a little bit further. And Pachinki's becoming quite the focal zone of the map right now. Provides a lot of safety, but you got to squish yourself in tight towards this location.
Compressed, quite heavily occupied right now. That Pachinki urban environment is going to be difficult to try and make work. I don't think too many teams are going to be able to get out of this one. This is the unfortunate truth, right, of being inside this settlement early. If it shrinks there, it will be fantastic for them. But if it goes down towards that southwest, just like that, then all of a sudden it is a mad scrabble to get out of there, and nobody's going to come out of it unscathed.
Yeah, this is a group of gamblers in this game. To be honest, you fair play. You have one day to make this happen. You've got to gamble sometimes. So a fair few teams decided to try and go for Pachinki. The 721 aggressors are going to be extremely happy about this one. But this is a dangerous circle. Not only because a lot of teams now have to leave quickly, and I like this approach from Hellion. If you were watching the map stream, good on you, first of all. But second of all, but this circle is extremely difficult because there's a lot of split down towards the fielded region on this south side with a huge amount of high ground to be working with. This is kind of mini Everest on this side of the map, so we'll see how the 721 aggressors figure this one out.
This is really rubbish for so many teams. And you saw that Exlil Gaming were rotating down their west side. Akesai were able to cut across them with some heavy fire. Only one player going down, though, and now Interexlil Gaming have that slice on the southwest edge. Enigma getting spotted as well again, and that's not going to last. So only two players now actually playing on that area. DRG have managed to make their way into the hills. They only have two players, though, and T721 aggressors are still going to be holding nice and central, nice and high up on this ground. Hellion,
okay,
slowed down on that rotate that you were praising them for, but they still have gas left in the tank here. Getting that knock, Falcon can get back up, and F5 team not looking super hot right now.
Again, this is great, honestly. I think when you look at Hellion, they take advantage of everything that makes a part of their kit. And as Max suggested, you know, this is a weirdly aggressive team, but this is kind of the aggressive plays you want to see out of a squad that's fairly confident in their capability. Yes, this is not going to be the easiest rotation in the world, but if they can pull it off, then it gives them a strong sitting into the rest of the game. And it has done. Taking down F5 team, no easy task, with them already setting themselves up towards this southern side of the map very early on. The fact that Hellion is able to squeeze themselves in is a hell of a result.
And 6 elims from Groza, who, as Max keeps on saying, this weirdly aggressive team, they're making it work. He just says it all the time. You can't stop him.
There he said it again.
I hear him. I hear him over there. Goodness me. He said it once. That's what's happened. But yeah, I would say that they have made it work on that rotate. I liked it. They're up to 6 elims. 6 points on a match is a great result when you're looking for top 5. And I'll keep banging on about this because it is so important to be getting to those top 5 positions. In fact, I would say it's the most important thing. Unfortunately, for none head, it is going to be a little bit harder now.
Yeah, only one player remaining. It's almost over for that team. Divergent Gaming as well as Upgrade, two teams who were kind of praising towards the start of this match, down to 2 players apiece. Heavenly Gaming getting blasted by one hell of a grenade down the hill, but giving it back just as good as they get. S1 losing Batman as well as Sakano.
Oh dear. A self-nade came on through as well there. Batman very, very low. S1, just one player left standing. FaZe all the way in the back lines. No hope of getting this res. Surely not going to last too much longer here with Defo Dark waiting in the wings as well. Marsh, though, having to turn around, and Heavenly Angels now have pressure from both sides as Ake Cyber, who have been holding out on the southwest side for a long time now, put pressure up to the north.
That is a nice little nade there coming through from Admin. Currently Admin in the server as he takes down even more players. Heavenly Angels falling quickly, but now they've got to move over towards Defo Dark. Bring a little bit of light to this situation because they are lacking on info. on the other side of this hilltop.
That was an incredibly risky roll around for Don there. I don't know if you caught that, but he swung down low, completely outflanked the opposing team there, and into sightlines from Defo Dark. It worked out in this instance because Defo Dark weren't putting enough pressure on to make it punishable, but it was super vulnerable in that location. So I'm glad that it worked out for them, but maybe a little bit of a weakness for teams to exploit in the future.
It seems like Closer just went down, so non-head in game now.
Only the 1 point on the first 3 matches. That's not where you want to be. We'll need a lot more from you. Energy, they've had to leave one behind, but they do get out of Pachinki. No mean feat in this circle.
Mortal up to the task. Zvezda in the back there, healing up. Ake Cyber having a hell of a time versus the 721 aggressors. Now moving over towards Defo Dark. They took down the Heavenly Angels. They are just tearing wings off all the teams inside this lobby. They do back it up a little bit. 10 eliminations though. 90 minutes of the game. This is a fantastic result for them. A quick pick as well. Karimov goes down.
There's a really nice pick up there, and that's going to slow the roll of Defo Dark. Meanwhile, in the center of the circle, though, Blank, the 721 aggressors getting rolled up on by none other than the weirdlessly aggressivist team in the circle. It is the Hellions. They are taking this high ground, and the 721 aggressors have nothing to say about it.
It's a quick sweep. Again, I don't think that the 721 aggressors were expecting so much contest on this side of the map. Groza finds yet another, up to 7 elims alone.
Wow.
Why it's so dangerous just having even one Groza in the team, honestly. Now looking for even more.
Oh, he's hungry for it. They have lost one. So they are playing as 3 up in this high ground, but now it's going to be Zero Max Gaming trying to push on up from that south side. Suksa is looking for a little bit of an outpost. You can see him there, much more on the low ground than Hellions right now, so quite safe for the time being. Next circle is going to pop in 15 seconds, and that will decide the dynamics of this fight to unfold between the last player, between Spidey from the 721 aggressor and Hellions on their 3 players atop the hill.
Groza is on it today, dude. He is very much taking a lot of these teams head on. Looks over towards Zero Max Gaming, but finally is put down. It's up to his 2 teammates in Falcon as well as Azik. That spray down, you really want that one to go through. They've been giving this one to you. And it's an unopened gift coming through from Falcon.
Zero Max Gaming, the backlines don't have the angles right now to actually put pressure onto this high ground from Falcon. That is the thing that is keeping him alive in this scenario. They're trying to nade out towards the team because they've already sent Azik down towards Groza to get this res. The nade's not quite connecting for Zero Max Gaming, and the res is in. But can they now exfiltrate from that low ground position? They need to get away from this one. Groza already strafing away. Did he get caught by that? No. He's safe. He's healed up as well.
It's kind of a miracle that he gets back on his feet, honestly. That's a good nade. Suksa goes down. It's a little bit more, and Tillo as well as Flick a little bit far up. Groza once again pays for his sins against that team. Falcon from up on high looking for redemption for his squad, but in the meantime, the 721 aggressors are slowly creeping their way over.
Groundhog Day for Azik, rolls down the hill in the buggy. Nades not quite connecting there. The Molotovs to try and suppress the ridgeline. A nice pickup in Falcon now, finally striking from the Eagle's nest. And we'll be able to take one down, but it's just not quite sticking just yet. Zero Max Gaming, though, are having a hell of a time taking on the Hellions. They just can't get over the lip.
Yeah, you know what Hellion have right now? They've got a know-me situation. When Groza goes down, I think you just got to leave him down.
Oh, no.
Or maybe I'm wrong in this instant. And he's pulling up tall here.
Groza.
Boss.
Groza. The backlines, he does go down pretty low, but gets healed straight back up. Boss with the shotgun shells around the side, but he's not spotted Groza on the wraparound. What are you looking at? Look at your screen, my man. Come on, the Infinix GT20 Pro's got better resolution than that.
The fact that he's still going for elims and not picking his buddy up, who was constantly come back down the hill to help him. It's a little bit ungrateful, but you can't be too unhappy when he's got 7 elims on the side. Finally, he does something other than damage. He's going to heal. Very nicely done there. The 721 aggressors have only got Spidey left, and he's going to have to employ some serious Spidey senses to make sure teams don't get too close to him. NRG been very, very silent. You know what I need from them? More energy, more passion, more footwork. I need a rotate coming down from Falcon. Take that high ground. Groza looks for more and finds it.
He's beginning to believe. He's moving around, he's moving through him. The hot knife to the butter of the circle right now. There's no way you're staying safe from him. He's on the hunt. And the spray down connects again. He's putting up 9 right now. Let's see if he can get the double digits all on his top.
Yeah, this is some unbelievable stuff. And this is what I wanted to see from Energy. That passion is definitely starting to come through now. But unfortunately for them, there are shots going back that way. Divergent Gaming up against their arch nemesis. It is Upgrade. Currently trying to tally them in the totals, but right now it's Hellion with 27 points taking 2nd place. But NRG, though they've been silent, 5 eliminations this game, not bad at all.
At the moment, the only team that stands on 4 players alive is Akicyber up on that north edge blank, and they have got to try and move through. It's going to start well, though. Zvezda finds the first knock and the flush onto Gagash. Only 1 player now stands between them and their approach to the circle. You've got the 721 aggressors with just their 1 player, the Hellions with 3, who at the moment are raid bossing this lobby with 14 elims. Hang on, no, actually a minute. Hang on a minute. Akicyber have 15 elims. That they've been able to pick up over on that north and that northwest edge. They've been farming them, playing the game for clips, content farm over on that north side.
How have we not noticed that? That is incredible. They really are the admin of the server at the moment, which is nice to see. Cyber head down towards that south side, looking for Daggy Baby, who certainly feels that way right now. Not so much a man wailing off on that northeast side. Sad that his team's not with him anymore. Hellion, however, it's been a crazy game. I think that although Akicyber, yes, they have 15 elims for themselves from that northwest side, it's been a pretty easy pursuit for them. You know, they have been clearing out teams. Yes, it's been good shots, but Hellion have gone through some serious jungle to get to this point in the game.
Spidey, last to stand for the 721 aggressors, has a little bit of bite left in him, and will be able to carry on. A little bit more than a tickle left in that compound, and actually some low health bars, so a slowdown on the roll-up, and Zvezda falling is actually pretty impactful. That takes our only 4-player team down a peg. They are now playing as 3 on this approach, not quite landing that Molotov on the inside, and the heal comes just in time. Will it be another around the edge? Gonna put it in through the boardwork and steps out! Oh, I thought he was gonna get one more there, but it was fortunate that they had force on the off angle with the DBS. However, Akicyber a little bit more trouble than they were bargaining for there.
16 eliminations, only 1 player down in Zvezda. Real big amount of opportunity here to shoot up the standings. The 1 game, keep yourself nice and safe. Will find Daggy Baby. And that is a 17 elimination game here. Falcon is down as Don finds him on the rotate, looking for that 18.
Hellion do have a Zik in the circle so far. The 2 players up here for Hellion are just trying to catch these Akicyber players as they leave from their compound, trying to go down the hill that sits to the south. You've still got to watch out for Ramses, right? From Upgrade, he is in a dangerous position. Tumbling down those hills whilst being contested by Hellion makes it such a difficult position to try and breach on towards. At the moment, Akicyber, they need to pull out something special to actually make this work. Groza was able to get that res as well.
What's this? I would not have made that push, but respect for them for it. I do like what they're trying to do here, which is to hold Akicyber out from making this eastern rotate. Wonderful stuff, because they already have Azik in the circle. This would be the most dangerous location to allow Akicyber in, so they could get an easy rotate up and under. I think that another was found there from Akicyber over towards the final player from Upgrade. That's towards Ramses. But honestly, Hellion have played this game phenomenally well. If they take the chicken dinner, they will 100% deserve it. This little play in of itself is a game-winning play.
I really like what Akicyber did there as well. They knew, sure, they lose the engagement on that north side, they lose a player, but they knew that they were going to commit 2 players on the opposing team to that res. They roll down the hill, they take that time to when the enemy isn't going to have as much control over that hillside to move down and take the fight with Ramesses. They do win it out in the end, and that is what has allowed them to be on this platform right now that admin sits on, right? He couldn't have made that work had that engagement on the north side not occurred.
Yeah, I mean, it's an opportunity play, right, in this situation. I think that when you look at this, though, the odds are in the favor of Hellion at the moment. Akicyber currently trying to move around the side. They do have cover to work with, but for how long is the real question. How much utility was Hellion able to hold in the back pocket as well? I mean, Azic's been down in this location for a while, so likely hasn't had to use...
Don has managed to creep his way further down the hill, and it looks like Hellion may be slightly unaware of this. Only has 2 smokes right now. You can see Azic much more focused up the hill. Don making his way forwards now to a more central position. The rest of Hellion's trying to make their way. Falcon on high health, but Groza not so lucky. He's been in plenty of scrapes so far, has 9 elims on the game. He might be looking for the 10th here as admin goes down on the high ground and the blue zone pushes. That's going to envelop him, and no way that he's going to get rezzed here by Don on the low ground. Can't make his way back up, and that's another point added to the tally for Groza. He's on double digits, all on his lonesome, but in a 1 versus 3, it's Don the last to stand. Steps up, position revealed. Spray down from Falcon, has to hit the deck. And on the low ground, he wants the double ones on the board, but it's Falcon to take the final shot, and it's Hellions to roll up to the hillside and take everything that they want.
Yeah, a wonderful game from Hellion. I think from start to finish there, from the rotation rounds at F5 team to take them out on the south side, and then clearing from that eastern side to that cut-off versus Akicyber when they wanted to head over towards that eastern edge. It was not an easy game for them whatsoever, but making it work like that, it really felt like as soon as Akicyber got to that point in the game, there was no winning it out for them. Honestly, Hellion, as Max famously says, are weirdly aggressive, but in a way that makes it very difficult for teams to ever predict them, to ever come up against them. And I think that the thing that I like the most about them so far in this game is that they are a team without zero hesitation. You know, making that instantaneous rotate down towards that bottom side, having that 2 versus 3 essentially on the hilltop. It's everything that needs to be done, but a lot of teams deliberate over. So whoever's IGLing that team, the discussions within the team, they're all on the same page, which is lovely to see.
So that is the engagement over on that northeast side that I was talking about before. Ramesses is the last player to stand. This engagement here where Force goes down. You can see immediately they break south, they look for those shots, they know those 2 players are going for the res. Sure, they didn't get up into first place, but they got a second confirmed where it could have been a lot more tricky.
Yeah, again, the reason why you want to isolate them on this side is you can see it's just open ground. You at least have areas to play around on the eastern side there, so which is fantastic to see. Here are the team stats, which are absolutely phenomenal. 1,600 damage from Groza. Wow. Insane stuff. Let's have the devs talk about this a little bit more.
1,600 damage, 10 eliminations, Neptura.
That's insane. That is huge. Could I do that? I don't think so. That is big. Any other adjectives we can think about? I'm not sure.
Impressive, cool,
impressive.
Giga Chad, I don't know.
Result for them indeed. Hellion really giving them what for on this lobby.
I have to say, I don't even want to talk about how weirdly aggressive they are.
Weirdly aggressive.
I don't know why that's my thing. That came out of nowhere. It just 2 games in a row now. They have showcased that not only are they good at taking fights, which they showed 2 games in a row now, they've also showed that they understand the value of certain positions. They understood, Pachinki Hill, where T7-1 aggressive was the game-winning spot. Guess what? They fight it mid-game. Last game, even before that, very early on, there's a vacuum created in the game-winning position. Guess what? They send it there already super damn quickly. So the time at which they respond to these kind of circle shifts is so damn quick that no one has an opportunity to even deny those positions away from a team like Helium.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing I want to say is they seem, bouncing off your point there, they seem to take, again, the weird angles. I'm honestly...
I said that once before this.
You said that once. No, but it's true though, because they don't take the standard positions. We see everybody else kind of do that, but they take these weird little ridges, they take these off-angle little niches in those hills. They know that terrain really, really well, and they're able actually to kind of surprise teams a little bit.
But I feel like this team is actually way smarter than we give them credit for, even though we just gave them a lot of credit, is that they're taking fights that set themselves up for their next rotation, their next fight. Because this fight before this, I think they fight F5 Esports, if I'm not mistaken. Because that fight was taken, guess what? They can then transition to a ridge that is safe from everywhere except behind them where F5 Esports were. So every play they make is so methodical, so well thought out, that they can just play games like it seems easy, but no, it's actually from minute one, the setup has already begun.
I'm with you guys. I'm impressed with what Hillian's being able to do with those back-to-back games now with high eliminations. Another team, we're going to be talking about high eliminations, Cyber. I mean, they were impressive, Max.
Right, they're just blasting everyone out.
Wait, are we surprised that this is the MVP?
I said something, and Natura agreed. When you look at Groza play, just imagine the crazy frog music in the background, and I promise you, it's weird enough, it's very fitting.
It is. It is very, very fitting indeed, and I bet you that was rolling around in his head as you... Each thing came through, as every single elimination came through for him, he just got better and better.
It's actually really funny too, because he got rezzed at one point by his teammate. His teammate then got knocked. He's like, I got a job to do. That's eliminating, not rezzing, okay? I can't res you, mate. I've got elims to get right now. And like 1.6k damage, 10 elimination, that conversion ratio for that much damage is quite rare to get to that point. That's a crazy match. I wonder, are we going to see a game that good from an individual player this entire tournament? Maybe not, because that is a really, really good ratio.
Wait until the main event.
Okay, cool.
Yes!
I looked at you, I knew exactly what you were talking about.
Give me some. Don't let me hang it. Yeah, dog. I mean, we'll have to wait. That's until main event, all right? We'll have to see what's going to happen with them. But I'm with you guys. Something that was impressive to me out of that graphic as well was the Groza, the damage, 22%. What's to the head?
It was indeed, yeah. That's quite much bigger than we're used to seeing. Don't know. English is not my first language.
Great.
English isn't my first language, honestly. It's fine. No, but it was a lot that you're seeing there. He's really on top of those sprays and everything.
I think the reason for that is because a lot of the fights that were taken were ridge fights, right, on Pachiki Hill. So the first thing you would see from a player coming your way is going to be the head, and that's what you're going to be hitting first. To me, what it shows is the impressive reaction speed at which he's playing under. Like he's playing in his head, zero ping. Zero ping gameplay from this guy. Now I'm waiting, Natura. When are we going to have Groza with a Groza? Because that, like, he has to live up to his name now, and then he needs to get 20 limbs solo.
Honestly, he could do it, though. The way we've seen him play, give him a ridge and a Groza, he is good to go. Cyber as well, doing very similar tactics in here. Both of these teams like that around. So it is a really, really good tactic that's working for multiple teams now. It will be interesting to see if we see maybe other teams start to pick up that strategy.
Yeah, possibly. It could be cool to see, but Cyber pretty much were not involved in a proper
4v4
team versus team like fight. It was a lot, oh, there's a fight happening. We're going to come in third party and sweep just everyone. And they eliminated so many teams on the West, like 4 teams like on the West.
But
that's crazy.
Again, it's this sort of sleeper team mentality that is really taking everybody by surprise, because we hardly saw Ake on stream at all. And yet, here they are with that many eliminations, that good of a point difference, amount, whatever, and it's all while we were sleeping.
And for me,
we were not sleeping.
We were. Everybody else seemed to
Groza
be.
was definitely not sleeping. 27 total points. Ake there being able to back it up with 24. Max, I don't think I've ever seen a situation in Natura where a team, first place team had 17 eliminations and second place team had 18 eliminations. They just completely fragged out.
They're like, we are the lobby. There are no other 14 teams, it's just us 2 squads right now. But it's so top heavy that this creates a little bit of a different situation we have to talk about here, Neb, which is, sure, the top teams are popping off, they're getting so many points, they're looking great in that top 5 situation where you want to be by the end of today. But it's a sponge situation. Those bottom teams, they're just getting scraps by now, and you need to get a banger game in the last 3 matches if you want to catch up to these top squads.
And don't forget, first place is going to get a chance to go to straight to main event. Second and fifth, they do get a chance to go to prelims.
Yep, they do indeed. And we're halfway through now. Halfway through, only 3 matches left to go. So exactly what you're saying, right? There's that sponge thing going on where basically this is the only game to actually turn your momentum around and try and get back to those teams.
I think this is going to be the the breakthrough point for a lot of squads at the bottom. It's like, okay, this has not been working out great. A lot of the teams at the top have just been hyper consistent. We need to step things up. And as of right now, you're looking at the point that's been already absorbed by the top squad. 44, 40, 36, 32,
Look
31.
at the gap.
And look also
13.
Wait,
13.
I looked at the colorful ones and the white ones are just 13.
I mean, they're all tied at 13. I mean,
it's still not a lot.
Fine.
Even together, they're not doing great.
But look at this. You got TU721, 10 elims out of 13 points.
Look,
even more
18
for
points
Crystal.
behind, though.
I want to try and be positive. You can catch that up.
You can,
technically, but with how the top teams have been performing, it's going to be a really tough task for them to achieve.
You're only trying to be positive because it's 0 max gaming. I see what you're doing there.
I want them to turn it to 1 max gaming, you know? Just
we
the
already
one.
have 1 max. My
With this-
favorite max.
Am I the only max you know? Is that why you're saying that?
No, I know a couple.
Okay, oh, cool. No, thank you.
Hey.
Okay,
I got you. We get compliments now.
You're pretty cool, like Nitro say. Epic,
great. How about some of these teams, though, towards the bottom? They definitely need to react, especially with that sponge that that you guys are kind of talking about.
Yeah. I mean, there's some catch-up for some of these teams, I feel like is fair to say.
To be completely honest, I have not seen anything from some of these bottom teams, except maybe S1 at some point in the first game where it's like, oh, you've got a good position, but they split a bit weird, and that causes teams to kind of fill in that vacuum and take that spot, especially that was the side of Convergent. Yeah, we need to see more presence. They're always playing Edge. Edge is great, but it's very passive. You're not going to get the elims, and elims are very important if you want to play catch-up.
Naturo, we saw Defo there being able to get those 9 eliminations, 0 placement points. Do you think maybe they need to switch it up?
I would say just a tiny bit. Maybe a tweak or two would be appropriate at this stage, you know, Game 3 coming on through. Yes.
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 I agree. Good point.
I mean, the eliminations are coming in easy for them, and we always talk about Max as well, of how if the eliminations are coming in easy, might as well just try to survive a little bit longer, because towards the end, depending on how you position yourself, it might be different.
But I'm seeing it. So that means they take a fight.
So many.
Great, you might even win the fight 4-0, but then you're a little bit weakened. A team like Arcade Cyber are like, oh, that's a really cool fight.
Yeah.
We want a piece of that, and then they just get eliminated. So third parties are just happening all over the place. So even when you do win a fight, just check your back, because a team might just be willing to get involved and get those points.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, though, what these teams are going to be doing, because that sponge is getting bigger and bigger. We are past the halfway point, and I'm hearing the match is ready. Let's send it to the commentators, Blank and John Allen.
Let's do that. Thank you very much. We shall receive it with grace and dignity and give it the respect that it deserves. Heading into match number 3. That's Blank. I'm John Allen. I'm pretty sure I got that the right way around. Let's take a look at more Erangel.
Yes, let's. I think right now it's sort of an interesting one so far because we've had some serious contenders in these matches. And I think with Hellion as well as Aki Cyber getting the amount of eliminations they did, they are shooting themselves up the leaderboards in a big, big way, which is fantastic to see. But it does make some of these other teams a little bit scared, because we have had some fearful squads inside this lobby who have been not so willing to get in on the action. I think Aki Cyber as well as Hellion are perfect examples of you got to take life into your own hands at this point. And if you want to take creation into your own hands, check out World of Wonders, where we even have the PMGO venue inside there. So if you want some custom games, some custom fun, make sure you head over there. And if you're a very creative person, make some awesome designs in there too, please, because we'd love to see your submissions.
You never know, we could be seeing one of your maps in the future at one of these sorts of tournaments. It could be you. Of course, we are going to be going back to the old tried and true Erangel for this time around, though, Blank, as we are going to head over once more from the north side down to the west point of Sosnovka military base here, as we are going to head in for another dose of the grassy pastures.
Indeed we are. Heading back down from the north down towards the south, western plain as well. Kind of a kind one, I would say. It's not too far off towards that western side where it makes getting over towards Lipovka a little bit more difficult, but for a team like NRG who do drop Lipovka, this is going to be a bit further of a jump for them, which is going to lead to limited time looting. But it's absolutely fine. I'm curious to see where Nonhead is going to end up. Are they just making up their drop locations as they go along at this point?
I mean, why not? Maybe it's a dice roll. Maybe they got a dice over, a D20 in the pocket, whip it out. Where are we going? Let's go here. I rolled a 17. Let's hot drop on North George.
We'll be dropping hot over towards Crystal Gaming here. I think they already found a knock potentially, but Insane does
this is a hot
slap
drop
back. Zero Max Gaming, yeah, 2 hot drops happening at the same time. 3?
But one of them is with two teams at once, dropping hot. Intex Little Gaming right now have got a hot drop going on with Energy, as well as on the north side. They've got a player to deal with from S1, so can't really refold in for the numbers. So it's great news that they've actually come up and already found that first elim against Energy. It puts them in a 3v3. If they can extract the player on the north, Pobeda, away from his engagement, then they can start to have a numbers advantage. But the weaponry, a little bit sparse here.
Yeah, the funny thing to me is that really the only consequential team here is NRG, who are losing players. I mean, one player very, very low at the moment. Intex Little Gaming, like you say, currently up against them. Scorpion in hand, looking for the shots. Only 8 bullets left in the mag, though.
Got that long barrel on the back line, though, and that's a little bit better. More bike on the pump action, but unfortunately, there is an answer immediately. As with the
my boy got
semi-auto shotgun. He's hitting him with the bolty in the close range, but yeah, in the back lines, Gagash has got that M249, managed to pick up more ammo for the Scorpion, but doesn't find the trade, unfortunately, and now it's just face in the face of it. With a sliver of HP keeping NRG in this game, he's going to put the pressure on. He's going to move forwards.
I think Pobeda did go down after all. 2 players down. Can't imagine they've got too much healing.
Here's these footsteps. 1 res already found. Low med supplies here, which means that even though they get back up, it is a barrel in the fight, sure, but these are going to be easy pickups, especially at mid-range with the DBS, where you're not always able to get those one shots, but on low health players, it can be super effective, not requiring quite as much precision. As they step out wide, Gagash breaks for the wall, will find the cross.
DBS is perfect for this situation with 2 players, low HP. That's Knight down. Montana, Jordan doing some good work over towards that side, and that will be eliminating Zero Max Gaming.
Cool. Spending a lot of ammo. Gagash actually not... Oh, was going for the res there. I thought he wasn't, but up the stairs they go. They're still just got no meds to play with. Face drops down, challenges Gagash on the back lines there, and is able to find one. Gagash, though, turns it around. Face does go down, get flushed. It's all up to Pobeda on the north side for them now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for NRG, surviving that fight was a really big deal. Considering their 4th place right now, having 3 players still alive, massive boon to them.
Getting 3 points.
Yeah, getting 3 points as well. It's a good point itself. And it is Crystal Gaming currently up against Nonhead. Crystal Gaming have been taking fights with plenty of teams. They did just flush 1 out in Zero Max Gaming. Now setting their sights to another squad. And with no players down, great opportunity.
Crystal Gaming, you're right. Getting the better end of that bargain. And if previous evidence is anything to go by, Nonhead, not going to be too much of a challenge for them. But you know how things can get a little bit crazy here, especially with the number of teams on their north side and with the circle heading up to the north of the river. Teams are going to be moving through this area, putting a lot of pressure on this. So potential third parties in the next 2 to 3 minutes, sure. So if they don't conclude the fight, by that time, they might have more to contend with. Also, a factor here, Nonhead have that east point off angle. Romy sat all the way out on the east. If Crystal Gaming are unaware of it, that can come back to bite them. With the VSS as well.
It's an initially decent nade here for Nonhead over towards Insane, who started things off strong for Crystal Gaming in their previous engagement between them and ZG. Closer taking shots. Interesting movements coming through from Jordan. Knows he has to get out. Good Molotov. Does send him back, and Nonhead will gain some more ground for that.
Moving on through. But is it ground that they want? Oh, around the corner. Does manage to get that shoulder peek. A lovely little spray from Closer to be able to find Jordan with a DBS around the corner as well. He was waiting for it, but he just wasn't quite quick enough on the trigger and falls down for his crimes there. Insane still low, still down. And 2 players now stand for Crystal Gaming. And is it Nonhead's time to rise up?
Closer does finish off Insane. Now just 2 players alive. You got Nicotine as well as Montana. Close this one out. I mean, with 4 points on the game, you realistically want to keep this one rolling. Especially with the position they're currently in. Missing that is a travesty. And now Nicotine's got a massive task ahead of him, but overwhelming forces up the stairs.
Pops the shells back in, does have a little bit more work to do though here, Blank. 2 players still stand, and these reses will come through. There's no meds in the back pocket. Non-head get the flush, over onto Montana.
Has to go.
He has to go, he has to go now. But is he going into the fight or away from it? Unfortunately, he doesn't have a choice anymore as Triple S catches him on the drop down, and Non-head win the fight.
That's one of the positions where if you're on the stairs, you find 2, you have to press the advantage, right? It's one of the situations where you can't wait around to jump out the window afterwards. You've just got to keep going. And it's a case of either you win the 1v4 or you don't. It started off well, but I think this is something that happens multiple times throughout PUBG Mobile esports, is you just forget to continue. If you're going for a clutch, go for that clutch.
Absolutely. I don't think I could agree with you more, Blank. Well said. Fantastic. Absolutely. It's maybe playing into the decision-making. If you have a first aid, you do maybe want to step back, get that heal and re-engage, but he didn't have anything available. Either way.
Welcome to the front of the main stage. I'm joined by Abdul Rahim. He is the coach from Helion Gaming. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
I did say that right, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yes. The coach from Helion Gaming. And you know what? They're playing extremely well. I just want to talk to you a little bit about you as a coach and your team.
Okay.
How would you describe your team's play style?
Firstly, they play aggressively first and second stage, and after first and second stage, they played and holding split like 2-2, 1-3, or 1-1 and 2, and they more calmly after third, first, fourth, and fifth stage. They play so slow because they wait when 2 teams fight between us. And we enjoying, like we joining, like a third party.
Exactly.
We're joining like a third party because it will be better for us when they're not focusing on us.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're trying to like we don't like it started first, after third and fourth stage. We always waiting, we're always holding, and we searching which team's fighting, and we're always checking kill feed. We're always checking kill feed, which team fight and which team, like, and we counting how many players die, how many players knock it, and we know, not fully, but we know like the 0.5% what teams drop it where, and we know how they rotating, how they playing, and how they holding splits.
It's a lot of information, isn't it? It really is, because you've got. The thing is, your region is known for being really aggressive, so it's difficult to like be quite strategic and hold back from the fights when everyone's really aggressive. So what do you do as a coach?
Because it's not my first time.
Yeah.
It's my second time when I'm coaching. It's second time when I'm coaching, because first time when I'm coaching, it's like Everest Gaming. We qualified in PMGO Nepal, and after this, right now I'm coaching these guys. They're all, it's like a new blood for us. It's like the new era for us. And I always trying to explain for them, if you're playing aggressively, it's not work always, because you don't know like where you can die, because it's like every time every teams can join in your fight. And that's why I always showing them like the streams, like how other pro players playing.
Yeah, because if we go into the prelims tomorrow, or if you get into the main event in the weekend, every team from all these different regions play a different style, right? So you have to be ready for that, don't you?
Of course. And every team played like they have all their style, and we also have our style, and we try to play in our game. Like we don't want to play in their game they play.
Of course, yeah, you've got to stick with your own style.
Of course.
Thank you so much for joining me in this interview. Really appreciate it. Back to you guys.
Helion certainly have stamped their mark on this lobby so far. They are up there with the best of them. at the top of the tables, in fact, over the last few minutes where we've heard from the coach of Hellion. We've seen Upgrade running through teams on this north side. We've seen a lot of scraps going on, and Nunhead getting stuck in even further here. They were able to take down that fight in North George that we saw before, and now they've got another meal up in the form of Aki Cyber. Maybe they are the slayers at the top of the lobby.
Yeah, Nunhead looking for more and more here. I mean, to be fair, it's not been going great for them. They've got 4 out of the 5 points that they've been able to accrue during this qualifiers in this game. Coming against Aki Cyber now, though. Nades have been thrown in. Not sure how many they've got left. This is a good position, though, coming through from Spectre. Gets inside the window. This could be something that Aki Cyber is unsuspecting of. I think Force just saw him, though.
Ooh, Zvezda managed to land the first with the pump action, but unfortunately the spray is a little bit stronger there. And there's an opening with Don also down. Still Nunhead in control of this, but you allow Aki Cyber too much leeway and they will get back in. The blue zone envelops, and that is going to put a hurry up on this one. I don't think they go for this res. Don might just be a lost cause here.
I think Aki Cyber's a lost cause right now. This is a very difficult scenario to extricate yourself from. We'll see if they can untangle themselves from it, but a fantastic off-angle from Closer will take them out here. Now just admin left remaining. We can see if he's able to hit a Control-Alt-Delete on this one. End whatever the process of what Nunhead is doing to them.
There's still a minute to get to their own devices, though, as Nunhead turn around. They know that probably their return on investment of time will be better spent trying to get into this next part of the circle, and I think I would agree with them. Look at what Heavenly Angels are doing as well. They were maybe thinking about turning out. You're looking at it, great. They were maybe thinking about going out for a third party, but the hills have fallen silent for the time being. They'll want to rotate back over towards the north edge.
Yeah, I will say that Heavenly Angels just took a small skirmish there with NRG. I do feel bad for NRG. Again, it's just a look at the draw really with Nunhead at the moment, isn't it? Where it's a case of, are they going to bother us on our drop spot? Changing drop spots all the time in tournaments, but again, this is what you're going to come up against sometimes. For NRG though, they sent one down towards the south towards Hellion and one over towards Heavenly Angels. Both players were decimated in the process, but at least Sheik was able to find themselves a position to play for a little bit longer. Here is Divergent Gaming though. We're looking for a good game from them. Fairly central position in the Wizard Tower. A lot of open ground around them as well, which makes this a strong spot to play going forward. And it's in the next circles, so wonderful news for them.
The Wizard Tower certainly giving you a lot of control over the teams looking to cross down towards the south. I think that for now, it's probably one of the stronger spots in the circle, but as it gets smaller, if it shrinks on that location, it starts to get a little bit more dangerous.
Yeah.
With the amount of hills that sit around it, you can play for cover. It becomes a very, very deadly death trap if you stay here too long. I wouldn't be too surprised to see them try and break out towards the east side, try and challenge the 721 aggressors, maybe try and take the fight there, because now Nunhead have rolled on up, and you'll see just how dangerous it is to sit in this tower.
Yeah, being in the Wizard Tower, it's time for Fireball, 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 because Nunhead's coming into the scenario, but they're dropping a Blizzard on their heads. And it is DRG having to come outside. Noisy will decimate them, pull them apart. They dropped a Meteor on their heads, but in the process, there was collateral damage as Cuke as well as Dynamo did go down inside that engagement.
The arcane power gives as good as it gets, and it extracts half of the team from DRG. Even though they get those 2 points on board, sure, but now they're decimated, as you say. That is the danger of this position. The 721 aggressors, they aren't going to have to worry about that rollout from DRG, and what that is also going to do is mean that the 721 aggressors' position to rotate up towards the north side is all the stronger, because first teams from the west will have to get through DRG, and it's unlikely now that DRG break out.
Oh, I saw it.
What do you see?
Big old machine gun in the hands of Hellion, just picking themselves up. A loot crate there. I think Hellion are going to have a good game again, honestly. 5 elims so far. This is a great sweeping position. We know they play well from those spots as well, so we'll see how that happens. Rook has not really had that much of an impact throughout this entirety of the qualifiers, and with them being currently in 16th place, I'm not expecting them to put too much of a fight up against Hellion Esports, who currently are absolutely without the L.
Yeah, but this being the 4th match of the day, Blank, they do not have many more opportunities to put points on the board here. Rook with 4 players, sure, and with experience on their side in the form of Mer.
And 4 points.
And 4 points only. It's well, 3 points actually. I think, yeah, they had 2 and then they got 1. They're up at 3 on this match. It's a really tricky spot for them to be in, right?
Yeah.
They have still got half their
Maths is
day
also
remaining.
hard.
I mean, it's interesting because we used to have it where the points at the start of the match were in the points column, and then you add on the elims. But this time, I'm pretty sure.
You know what? I'm blaming whoever made this graphic.
That the points are already added in, so the elims do not get added on after the fact.
It's not that I can't read. It's unreadable.
Okay, yeah. No one could possibly understand that. You're right. Hellion up on that northwestern side. Will be able to take that spot. They've got the open ground ahead of them towards those hillsides. That building that sits ahead of them in a little bit of a divot gives a little bit of perspective on the surrounding area. But again, it's like that wizard tower. It can be a bit of a death trap.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's tough to play a lot of times in this area of the map in particular. I think especially if you're on that northern side of the map as well, where Upgrade's currently playing, that tends to be quite a strong position towards that late game as long as you're able to hold on to it. But start moving towards that south side, you're going to have issues. Similar scenario if this moves up towards the north. So not really anyone's benefiting too much here. I think the 721 aggressors probably have the best time of it with a lot of ridges to play down that east side, which is going to give them a fantastic bit of cover, especially now that we're cutting off the majority of that southeast edge. I think the only really team that would want to try and go for that is Upgrade, but that was if they had 2 players. It was a desperation play. I think for Upgrade, they're much happier to play on this north side of the map. So the 721 aggressors have a massive playground to work with. It's a question whether they can be the big kids in the playground here and bully everyone else out.
Absolutely. Will be a challenge for them.
That should not be a regular scenario, by the way, but...
That's not how that should go, but...
Sometimes it does.
Sometimes it does.
I was bullied out the playground.
Were you?
No.
I didn't believe you for a second. A man with a moustache like that. Nah, never been bullied.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
He's never been put back in this place to be able to grow a moustache like that.
Yeah, I thought it was XQC for a second.
dude, literally. I've never been bullied, literally.
This was pre-mustache.
It's insane.
This was pre-stash. This was 7-year-old Blank, okay?
You've had a moustache since you were 7, I can tell.
Woo! That was a wild thing to say, by the way. Jesus. Oh, never thought I'd be accused of that on broadcast. That's insane.
Max is hooting and hollering there over on the analyst there. We'll have to get them to break that one down as well.
Where do I go from here?
I don't know. To the barbers?
I don't know.
See, look, if this was a playground, I would be the big kid in this scenario. I'm sorry to have done that to you.
I don't know, dude.
Oh, dear.
In your scenario, I'd have a restraining order.
I'm so sorry. I've just...
Let's talk about the game, shall we?
I've been very mean to you just then.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Damn.
Say something mean about me. Come on.
No.
You know what? Something that's even worse than getting bullied like that is having to hold your phone sideways sometimes. You want to hold it straight up vertically. Well, you can now with our vertical stream that we've put together for you. You get player cams, you get map feed, you get all the stats live, updated on your phone in the vertical feed that you can find on YouTube and TikTok.
Yeah, you can. It is official now on YouTube and TikTok. It's got all the information you might require, including the phone number of the police, because I'm going to report a crime here that's happened on the desk.
DRG with a challenge from Rook, rolling up towards them. They've been in this tower for a while now. They lost 2 in the first approach. The second not going so well either. Noisy upstairs does manage to get an answer on towards 1 with the nade from Lonely. He goes down in the process, but Noisy does drop 2. And now Rook, with 3 players alive, are looking to leapfrog into this next phase.
721 aggressors still, again, holding a very strong position. We mentioned this earlier on. It has been the case continuing. Again, that cutoff on the eastern side, very beneficial towards them. No one's really been able to try and move around that edge. There's a potential that Upgrade makes a quick rotate now, but it is sort of unlikely to be happening. Hellion, though, always a worry in the wings on that northwest side.
Oh, the peek out there as Hick is on the money there. 8 elims for Hellion, and they continue their reign of terror over towards this circle. They said that they are heavily tracking that elimination feed, you know, as most teams, to be fair, should be, but they are analyzing that, really taking that into account when they take those peaks, and I think they'll know, they should do, that Rook is down to just 3 players, and with that knock, they'll know they're on 2. This is why they're putting this pressure down. Groza is joining him, the aggressive Warhound on the warpath again. Groza ready to take that fight.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they can track the elimination feed, but it is difficult to know where everyone is at all times. So it's not entirely likely that they know this is Rook on the western side. It could be any western side team, but again, it is good to know that they're keeping track of a lot of things. That does help them, especially in those scenarios where it is just a 1v1 in the final circles, or a 3-team setup where you do need to know when's the go time, when's a good spot to go for a third party. These nades looking good though, trying to get on the outer edges. Good damage over towards Luca. This is the furthest Rook's got into a game so far, which is nice to see, honestly.
Maybe able to turn up the heat a little bit into the top 4. Rook, 2 points. We're going to roll out against Groza. Dangerous place to be, but they'll have to take that gamble. If they want to make it work out the window, have to go for the 180. Spin around, makes it work, and the roll continues. Azik tries to hold behind the vehicle, will be okay with it, and the high ground on the rooftop will come into play as well. With Groza down, the rest of his team needs to surround him, support him, and it's working well. And down from the low ground, it's going to be the 721 aggressors to take those shots over towards Luca, and it is going to come crumbling down around them. Rook, again, with a disappointing ending here.
Yeah, it's a wildly bold push coming from Rook, honestly. Did not expect that one to go through. Hellion did suffer off the back of it and are trying to get players back up. The fact they're fighting a 2-2 engagement right now is insane. I don't know how they're really pulling it off, and they're winning versus Upgrade so far. I am somewhat skeptical if Rorino is going to be able to get down towards Groza and as they can pick them up. I mean, Rook is preoccupied, and Upgrade would like to get further in towards the circle on the eastern edge.
Nade over the top towards Luca. They should know his position. They've been putting pressure on it for a while. Aggressor able to finally clean up the pieces there. 3rd place guaranteed. Hellions with 3 players alive. I think they're looking to get that res on board as well, get themselves back up to 3 as it crawling back as fast as he can. No, it is just the 2 of them actually, Blank. They don't have much more than that. Upgrade with so much more control over this one, but nothing will top the presence from the 721 aggressors. In their wide split, their 4 players advantage. You can see their chances of winning at the top there. That's 62, and that's going to go way up as well to 68 as a team is removed from the fray.
That's a nice rundown from Upgrade. Consistently in the top 5 is this team, which is great to see. Again, for DRG, they've kind of fallen off a little bit here. What an awesome rollout to the sideline. That makes this into a 3v2. It has been spotted. Ramses needs to immediately get out, but with Ruzen going down, it does leave him in practically a 1v4. You imagine that res is going to come through fairly shortly, but he's still giving it as good as he can get.
And behind the rock has a little bit of cover. Low HP though. Is that an Orm in close range? Goodness me. Maybe a little bit of a misstep on the weapon selection there, but Butcher's up close and personal. Yonic isn't going to get rest here. They're just going to go for the rollout. They know there's only one. And straight away into the backseat with style. It's the 721 aggressors for the chicken dinner in match number 4.
7 going for gold here. Predicted this team earlier on, but yeah, honestly, a very, very nice position that they took, and they were very, very slow to make that rotate over towards the western side, particularly because they were trying to ensure that that eastern coast edge was very, very much cleared, because that bank, if they allow teams to get across to it, it's so, so dangerous. And it's been a while since I've seen a team play that actually well. I think a lot of times you do let squads get behind you, but the 721 aggressors, yes, they lack on elimination potential on that western side, but it sort of secures you a win in that spot. Upgrade again, the key point to take away here is that they are all the time getting towards that top 5, and Energy having a quick fall off at the start of the game there. Not really any fault of their own, purely because non-head is just affecting everyone in the lobby right now in different ways.
It's just a random RNG roll, and they make it work this time around. They didn't get out of it, unfortunately, into the later stages where they would have liked to. Let's take a look at the final trade exchange of fire in these circles. You can see, like, right up towards the final stages, we did have 4 teams alive, but they slowly started to peter out. Hellions, unfortunately, suffered to that roll around from Upgrade, which was a really nice, timely approach to it. It looked maybe like Ramses could do something, but he was just trying to stunt on it. An aggressor rolls over the top, swaps the backseat of the buggy with a shotgun, and exacts the drive-by execution that 721 aggressors were looking for.
Again, though, you can't be too displeased with Hellion Gaming taking very much of an IHC role inside of this lobby right now, kind of getting by on eliminations alone. Let's head back over to the desk where Seven can gloat about his prediction.
I'm not going to say anything. Okay. Besides the fact that this team was able to get the win, Aptura.
They absolutely were, and they did it in style, didn't they? I mean, my goodness me. We were watching them from, like, Zone 2, Zone 3, kind of watching how they were doing things, and it really, really was a masterclass in those angles and holding the back and all of that sort of stuff, Max.
How this game devolved for us was like, oh, they have like 10% of the circle. Next phase, like, oh, they have 30%.
Yes.
They have 50%, 60%. They have 90% of the circle. Like, what do you want to deal with them? Like, the transitions were really good from like point A to point Z. The entire alphabet we're going through, and they just played it so well.
I feel like that team was listening to what we were saying earlier in regards to some of those teams that maybe need to change their playing style. We were talking about it too. They can get those eliminations. Guess what? They're getting those placement points too.
Yeah, they absolutely can, and it's all down to those splits. They had a 1-1-1 split. Both sides of that river, they were really trying to use as much of that zone as possible, scout as much as possible, while being very quiet until those end zones.
It's not like they were just doing 1-1-1-1 splits too. Like, they were kind of changing their splits the entirety of that early game. They were going from like 2-2 splits to 3-1 splits to 1-1-1-1 splits. Like, they were just kind of adapting based on what the terrain required. And the moment they knew, okay, the southern side of that river is not in play anymore, we're in blue, it's phase 5, no one is going to be crazy enough to go for a wide rotation in the blue at that stage. Now we can play the ridge. We got so much control. We cannot lose this game possibly. So sure, they were passive, but there was no immediate threat to their location. So playing passive to get sure you get 100% of that win coming your way. Fair game. That is how you play the game in that kind of situation.
And that's the thing, right? We got to see a little bit of a difference because we have seen such a dominant start, especially the back-to-back at the start, and then Helium being able to just get so many eliminations. By the way, Helium, once again, Max, being able to back it up with the top 3 situation, and on top of that, Illums.
And you know why?
Why?
Because he got the MG3, baby! Let's go! The best weapon in the game! Well, DBS is pretty good, but MG3...
This guy.
No, realistically, they kind of played the more aggressive playstyle of T71 aggressors, which is, we're also going to be playing Edge and clean our back, but we are actually just going to fight every team on the West, and that ends up resulting in them getting so many eliminations. Though, because of that net, they take a bit of damage, they lose some players, and then getting the win when you fight so much is just so hard to achieve.
Yeah, it is indeed, but it's one of those things where you kind of have to decide what you want to go for, right? Because if you are a team that's very confident in your gunplay and your gun skill and how you work in a fight, then yeah, you're going to want to get those consistent points, because if you have that kind of confidence, you can get consistent elims every single game. So if you want to go heavy on that, get 5, 6, 10 eliminations, no placement points, that's still a great game.
Yeah, I do love one of these most recent updates though, because the car actually maintains momentum even when you do swap seats in the back of the buggy. So normally you'd need 2 players to drive by and actually get the spray down, but here you can just, okay, I got enough momentum, I'm just going to go onto the back seat, whatever gun I have, I'm just going to go for the spray down, and that results then in the win of T71 aggressive.
And something that we got to note too here, especially when we look at the match ranking, is a lot of the mid-table teams were eliminated early on. So that big gap that we're going to end up seeing when we go to overall, might be a little bit closer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, NRG going out very early in particular, right? So we are seeing that little bit of a discrepancy, that little bit of a gap coming on through.
We might see a new gap being created for Upgrade and Helion, though. They're already in that pack, and now they get 15 eliminations, like both of them, actually. So that is going to be creating now an even higher kind of top 2 teams that will be possibly fighting for that first place in the last 2 games. I just thought, like, wait, it's not just day one. It's the only day we've gone. So the fact is, we might just have 2 teams competing based on how this last game goes.
Exactly, but with T721 coming in with this momentum in this game, 18 points, the way that the bottom half, the second half of the leaderboard was looking, they have skyrocketed up. Not quite possibly to that top 5, but close enough where now they're definitely in the running for those 2 Miramars, and with this win behind their back, they're looking quite good for actually continuing that trajectory in the Miramars.
Yeah, I'm a little bit sad though, seeing the results of Akacyber. Like here, they did get themselves one of the biggest elimination, actually the single biggest elimination game we've seen so far today in that previous Orangle. And here, just the bubble. Just no points coming their way whatsoever. Get involved in a very early game fight and then they're just gone. So that could really hurt their options to make in the top 5.
Well, Max, you were wondering about what that gap's going to be looking like. Guess what? Right now, a 12-point lead for Helium Gaming. Not bad. The way this team's currently performing, too, the eliminations, 39 ilums.
In 3 games?
Whew.
That's great. 4 games? 4 games. It's 4.
Man,
it says it right there.
Yeah.
Numbers are hard, man. It's hard.
Shout out to Mom for the math.
Yep. Hang on, wait a second. No. Hang on.
Wait, what's going on there? But yeah, like T71 aggressors able to really catch up significantly thanks to that game. Heavenly Angels, though, getting in reach too, getting a few points. Sure, they were more silent this match, but they are technically in reach. 2 Miramar matches about to happen. If that is their battleground that they love to play on, they could catch up really damn quickly.
Absolutely. Knothead as well. I do want to point them out, right? At the beginning of the game, they had 1 point coming into here. Now, they had a better game. I feel like they had a really nice slow fight, and then they actually had a positive improvement. They've actually gone up to, with those 8 eliminations, up to 9 points now.
Yeah, it's actually pretty solid for them, able to get himself a few points this time around, but a non-head, we need the placement points. We need the placement points.
Yes.
Eliminations alone, like you may be IG, but unfortunately, we still need a few placement points down there if you want to make it in top 5. And as of right now, the bottom teams, there's a few that I'm going to count out.
Yep.
Something I'm not going to be counting out is BYD is the #1 NEV producer in the world. As part of the PUBG Mobile global event, BYD is proud to be the event sponsor. Learn more about BYD models and flexible financing options at the BYD booth or visit bydauto.com. By the way, something that I was actually able to see there during that overall is just through 11 and all the way to 16, only 9 points.
Yeah.
Those teams need to switch it up.
And I tell you what that actually tells you about the lobby that we're seeing, right, is that there's like top 4 teams are getting all these eliminations and the rest are just doing what they can. So it's really like, that's why it's so close.
Yeah, something has to change though. We're going to be going into Miramar. If maybe Ermigil wasn't their part, guess what? We'll end up finding out. We do have 2 more Miramars coming in, so make sure you're ready for that after this break. Infinix GT20 Pro, the official gaming phone. Built for performance. Not only that, precision, pro-level speed, and it is peak performance. And on top of that, don't forget that while you do have your Infinix GT20 Pro, on top of that, open up TikTok, because you're going to be able to watch the new vertical stream that's able to provide a lot of stuff. Look at this new model that we got here. Yeah. And on top of that, you get to see other cool things. Like you get to see the map as well and all of that fun stuff. I've actually enjoyed that vertical stream a lot.
It's pretty cool. I just want to
Yeah.
say, you look like one of those people trying to display a product at 2 a.m. on one of those weird ads. You're just like, ooh.
An infomercial.
Yeah,
infomercial. Here you go. Here it is. No, it's actually really good.
You have the leaderboards and the map feed at the same time, and plus the gameplay feed. You have everything all in one place.
Yeah.
If you're able to focus on more than one thing at once, which that's better than what I can do, then yeah, definitely go there, because it's a great stream to enjoy some good old PMGO 2025 action.
2025.
As we were mentioning earlier, it is 2 matches left. For some of these teams at the bottom, it's time to react, as you are going to be going into Miramar. And for the teams that ended up performing really well in Erangel, how are they going to be able to maybe continue on that streak as well? Let's find out, as we're going to be sending over to Miramar with the commentators, the man with the best mustache, Blank, and John Allen.
That's right. Everyone agrees. We are going to be heading into Miramar. That's right, 7.
You obviously don't agree.
I agree, 100%. You've got a lovely moustache. Have I ever said that?
Yeah, you better say it more, Joe. It's a bit.
You. He's still on. He's still on one. We are going to be heading of 6. Of course, it is a very short form tournament for these finals. Only those 6 matches, which means that small pop-offs are massive in the grand scheme of those qualification spots.
Yeah, and we have only 2 more matches remaining. So again, to make you guys at home aware, this is the qualifiers. The next 2 days will be prelims, and after that will be finals. If you get into the top 5, not first place, you'll make it through to the prelims. So 4 teams will be going through, and our first place team will get a direct spot through to the finals, which will be a massive boon for any team who's able to achieve that. So fingers crossed for your favorite team or the team that you are supporting. Give them some love in chat. But yeah, overall, we're very, very excited to get into this one, because finals and who will be joining us in those prelims.
And we're going over to Miramar as well. Now, we've seen Sandhawk, a lot of chaos, a lot of back and forth. Obviously, we're having a Northwest Island finish. That generally develops quite a lot of difficulty in a lot of players' rotations. On Erangel, obviously, it's going to be a lot more familiar. We're going to be heading into Miramar now, where it's a lot of open ground, a lot of vehicle movements to be able to try and make this one work. So those longer range engagements, we're going to see a little bit more frequently, you'd imagine, unless something crazy happens, like non-head drops on everybody in the lobby.
Well, as far as we know, wherever non-head drops this time, that could be their chosen drop spot.
That is true.
We don't know yet if it's against the norm.
That's fair.
If they hot drop, then we could maybe assume, but it could be 50-50.
Yeah, absolutely. Or maybe it's the other team hot dropping non-head.
That's what I'm saying, 50-50.
In vengeance.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
So it could be Crystal
it could be
Gaming.
33, 33, 33. 3-3 reoccurring.
That's true. It could
Or
just
a
be
third.
an unprovoked re-hot drop. It could be a revenge hot drop, or it could be a non-head hot drop. All of those are possible, but none of them have happened yet. We have to wait for our plane path to head on over. We're going from the east side, from Impala, up towards La Copraria, the easiest place in Miramar to say. So a little bit more difficult, a little bit more longer range to get to Bahia de Mar on the southwest corner.
Yeah, definitely out of the way here. We're grabbing vehicles, and the long roads is generally something that's overlooked here on Miramar. Being able to rotate alongside those at max speed is very, very useful. The team should be able to get down towards wherever they'd like to play going forward. In the meantime, we do have our teams heading over through on this map. Non-head heading up over towards El Azahar, and I have a sneaking suspicion that S1's also want to go there, so we'll see how this pans out. They could head up towards Tierra Bronco, Campo Militar, but like I said, we'll see. We'll see. The teams that we have been looking at, though, the 721 Aggressors, great macro on that last game, but also Upgrade and DRG and Hellion. I think those are the 4 teams that I'm very excited to see play here going forward. We do have Rook landing on top of Defo Dark right now. That's over towards Impala, with Defo Dark over towards Eastern Edge, and Rook sitting on the west.
Yeah, that southeast side, pretty hotly contested. There's also a hot drop over on the north edge. It is going to all start to pop off here in Impala, though. First things first, Rook losing Luca. Although, fortunately for them, that is deep in their lines, which means they can go for this res fast. Unfortunately, the med supplies, again, not going to be super available this early into the game, this early into the drop. You're not going to have picked up those first aids. So, getting that knock can stick, can do a lot of work in your favor. Defo Dark playing with fire right now because there's a DBS waiting in the corner. With a level 1 vest and a level 1 helmet, that makes you pretty tanky in these early engagements. Spraying down with the UMP might give the impression that he doesn't have that wolf in the back pocket ready to bite at a moment's notice.
Or the direwolf, which was resurrected recently. You know about that?
No.
So they resurrected direwolf DNA.
Oh, okay. I didn't know about that.
Real direwolves.
Ah, that's pretty cool.
So, there's a chance.
It's 50-50.
We could get mammoths back.
Hell yeah, I'm all for it. Those big guys. They were great in Ice Age.
They were. Right now, we do have some mammoths in this game, though. Hellion stamping their way into this map, though a little bit out of character here in the desert, but I'm sure they'll make do. F5 team getting decimated as Lil X once again find themselves embroiled in combat early.
They have lost 2 themselves, though, which is unfortunate. So a 2v2. Health bar's just about in the favor of Lil X. So F5 could get away with this one, but the ground floor completely under control. By the shots just coming from the inside. Pobeda doesn't want to step forwards. Not too much more ammo left in that Tommy gun. That micro Uzi for face, really the big cannon on this fight. Try and get this one done. But they're just looking for these window shots. They're looking to try and get this one through. No backup weapon and no armor, no helmet for Pobeda makes this all the harder.
Are the shots inside the room with us now? It is a question that has to be asked. Lil X, Pobeda, like you said, on the bottom floor. Ooh, Face took a hell of a amount of damage. He walked in, could step up, but no knock found, which is awkward. And again, with Face being so low.
Down low.
This is a struggle. And it will be a win out on the fight there for F5 team. It looked like it was going to be quite bad towards the start of it, but I think with Face taking so much damage, he walked the building, it all went topsy-turvy. We got Rook here with Luca on the outside, trying to stay alive in this one. Last player here for Rook. Defo Dark taking a couple of casualties, but overall should be fine.
Takes another challenge, dips back across. Shocks allows him to pass here. Low HP on the player on the top rope, and the res comes through. Again, 4 players to deal with. Has got plenty of ammo, has the M4 to swap out to. In the back pocket, tags some more damage, and again, these early engagements, they stick when you go for that damage. A lovely pickup. The drop out wide with the pump action, though, will seal the deal. It keeps getting hairier and hairier, but Defo Dark stay alive. They can loot through Impala now, get those meds on board, get that armor and those supplies in. They're going to need to move pretty quickly, though, because the circle is already closing.
Yeah, Hero Miramar will close pretty quickly. You want to make sure that although the blue can envelop you quite long during that stage 1, you don't want to be the last in the queue to get towards the circle itself. Heavenly Angels already making a quick decision to head center over towards Monte Nuevo, which is free, by the way. I didn't expect that one coming through. El Pozzo currently held by Divergent Gaming in 721 aggressors, just underneath Danger Esports and AK Cyber.
That's right.
Just to make you aware as well, if you'd like to keep up with all the action happening around the map yourselves, you can head on over to our PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube channel and find the public map feed there. So you can follow along with us as we watch the game.
And if you're a fan of a particular team as well, we're not always on board with your favorite squad maybe. You can track them throughout the entire game on that map feed. A really important part of supporting your favorite team. Maybe you could send them DM, give them a little bit of advice between the games. Not during the games though, that would be cheating.
Yeah, absolutely. Please send your favorite team's unsolicited tactical advice. I would love
I think it's a great idea. I think everybody would love it.
Yeah, I think everyone would appreciate that.
Everyone involved. Maybe not. But It's also, you know, if you want to do a little bit of analysis, you can tell people about it. It's going to make that all the easier for you as well.
You know, the greatest thing about being at a live event is when Neptura comes back to the desk and just only brings herself a cookie and then eats it right in front of you.
I hope they confirmed that there were no peanuts in that one.
It's just evil, to be honest. Now she's sharing it with Seven.
Oh.
No, don't feed me the cookie. Not when I'm casting.
He's getting attacked with cookies now. Goodness me.
I only want to complain about it. I don't want you to solve my problem.
We hear you, Blank. We hear your pain, and it's totally righteous.
Yeah, I'm more in a rant.
That's understandable. That
Thank
happens, you know.
Thank you.
Sometimes you just get in that funk, in that groove.
Yeah.
Unlike Hellion, they're definitely not in a funk, but they are in a groove.
Yeah, Hellion are in one hell of a groove right now. Much like a vinyl record player.
Okay.
And they are playing like music to my ears. Because some of these rotations, some of these plays, some of these aggressive modes of gameplay that have been coming through from this team have been fantastic. Definitely one of my favorite teams here at the moment. Kind of a stark difference between some of the more intense, analytical, tactical gameplay we've seen from some teams. Very much polarized by the aggression coming through from Hellion. Sorry, the weird aggression coming through from Hellion.
Yeah.
As the famous Maxman once said in his quite important proverb.
Yes, I think so. Impactful, probably passed down from generation to generation.
A prolific man.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's safe to say.
Southwest, we get the circle on board. That does drop in with the Hellion on that north side, looking to move down. But this heads straight through onto the Chumasera Hills, which is a really awkward location to play. So you kind of want to stay towards that north side as much as possible. Not because it's the best position on the map, but just because it gives you more freedom when it comes to those rotations. It's not always easy to make a quick and fast rotate outside of those hills. A lot of times you are limited by vehicles and just staying on foot. Meantime, NRG, they have not been lucky with these rotates, man. Not at all.
Continue their break towards that top 5 position, looking for the players on that bubble right now. NRG, they're winning this engagement, but there is a little bit of a turnaround, and Gagash able to spin out onto 2. Will go down in the end, and Insane is able to clip his wings there, but Montana now in the off angle, looking to maybe get a little bit of retribution, moving into position over this ridgeline. Insane gets the heal off, and he's more worried about the player out in the distance than the player close by. You have to be worried. Insane with that regroup linchpin now. Can they get these reses for Crystal?
Yeah, I mean, DRG did, I mean, NRG, a lot of RGs in this team then, didn't start out too badly, honestly. They look pretty good, but so far, these rotates just aren't working out for them. Consistently running into trouble in these games. I can't tell if it's a case where teams are just starting to switch things up with the necessity for jump up in points at this time. For NRG, for all we know, they're making all the right moves, but things are just changing so quickly, and the book is rewriting itself as we speak. It's hard to know. And I think you do need to bring in sort of that unknown element to your gameplay at this point if you want to get in towards that top 5, because that's the cutoff. And NRG right now are that cutoff at 35 points. And with the 721 aggressors on their heels, as well as the Heavenly Angels at 22 points, you're starting to sweat a little bit.
And that's the thing as well, right? Because outside of those qualification spots, it doesn't matter where you finish in terms of the outcome from prize pool. It's 500 all the way down, which means that you have nothing to lose for these lower placed teams.
Yeah.
Going for these crazy plays, these standout performances, these pop-offs, is much more likely in a situation like this. Upgrade, looking to try and defend the top of the table in second place right now. They are 11 points behind, as it stands, behind Hellion. And we are starting to get more and more likely that these are the teams that we are going to see in towards those top 5 spots.
Yeah, again, like with Crystal Gaming right now at 3 points on the match, 20 points overall. I think when you look at this squad, what you can say about them is that they're definitely the last team that I would expect. I was going to say, bring that back. I was talking about that. Don't take away my leaderboard. No. But yeah, I would say that they're probably the last team that would be able to make it in at this point. Underneath them, I think it's 13 points. To rack up towards that 35, yes, it's possible, but I think considering how they've played so far, very, very difficult. We're still waiting for Non-Head to make their way over towards the circle. They are definitely at the back of the queue. Some might even say that they've not even made the decision to join the queue yet.
They are non-heading for the circle
Yes.
right now. As it stands, we'll have to wait and see if they change that decision. But for now, Blue Zone Bandits on the northeast side. Got a couple of other
They're
teams
heading.
joining them at the moment. They are starting to turn their course, but they've still got players all the way out towards Truck Stop, all the way to the northeast. S1 and Crystal Gaming both out in the blue. Crystal Gaming had the engagement, which is why they're stuck out in the blue. S1 maybe just a little bit slower on their engagement. They haven't had a fight just yet. They are just playing quite slow, but they are just about to come into the zone now.
Well, it sort of makes sense. I mean, Non-Head as well as S1 both started in Al-Zahar, so you're looting whilst attempting to keep a team outside of your territory, which is not always easy, but S1 opted to leave earlier, which is a smart decision, and they get themselves into a fairly okay spot on the south side of Picardo, but this is open ground, right, as you head over towards those hills that lay on the southwest side, so always hard to make work, and you can cram so many teams into this location, it does get very uncomfortable very quickly. At the moment, 48 points for Upgrade. Like you said before, although this team has not been seen getting a huge amount of chicken dinners, I don't think they've seen one. Their consistency is unbelievable. Getting rid of Divergent Gaming this early in is diabolical for them.
And the crowd loves it as well. Upgrade with 5 points now on the tally, put up to 52 now total, 7 points behind as it stands. That's the difference that they need to make up now in the rest of this game.
I mean,
to take first place.
There is a world where these guys get a direct fight into the finals. I think so far we've been pretty dead set on Hellions being able to claim that, but if Upgrade continue playing this way during this game and consistently get towards that top 5 and those kill eliminations start to drop off on the side of Hellion, yeah, there's a big chance because consistency is key for Upgrade going forward.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, though, they are all the way on that southwest edge blank. It's a little bit of a difficult position to play from. However, you do have high ground vision over towards Chumacera. You can fight into the town. Now, the next does give Upgrade a couple of options to go all the way out to the west side, challenge out against teams like Heavenly Angels all the way out there, but that would give up their high ground advantage. Is it more likely that we see them careen into the high hills at the top of Chumacera? They do have that option.
Yeah, they absolutely do. It would put them on a lower ground, and I think right now Upgrade are kind of happy with the fact that they get to play on the highest tier. Yes, they're on the outside, but they can start to play down into teams underneath them. It is difficult, though, because there are going to be so many eyes looking that way, including Danger Esports, Defo Dark, as well as Hellion, who is not an easy team to go up against. At the moment, Non-Head looking to just get themselves a little bit more healthy in this lobby after suffering to the blue for such a long amount of time here.
S1 trying to break in past the 721 aggressors now on their slow roll towards the zone. See if they can pick up some pace. Seems like they're pretty low on supplies, though, across the board here for S1. Not really too many meds to be spoken of. No stims, no utility either. So very slow on the looting. Or maybe a lack of priority on what they should be carrying here. I would imagine they just didn't really have the option. Remember, they did have that drop close by. However, F5, they spot this late roll-up from No-Head, or Non-Head, rather. That's going to keep getting me. As Non-Head do take another tumble. S1, eat lead in kind.
Yeah, so Non-Head, eating lead. That's right, John.
It's a good poem. You should write that down.
Let's take stock of this really quick, because S1, like you said, horrible loot on board. Makes sense in the context that they left Al-Zahar very early because they didn't want to deal with Non-Head for too long. I don't know what Non-Head are doing. Honestly, that roll-up was... it was a madness. There was a madness to it. I did not see the vision, to be honest. So for Non-Head going out fairly early, after spending so much time to get here as well, does feel like me in some of my games as well. I'm quite impatient, but I suppose when you're playing in an esports tournament, you can't have that same kind of follow.
Aggressor trying to thread the needle through the branches there with a Mini 14. On the 6X as well. Montana evading, dodging, left and right. Fancy with the feet. Going on through for Crystal Gaming, who were able to move in nice and safely from that northern edge with 4 eliminations to their name as well. They will come into conflict with S1 and, as you can see on the screen, to the 721 aggressors as well across the way. On this high ground, in these crates, it is very, very difficult to move much further here for Crystal. If they don't get a little bit of a foothold, maybe look at a sweep out towards that west side if they can mount up towards Jordan.
That area of the map, especially where you're forced to play up against that. I wouldn't call it a mountain, but it's a very high hilltop coming through there towards Chumasera. It does make it very difficult for players down on that south side. I didn't quite catch that.
Just a replay but of someone in the crowd. I loved it.
That's an unreal replay, to be fair.
Yeah, it was then followed up with something pretty banging. Montana looking to try and breach forwards here for Crystal Gaming. Batman takes a nade through the window. Nikitin able to land that one. UH Matty will go down next, and it looks like Crystal Gaming gonna make short work of this one. S1, nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, more like Possum Man. He's playing dead quite a lot, honestly, inside this lobby.
Right.
Not too sure about it. But Upgrade, they're looking to make their way through Danger Esports. Now, this is a critical moment in the game for Upgrade, and that is a critical nade through the window. Not a single player lost just yet for Upgrades. They make the pounce upon Danger Esports.
Evil trying to slow things down, puts the Molotov towards the door frame. Upgrade still go forwards, and Ramses has gone down in the meantime. Molody moving in. Rusens as the spearhead. Wazto last to stand now in their way. Molody around the door frame. One casualty has been felt, and Upgrade with more to say. 8 elims. Can they get the res before they're challenged again?
An unreal visit upon Danger Esports there coming through from Upgrade, and that will see them upgraded to first place when our leaderboard catches up there. Really, really damn good stuff.
55 points. And they are doggedly in pursuit. They really want that direct invite. The 721 aggressors, though, they are starting to peter out here as Crystal Gaming are mounting their offensive towards this position. And with 8 elims, they are similarly going blow for blow for this match. Montana under pressure. Butcher does manage to slice through behind the tree trunk there. 2 players now for Crystal Gaming are down. 2 players stand in their way for the 721 aggressors, but they're split. They are diverted from one another, and Montana should be going down here to a full flush. 3 players there. Nikitin needs to stand up, but he can't quite do it. Butcher's doing work now, and 1 player on the back lines. It's Jordan for Crystal Gaming to try and keep things together.
I mean, Nikitin goes down, but this has been a messy push, to be honest with you. It could have gone a lot better. Jordan on the outside. There should be a response here coming through from the 721 aggressors. But Crystal Gaming, that it might be game. 25 points. It will be pretty difficult on the last match of the day to make up those points for themselves, to get themselves in towards that top 5.
Butcher able to pick up the spoils of his victory there. 5 elims for the 721 aggressors. 8 elims on the game for Crystal Gaming, but they are not done just yet. With 721 aggressors being now in 5th place, they've just bumped up on the bubble. They will be able to extend that lead and stop Crystal Gaming from being in pursuit for that 5th place position. As we get the replay on Molody spray down around the sidelines here. Here's that nade over towards Jordan to seal the deal. The Butcher doing bits for the team. The 721 aggressors, 2 players alive.
It's a great replay that the production team was able to provide for us there as well, because it does just show how disciplined the guys over on Upgrade are. The fact that they're clearing every single room so diligently as well. There is a lack of confusion and chaos in that team, which is what's allowing them to get so deep into these games so frequently. They do also have some players on that squad who are experienced within PUBG Mobile. Molodoi definitely being one of the names that springs to mind quite quickly. And he is leading the team a lot of times to success, which is great to see. Hellion now in a fantastic spot, though, on the northwest side. And it looks like we are getting one of those Chumacera finishes that I love to see.
Yeah, that high ground really powerful from Defo Dark on the east side, from Upgrade as well, but then you have to leave it, and it is that Kiss Curse position. You get that advantage, but it can be snatched away from you really quickly with these circles. We're onto stage 6 now, Blank. The circles do start to get pretty tight, pretty cozy, and with 9 teams remaining in this urban environment, you're going to see teams fighting for every floor, every doorway, to try and keep things under control. Hellion have yet to start to rack up these points, but now they'll look to try and exact that over towards Heavenly Angels, who have got the high ground against them.
Yeah, again, it all depends on the circle here because there's so many buildings all jammed. This is going to end. Realistically, the team that ends up winning Chumacera quite a lot is the team that's willing to clear through space, take teams when it comes to those moments, because the more teams you leave around you in these early portions of the final circles, the more hellish it is to actually get in towards one of those strong locations within the buildings. So it's good to opt for Upgrade to get rid of Danger Esports early, but now they need to set themselves up for success, which is why you're seeing Ruzen actually head over towards that western side to get some better information of what's happening in front of them.
Heavenly Angels looking to try and smoke out, give themselves a path forwards here, deeper into town. Ruzen trying to get that side swipe on, has control of the broad side of this position. Hellion actually taken down 1-for-1 on the trade, taking the knock sent their way, but that will be very, very resable. Bezedka not quite so lucky, does get fully flushed out now. Heavenly Angels, 1 point so far on this game. They'll want a little bit more, but they're in the middle of the tables right now. They'll need to stand up if they want to jump up towards those 5th place positions.
Yeah, the Heavenly Angels, you know, they haven't done terribly, I would say, in these qualifiers, but it has not been with enough oomph for my liking. I think that's what a lot of teams here have suffered by, is that, you know, a lot of their plans are quite sound, but there has only been a few teams that I feel have taken destiny into their own hands. But yeah, there is way too much stationary gameplay at the moment.
It's not helped by the urban finish, to be fair, in Chumacera, in this specific example, but you're right, a little bit more dynamism.
Well, like I said, I think the majority of times teams that win in Chumacera are the ones willing to take space. And right now, it's very obvious from looking at a lot of these squads that no one wants to do anything drastic. They're always waiting for the next circle. And I think that when you look at, again, the upper echelons of PUBG Mobile esports, there is the winning teams that do not wait for the circle to come to them because they need to clear that space early to ensure they can get a win. For instance, 721 Aggressors here, I know they have to play this high ground. They don't have much choice, but you need to start figuring out how you're going to make that rotate over towards that northern side when the time comes.
Looking at Akisaiba in the center as well. If they can hold this central area, the 2 buildings that they've got under their control could be really powerful. Up comes the roll-on for Zero Max Gaming, trying to move on in, but their health bars not looking so hot. And 5 will try and fend off against them. Fallow launches one forwards, gets the knock for it as well. And now just one player stands, and Akisaiba want a slice of this as well. A little bit too bold there for Zvezda, though. He gets cut through. That is a side swipe, the third party from the north side from Energy across the road. F5 team looking for the spray down, and will be able to find yet another. Zero Max Gaming now stuck with their players on the east side instead.
Good play from F5. I think some of the first good plays you've seen in a while from this team. Their main objective was just to hold on to this building. That's all they really needed to do. They do it well. In comes Heavenly Angels versus Upgrade, who are looking like they are suffering. They will find one over towards Hellion. So it's the Angels versus the Devils here.
Ruzen for Upgrade, last player to stand. They really want that first place spot. They're now still 5 points behind, and that's what they need to out-earn over the rest of this match. Against the Hellions, who are down to 3, cut down to size a little bit there. Heavenly Angels just not able to move on forwards. It's so unfortunate for them. They should be able to take this building by rights, but Hellion are slowing them down. You've got Defo Dark on the north, on that high ground also, doing so much work to keep them at bay. But they don't have a choice. They've got to go for this push.
Heavenly Angels stemming up. Marsh incredibly low. Not sure if he's got the meds for it, but indeed, first aid kit goes through. But yeah, no need to think about moving. We're heading into stage A. We're one stage away from this closing out. Aki Cyber, as well as F5 team, thrown a bone here, at least in this match. Of Aki Cyber, incredibly important. Currently on the cusp, on 4th place with 37 points. The 721 aggressors looking to chase here too, but they are backed up against a wall here, or at least a hill.
They might be able to get a couple more points over towards Defo Dark, though, because this next... Getting burnt up and into the corner. Actually, a pretty difficult to push to go for unless they put a nade in through this window, but then they have to step onto the outside. Runs through fire and runs them through. Another shutdown goes on in, and now there's 2 more players on the stairwell wondering what the hell just happened. 12 rounds in the UMP, gets the reload. Not quite going to be able to hold the corner this time, though. An upgrade fall. 2nd place locked in for now. But how much longer can they hold?
I mean, to be fair to him, that is exactly what I'm looking for in these games, because I think that a lot of other players would have just stayed still, allowed that nade to go through, but he understands that in that situation, he can't afford to just sit in that room and wait out the Molotov, wait out the nade. Again, these are the teams that deserve to be in the prelims, in my opinion, because they are trying to take fate and mold it to their advantage a lot of times. 721 aggressors, great nade over towards Defo. You've got Lida going down as well. That's 2 already. It's 2 versus 4 right now.
And this is what I was worried about for Defo Dark. Sure, they have the numbers on this high ground, but the 721 aggressors, they've got the inside track. They've got this silo that they can play around up this staircase. It's brilliant. Spidey finally going to be dismounted, but the damage is done. 2 players now stand. It's Butcher, it's Spidey. And they want to find the final player of Defo Dark. They've got 7 elims now. They are in that 4th place now and putting Aki Cyber down to humble 5th. And the nade over the top connects. Doesn't have any more to play with. Thinks about going for that crate. Is there a nade in there? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Spidey takes up the mantle. 1 player drops. Shock's still up on that high ground. Will take the trade. Will take the challenge. Will be able to find the knock, but the blue zone's there. And it's F5 team to be able to take those shots from the sidelines as well. The shutdown comes through. The 721 aggressors up into 5th place, but it's just Butcher now to stand.
Bam! Gonna try and get on the zip line here, but it's not to be. F5 team shoots him out of the air, refreshes their kill count. 3 eliminations. Hellion at 3 as well. Aki Cyber as well as NRG still in this one. You can see the teams that really are desperately wanting this one, holding on for as long as possible, making it as close as possible going into the final game.
The bubble is very, very close still at this stage. F5 have turned up in a way that we haven't seen from them so far today. Blank, they're on 10 elims right now. They've done a lot of work. 10 of those 15 points that they've managed to get so far today are just from this game. They will get placements on top of that. The question is how many. With Zalakov going down, it might be 4th place as the reward for them. Fallow tries to find the player crossing from Energy, but he's in. He's already through. And he's into the building on the inside track as well. That smoke is going to work for him.
5 team attempting to crawl through this game, but I think soon it might be time to drop some Fs in the chat. Pay our respects. Hellion though moving through. They have done a good job. Awesome nade though. Aki Cyber trying to keep this one alive. Admin not quite going down just yet. Falcon does get up, can administer some first aid, but it's Groza who's down.
Azik wants vengeance here, breaking out wide, but he's low. And the cut across, Admin does so much work, and now Aki Cyber with 2 more players to handle. 2 players alive. It's just F5 team who may be able to sneak it away in the final moments. Admin looking for the heal behind the broken wall. F5 team now in a 1v1. Fallow wants to do it, but the blue zone's there too. F5 team control from Chuma Serra. And they pick up A final hour chicken dinner, the 5th match here. Do they have a chance?
I mean, I said drop some Fs in the chat to pay respects, but we're paying respects for the different reasons. That was one hell of a respectful finish coming through from F5 team. Even getting that final elimination as well with the jump shot, lovely stuff. That's what you want to see. And again, that's some determination in the final moments of these qualifiers that you desperately want. Again, teams are starting to realize that they cannot hang around anymore. They've got to get stuck into it. But one more game after this one will be the decider who goes through the prelims and who will be getting that magical spot straight through to the finals. We're taking a look at our final moments just in a second, as well as the team stats. But for now, let's check out the players. They're all looking pretty happy just to be here, which is always nice.
Absolutely. I mean, it's got to feel good in match 5 of 6 to go into that final game with a little bit of an upswing, right? Maybe you can hit that 5th place. Also, important to mention, Hellion, late into this game, holding on to that 1st place. You've also got Akicyber, who are a little bit closer to the bubble, putting in a lot of work here, getting a couple of points on board. That 4th place finish, not what Hellion wanted, and a low elim count, sure, but there's still points, and they will still add up to the total. Fallow closing it down in a 1v2. Brilliant stuff. Admin tries to head around with a Molotov there. Looking to try and burn him out, but that is a brilliant jump shot, you're right. For Fallow to be able to pick up that point is fantastic. Getting 7 of the team's elims blank. They managed to get up to 12 total.
Yeah, you know what? It's actually very interesting for me at the end there. For Hellion more than anything, Admin was so unbelievably low, and his teammate from Akicyber wasn't able to help him. So it surprised me that both the players from Hellion didn't opt to take that fight against him and instead tried to get round the side. I think if they'd actually hit some of those shots, it might have been a very different story there for Hellion, having at least 2 players going up against F5 team and NRG. Which, by the way, for NRG, they also got pretty deep into that match.
Absolutely. Well, we've got a little bit of an interview lined up with F5 team. Let's head back to the stage.
We do indeed have an interview here. Hey, Frag, how you doing, man? I've got Frag from Fantastic 5 here joining me. What an amazing end of that match. I just want to ask, what were the comms like? What was communication like at the very end? Because you had one player against a sea of teams.
Hozir bizda Frank qaysi jamoa edi?
F5 team.
F5. Qanaqa bo'ldi sizning hissiyot? Masalan, bir o'zingiz to'g'rimi? И несколько komanda nima deyishdi anaqa qolgan o'yinchilar как бы tez bo'l yoki nima? Qanaqa kommentariyami?
Unaqa kommentariy bo'lmadi, o'zimga qo'yib berishdi, что komanda tushunadi, birinchilarim. Ancha hayajon bo'ldi, amalladik.
He was of course nervous, but his teammates let him do it independently, so they believed him.
Gotcha. Okay. Frag, one final question. Keep this nice and short because you have a final game to prepare for. So, speaking of this final game, what's the plan going into it? Are you going to slow things down? You're going to come out super aggressive to try and get as many points as possible? What is the plan?
Rejangiz qanday? Masalan, oxirgi matbuot to'g'rimi? Kartabuotda juda ham aggressiv o'ynash boshlaysizlarmi yoki sekin, anaqa to'xtab, average bo'lib o'ynaysizlarmi yoki nechtadir ko'proq kill yig'ishga harakat qilib o'ynaysizlarmi?
Endi уже unchalik ko'p kill qilishga ilojisi yo'q, уже default o'ynaymiz, как hozir o'ynagandek. Boshqa hech qanday.
They will be just playing as they did now.
Just keep it the same throughout. I like it. Frag, thank you so much for joining us in this interview. For now, we've got one more match to prepare for, so let's go back over to the analysts.
Thanks.
F5, whatever you do, do not settle, because everything, I'm pretty sure once we get to see everything with the overall and that finish, I do gotta say something though. Follow? Oh my goodness, that jump shot though.
Crazy good. I thought it was good. No. Realistically, what F5 did at the very end of that game was very smart, which is two of the teams are fighting. You have center circle control, and it's going to be the last circle shift too, right? So it's definitely going to close up onto you. Let them fight, pick up the pieces. Doesn't matter if you get maybe less eliminations, you're getting those 10 points 100% of the time in that finishing scenario. So not much to say, except that is how you play those situations.
Not surprised that he is currently the MVP out of that one. 889 damage there, Neptura.
Yeah, I mean, 7 in limbs. Not bad for being the solo in that final few zones. I mean, that's quite the clutch coming there for the win. I mean, his team should be pretty happy with that, right? Because 889 damage coming in there with those 7 limbs is pretty darn nice. And to be honest, we didn't see that much coming in from that team, so for them to clutch this out was really nice.
Yeah, it is really nice actually to see that coming out from them, because they got one of the best locations early on in this game, going in actually the church area over to the eastern side, which I think in terms of scouting is one of the best locations in the entirety of Mirror. Pretty nice transition in the edge of Chumacera, and they do get a compound for like pretty much the entirety of the late game off the back of that. So like decent early game, especially good mid game transition, and then as we saw, good fight to wrap it up in the end.
Yep, talking about good mid game, heavenly splits. There's what some really
Is that
nice
the new
splits.
name?
Yes.
Heavenly splits. I mean, it is all in the name, right? Heavenly Angels coming in with those splits. It was pretty nice to see that, and especially in the mid game, right? It was pretty angelic, if you will. In the mid game, it was really, really nice to see that come through. They had a really nice 2-2 split coming in into that mid game. There was a lot of mobility. You could see some of the players using those vehicles to switch between those splits, trying to get as much information and as much control as possible, just in case that zone started to go in their direction. However, into that late game, we did see maybe a little bit of that mobility and that momentum just slow down.
Which I don't know if I can really fault them that much to be slowing down their entire approach, because you're going inner city. You don't know where anyone else, like no amount of scouting is going to give you information on all the teams. That, which is why they kept that 2-2 split even going in the city for some time. 2 players on the high ground, 2 players on the low ground to keep their options open. But unfortunately, pushing your way through an entire city is not easy.
Yeah, especially when their positioning is that warehouse, right? That's in Chumacera. It's a really nice position that you got there. So, yeah, I mean, it does make sense.
This performance right here out of this player, that was... I couldn't ask for anything better. But with this one, I mean, I got to mention again, F5 team, Follow especially, being able to get those clutch up those points. I know we got an interview there after that game. I really hope they don't slow down. We're talking about, oh, there's only 6 matches, 5, 4, 3. There's only 1 match left. And from what we're able to see, especially when we look at the overall, it's going to be super, super close.
Yeah, the pressure. I would love to see exactly how close they are now to top 5. Is it like achievable in this final game, or they may be a little bit too far away still? Like there's a lot of things to keep in mind going to this last game, but I think that it's very interesting. I don't feel like we've had moments where it's like, oh, and the whole squad impressed us. Like a lot of individual players, which to me is kind of like, well, what if no pickups happen later on down the line? Helion, though, is like pretty cracked, especially when they get the MG3. That's pretty cool.
Except when they don't...
For weapon? Yes! Hell yeah.
Except when they don't let the MG3 actually go front and center. They actually have him on the back. The MG3.
That was, I was confused. That was interesting.
Do you mind that, though? Or do you agree with it? Because sometimes that might help.
I mean, no, put the MG3 on the front line. Yeah. Like, he's the one who's going to do the ratatata, you know, all of that. That's his job. And he's put on the back line like he's playing with a Mini 14. So I'm like, that's not quite how you use an MG3. You need to shoot it for it to be effective.
Yeah.
Well, this team's towards the bottom there, Rook. All of those teams, I want to look at the overall because final match, I want to see who's currently in that top 5, who's close, and who might not even get a chance to make it in the 7-1. Honestly, that team, the way they've been able to turn it around, the aggression has been there, but look how close it is. It's currently tied 5th place and 6th place, man.
This was a massive chicken dinner we just got from F5. Like, they don't get that. They're pretty much out of the race entirely for a spot in the top 5. And now they actually, they need another big game, though, because there's still a pretty significant gap between Energy in 6th place and 7th place for F5. So they still need to back it up with another good result. But as of right now, we're looking at like pretty much, I would say, 4 of our teams are pretty much locked in. It's going to be a fight for like that 5th position, it seems like, for this final game.
Yeah, I do want to point out though that DRG are in a little bit of danger now. They're riding on the coattails of that back-to-back win in the first 2 games of the day. They thought that was going to be enough to have them sail through a little bit, and it just isn't, because these other teams are now starting to really wake up and understand what's at stake here. And I think for them, it's making them suffer just a little bit.
Something to keep an eye on too that we saw earlier on is with Helion upgrade, right? Those teams being able to get a lot of points, they need to watch out for that, especially for the teams that are towards the bottom, trying to catch up.
Yeah, right now, upgrade, I'd say they're pretty much safe when it comes to top 5 location. The only thing you need to focus on is going right for Helion in first place. So that's going to create a little bit of a fight, a little bit of a battle happening here. Though actually, as we go along on the leaderboards, a lot of these teams, as we said, kind of out of the race. They got nothing to lose. Teams become, weirdly enough, very scary when they have nothing to lose. Like, they become a real pain in the side when you have to deal with them. So if you do encounter one of those teams that have nothing to lose, that might become a major issue for your chances of making it in top 5.
The spoiler role we always talk about, especially from these teams, right? I mean, look at the last match. you're gonna have to send it. If you're a team towards the bottom, Team Natura, really weren't able to do much. Try to at least catch, you know, a clip so you can share it, add it to your resume.
I mean,
for the
honestly,
TikTok.
absolutely. Yeah, for the TikTok, why not? On your new phone.
I think it is time. I want to go to the final match. I want to see who's going to be going to the main event and who's going to be going to the prelims. Let's send it over to the commentators, John Allen and Blank.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. We've got one more match to play for these teams in the Uzbek qualifiers for the PMGO. My name is John Allen, and with me is Blank.
This has to be the worst high five I've done. Low five. I was taking his energy. Okay.
Absolutely. You've stolen it now.
Like an energy vampire. I've stolen that now. I want to pass it on to the teams. That's me passing it on to the teams. It's done. Look at that. Easy as that.
That was pretty easy. You're right.
Yeah.
Not as easy. Well, what isn't easy, apparently, is one, speaking, two, getting the points you need in this next game for these teams, right? That is a really tall order. Because it is such a closely fought bubble, because it is such a short format position, the volatility is massive.
Yeah.
Any one of the teams on the front page could make it.
I'm hesitant not to disincline to agree.
I'm undisinclined engagedly to have opinions of the fact that maybe also that could be true. Or, conversely, not the contrapositive.
Yeah, it's a matter of what really matters in these matches.
Very nice.
Thank you. But going forward, as Neptura says, I think it's a great point to bring up. Right now, teams are waking up. They are waking up in a big way. F5 team being able to get that absolute blaster of a game going through Fallow with some incredible late game moments was very, very cool to see. But this is now our final Miramar of the day. This is the decider. This is where it all comes down to it. Who's going through the prelims and who's picking up that juicy invite directly to the finals in a few days' time.
That is true, and to be fair, it's not all done and dusted for that top spot as well, right? All of those teams in those top 5 positions could have a standout game here. You can hit 30 points in a match in PUBG Mobile, right? It is possible to do. We've seen it. Will we see it again? We'll have to wait for just a couple of minutes longer, about half an hour from now. We will be crowning a victor. Will it be Hellion, or will it be a pretender to the throne?
Who's going to usurp them? Let's find out. Game starts now. We are in the plane path heading over from that northwest side down towards the southeast, towards the islands. Scary prospect, considering if you watched PMGC 2024, you know how that bad boy ended. Hopefully, we don't have something so intense here. I'm sure viewers would love to see it, but it would put my nerves on end.
I always like a Bartona finish. I'm always partial to Bartona.
Yeah.
I like that bridge crossing. I like the ridge line that sits down the middle of it.
I like the palm trees.
The palm trees are cool.
They'll provide great cover, but they're there.
But they look good doing it.
Yeah.
You know.
In the meantime, let's see where non-head goes. They're going down towards Once Waiver. Wonder if Akisa.
It is.
Being able to pick themselves up that position without non-head being there to harass them. Again, I'd like to reiterate that non-head has never dropped in a consistent position throughout the entirety of this qualifier.
That's their superpower, though. We're getting a real zoom in on this player.
Keep you guessing.
Yeah, who's that? Don't know. So zoomed in. We're on board. Definitely non-head do keep you guessing, and you never know when they're going to pitch up on your doorstep. If they become hot drop specialists in all locations, you know, maybe. But then if you play against them long enough, you're going to know how they hot drop you.
Yeah, they also have to make it a prelim.
That is true.
Yeah, and I would say this is a factor of why they haven't made the prelims just quite yet.
Many points needed.
Many points needed indeed, which we don't currently get to see at the moment. Still on stage 1. Danger Esports over towards that northeast side with Zero Max Gaming. Hate the old Picardo 1v1s. Always awkward.
Thank you very much. Seven's just brought us biscuits. That's very kind of him. But the thing is, can't eat them because we're busy talking. Can't talk with your mouth full. That's rude. That's bad table manners. Either way, it's been a while since we've seen a one team up, one team down standoff in Picado. Generally, when you see hot drops in Picado in the past, they have developed to the stage where it's one team in one apartment block, one team in the other apartment block. That is generally much more common to see, but we're going back to the old one up, one down routine. Either way, Picado hot drops, generally a terminal situation for the teams involved if they don't get out of there fast, and neither of those two teams has disengaged from that. Rook trying to move through Defo Dark. Just one player in the way, still putting up one hell of a fight. Actually, first player goes down, does swap out, but will get knocked in response finally.
Rook currently losing one player. With Defo currently watching them from afar. S1 on that northeast side. Looking to make it in a little bit sooner this time around, you'd hope. Here's Defo, the leader, finding one. That's pretty big news for them. Divergent Gaming suffering, but they do find one.
Fortunate Defo Dark trying to keep on the rally, try and move forwards. Damage is done, and they'll try and pounce when it's still going in their favor. A lot more to be poured on down, and that is going to be Defo Dark. Out to the east side, Impala is claimed, but two players from Defo Dark are down. That is the first team confirmed not to be making it any further blank. Rook are out and eliminated. Defo Dark, sure they have a chance, but you're looking at 5th place right now with 41 points. You've got 22 on the board. You need so much more. I don't think they've got the legs to do this.
Yeah, it's not happening. For Rook, though, sadly, that will be them leaving our current tournament. Thank you very much for joining us, but unfortunately, this will be the last rung on the ladder for them. In the meantime, Zero Max Gaming going against Danger Esports. Looks like they're all trying to get themselves out of the way nice and early. I'm not opposed to it. Danger Esports do take a single knock, but as do Zero Max Gaming. In he comes, Suxa with the horse, galloping in, looking to give them the hoof.
Boss down on the outside, though. Suxa trying to keep things together. Will pick up one more point for them. Confirm that one as well. Trying to rotate around, trying to find these angles, and they will be able to get the job done. 2 elims found for Suxa, 4 elims for the team. Zero Max Gaming, 2 players alive. Picado, this hot drop does resolve itself, but it is at a cost. Those 2 players, and it's the same story as with Defo Dark. They are just too far behind at this point blank.
Yeah, Danger Esports out as well. Lil X once again in the hot drop situation. They're coming very quickly into contest with F5, who had a great ending to their last match. And again, this is a team that is desperately looking to get in towards that top 5, currently in 7th place.
Let's go, lads. No players going down as well. Will he be able to get the bandage off in time? Yes, he will. And that will be enough to keep him nice and healthy. First aid in the pocket as well. Will be able to heal all the way up. It is stage 1. The blue zone doesn't tick too heavily there. And that is F5 with a clean fight. 4 elims found. Blank, they're at 31 points now. They are currently 10 points behind the bubble on 41 points. They need 10 more points than both NRG and the aggressors 721 to be able to take that 5th place spot. It is not impossible, and crucially, they have all 4 players to do it.
Yeah, the possibility for them is there now, which is really nice to see. Again, like I said, that bubble at 41 points. A little bit further away. Overall, very, very excited, though, to see this one go through. 721 aggressors, again, in a central position. Yeah. Looking pretty good there. But we are going to go to an interview very quickly with Chosen from Divergent Gaming to see if they can pull this one through right to the end.
Welcome to the front of stage, where we are joined by Chosen, the coach from Divergent Gaming. Now, I've got to ask you something really simple off the bat. I just want to know what you think, as the coach, your team's biggest strength is in gaming.
Hammaga yana bir bor salom. Bizda mana Chosen Divergent team treynerlari. Siz trener bo'la turib, komandangizdagi ishtirokchilarning eng kuchli tarafi nima deb o'ylaysiz?
Bizni komandada birinchi o'rinda intizom muhim. Ya'ni o'sha o'yinchilar doimiy ravishda trenirovka qilishi va o'yinlarga fokus qaratib e'tibor berishi muhim. Eng kuchli tarafi PUBG Mobile'da doimiy kuchli komanda. Bu jamoaviy o'yin ko'rsatgan komanda kuchli hisoblanadi. Va shu narsaga e'tibor bergan holatda komandamiz jamoaviy o'yinda yaxshi ko'rsata oladi.
So the most important thing was discipline, of course, and they are very focused. And the thing he says that most strong is that they are very good at teamwork. So that's what holds them together.
I mean, it definitely showed, especially in those first two matches. So let's talk about those matches. You had a really impressive start to the day, but it's kind of tailed off now. What's been going wrong?
Birinchi, ikkinchi o'yinlarda juda ham zo'r natija ko'rsatdinglar. Lekin afsuski, uchinchi o'yindan boshlab sal ritmlar pastga tushib ketdi. Nima sababchi bo'ldi?
Birinchi, ikkinchi kartada biz o'zi taktika bo'yicha agressiv o'yin ko'rsatishimiz kerak edi va shu narsaga erishdik va o'zimizga kerakli bo'lgan plus point, kill pointlarni ishlab oldik. 3-chi, 4-chi kartaga keladigan bo'lsak, jamoamiz xuddi birinchi, ikkinchi kartadagidek agressiv emas, ya'ni stabilni o'ynashga harakat qilish kerak edi. Bu narsani yomon emas, qo'limizdan kelgan darajada eplayapmiz.
In the first and second game, they were focused and prepared to do it very aggressively. So that's their strategy method to point the needed kills. After the second one, the third and fourth, they are mostly playing like average. That's their tactic, and they count this as something very positive.
Okay, so it's just kind of tailing off, but it's not too bad. I'm sure that they'll pick it up towards the end of the day. Thank you so much for joining us in this interview.
Thank you.
Stay right there, but for now, we're going to go back into the game.
Wise words from Chusen, but there's been plenty of action unfolding as well on your screens. The 721 aggressors been taking a little bit of a scrap there on that south side. Okay, Cyber are 4 players strong though, and close by could potentially prove problematic as Spidey has to turn tail. Sling his web over towards the compound.
Yeah, again, for the 721 aggressors, this is an important game for them. Cannot be losing players like this. Upgrade down towards that southeast side. We know that they like to play from the edge, get themselves in towards the center of the map a little bit later on, but not always looking for the chicken dinners. I think this is a team of opportunity. They look to pick themselves up the eliminations where they can get themselves a fairly decent placing, and that has really paid dividends. Though I would like to see them, if they do make it towards the prelims and the finals, themselves actually pick themselves up for chicken dinner at some point. I think that being able to close is also a skill in of itself.
Moving on in, the 721 aggressors lost 2 on the western side in their conflict. They got 5 points on board. Will that be enough? It's going to be tricky. Impossible to call at this stage. Roll down from Aki Cyber towards Spidey. They saw him get into this compound. They've got a high ground off angle as well. Don wants to try and take the challenge, but the DBS is on the inside here. Only 7 shells, and it's not going to matter as he is put down there. And Spidey falls. 1 player now stands for the 721 aggressor. It is just the namesake to defend in the top 5 positions.
Currently in 4th place with 46 points. It's a little bit ahead of the rest, but is it enough? The aggressor himself is going to have to make his way through the rest of this match, try and get a higher placing. As we talked about earlier, only until you get to that 9th position and onwards are you going to start to earn those points. Anyone beneath that 8th place will not be getting anything in terms of placement points. So you do really, really desperately need to get towards those later moments of this match. Right now, though, we are towards San Martin as well as Graveyard. I think a lot of people would call this a graveyard of the valley, to be honest. It's a really difficult to play in, and most teams are crunched on the eastern side of the map.
Taking a look just continually at those scoreboards as well on the right-hand side of the screen as the replays flash up as well. Players picking up these points, and that was a nice little opener from Boss. Still a bold peak there. These replays coming pretty thick and fast. I mean, F5 team, was the most impressive team in the last match. They were able to do a lot of work here, and this time they are allowed to stay as 4 players fairly late into the game. They lost a player very, very early in that last match, losing a player, I think, at 1 minute and 28 seconds in, and another around the 16-minute mark. So they were playing as 2 for a long, long time. This time around, they have a little bit more to play with.
Okay.
Crystal Gaming, upgrade, now in conflict.
Yeah, and I think that's it.
Oh dear.
I mean, it came real quick there as we pushed over towards it. Crystal Gaming taking down Upgrade, which leaves them in 2nd place. They could drop further if Eki Cyber is able to get more points on this match, but that confirms them not going into that direct fight, invite into the finals. Hellion, more than likely to take it, to be honest with you. They have a strong position on that eastern side.
And with Aki Cyber, the next nearest competitor, they have an interesting spot on that south edge. They can move up to that low crater to the west of La Bandita, play that ridge side, sure, but that move beyond that is going to be tricky. Arguably not the best of spots to have a massive point-earning game, but we'll have to wait and see if they're able to take shots towards the teams on the northeast side. A little bit more likely that Hellion can get stuck into these fights, I would say, at this stage. And with the aggressor 721 rather, on 1 player, it's very unlikely that teams are going to be able to step up. I think you might be right. I think it might just be Hellion done and dusted in that top spot.
Yeah, it's very hard to overtake them. And to be honest with you, what I really like from Hellion, as this fight between Crystal Gaming and Nonhead concludes, is the fact that this is one of the times where they have not been weirdly aggressive. This has been quite subdued in terms of the game, because this is always a good thing to see in a team, is knowing when to fight, when to push, and when to pull back. Because I think here they understand that placement points is probably going to be more than enough to earn them over towards that 1st place position, and they don't want to really risk anything else. Good nade from Jordan. We've seen a couple of those during the qualifiers so far, as Nonhead will lose closer.
More going through, but a double response there from Spectra, tearing them in half. And Crystal Gaming down to their last player is just insane in a 1v3, maybe a 1v4 if Romy can stick this res, get his teammate back up. This is dangerous now. Crystal Gaming let it slip away. A beautiful nade in again. Of course it's Spectra. But that's Crystal Gaming done. They are out in 8th place blank. Another team joins the pile on the outside in the cold.
Spectra with the triple nade, leaving Crystal Gaming barely spectral in this match. Just ghosts watching the rest of the qualifiers here. Fantastic stuff. And it's good that I get to talk well about Nonhead, because I've not done a lot of that during this qualifier.
That's maybe not your fault, though. You know, that is a little bit of a response to their performances here. Aki Cyber, they've had Zvezda go down, but Don's in position to maybe get the protection going for his teammate. Up and close to the ridgeline, though. Are they going to stick this res? I feel like that's maybe a little bit bold. They have got the long-range off angle here, but the players are too close. They're bearing down upon it. A nade over confirms that flush, and Aki Cyber striking for the top spot, made all the harder by S1 from the bottom of the table, still having an impact. And this is what we were saying, right? There's nothing to lose. You go for these fights. There is a third party in F5 as well, just across the way, but the nades are being traded. Don not quite connecting this time.
NRG also finding a shot from the sidelines there. That's over towards Mati. Pretty rough stuff. For NRG, this is an extremely important game for them. Divergent Gaming in front of them by 2 points. Now, NRG started off very strong at the beginning of the day, but they have slowly fallen off a little bit. Those points have not been coming through thick and fast. They have a fantastic game over on Erangel, but that's all there really was. Eastern side, though, strong point of contact. And it could be incredibly sad for Divergent Gaming to go out now, but they're keeping themselves outside the conversation.
This fight important for that top spot. Aki Cyber really the only team with a shot at taking them down off that pedestal. And they've just lost another player, gone down, taken a knock. Force trying to move into position. FaZe steps out way too wide there, has to get back. Lickety split is able to do that. The res comes through for Aki Cyber, and they will have another chance at this one.
Yeah, there is another team in the wings, though. It's F5 team, who did just take down another player, Takaranu. From S1, FaZe struggling. Last player alive now for S1, likely to go out soon. Sandwiched between 2 stale pieces of bread, because that is a hard position to be in.
Akicyber pick up the final points there from S1. 6 elims found for them. And they do still have that opportunity here with F5 team. Fantastic 5 down to 3. One player taken fairly low as well. Can't really do too much to curtail the swell from Akicyber over to this high ground, over to this plateau that sits above them. The eastern side heavily populated right now on this circle. Next zone is just about to pop as we head to a couple of replays as well. You can see in the picture-in-picture as well, Akicyber trying to put the Kibosh onto F5's ascendancy to the top 5.
Yeah, just getting a quick replay on Crystal Gaming. Obviously, I think they went through the ringer, honestly, and then led up towards non-head, approaching them later on. Circle moves off towards that western side. There is hope for the 721 aggressors. Currently in a single compound, all on his lonesome in the center of the map. It's actually a fantastic place to be, but I imagine the Divergent Gaming have their eyes set on that one.
It would be a hefty prize. Look at Defo Dark on the north side as well. If you're watching the map feed, available on YouTube, by the way, you would know that they've just made a nice rotation over to the west edge, up on the north side. They are only 2 players, so they needed to do something a little bit sneakier, and they have managed to make that one work. Force able to lay down the law from the top there on the high ground, able to land the shotgun shell, and F5 cut down to 2.
Almost 700 damage at this stage of the game is pretty impressive coming through from Force. Akicyber, 7 eliminations, that takes them up to 3rd place. Chasing the second coming through from Upgrade. Highly unlikely. I think we can almost call it now that it will be Hellion moving through to the finals. And I mean, fair play. They have had a killer of a day today. F5 team trying to stay alive. Last first aid kit, just going to nade himself. Fair enough.
Smoking it out. He knows what's happening. And down they go. F5 will be eliminated. 7th place earned for them. Defo Dark could change that. They could push them down to 8th. But they will be on the front page no matter what. However, we now turn our eyes towards that bubble with energy, with Divergent Gaming, with the 721 aggressors as well. All fighting for it, and Akicyber all the while trying to push their way uphill towards first.
Okay. I'm not entirely sure what he was thinking, but it worked.
Well, not for him. I mean, his teammate was the one who was able to get that final shutdown in with the nade from the sidelines, but with Hellion needing to go for a res, they have to break out wide for it, reposition a little bit, they have to slow down. However, wait, hang on a minute. That wasn't even their elim. It came through from another team. I think Energy might have taken that one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't really know what's happening. The non-head's just looking to cause as much trouble as possible. Azik moves through to Graveyard proper. Looking to resurrect some assistance, hopefully. What he needs in this scenario. Ooh. Nice nade from Groza, though. Starts things off strong for them.
Azik, 1 nade, looking to confirm the flush rather than go for the second knock. Will be able to do so. Spectra on the wheel right now, trying to get across. Does manage to find himself to the shack here. So Hellion with 3 players. They've got their first elim on the game, and now they want more.
Into Zone 8 we go.
Wow.
Zone 7, sorry. Apologies. Zone 6?
Stage 6?
Stage
7th
6?
circle pop? I'm not sure. I'd have to count fence posts again.
I mean, I can see it on the screen.
You know what? 6 looks like 8.
No. Don't even try and save me from this one. This one's all me.
Okay. You fluffed it.
I need to get...
But we can recover as a team. Don't thoughtfully stroke your moustache with me. You look no more wise than you do right now. Goodness me. Hellion, I'm going to stop being mean, because you have a lovely moustache. That's what everyone's saying.
Look, just need some more homeschooling. That's all.
That's right. Couple of lessons here and there.
I could do with that.
Yeah, for sure. You guys at home, maybe, able to give Blank a couple of lessons. If you're watching the map feed, which is available on the top side
numbers
of the
on that
vertical
vertical
stream.
There
Exactly.
is.
There's numbers, there's a map feed, there's player
They're
cams,
cool.
everything on the vertical stream, available on both YouTube and TikTok. Make sure you guys are checking it out. If you don't want to turn your phone sideways, don't worry. You can head over and watch that vertical feed. Or you can split off the map feed as a separate view, because that is available as a standalone stream on YouTube. You can head over there and have all the up-to-date rotations from every single one of our players, every single one of our teams throughout the course of the PMGO.
Look, all we're saying is that there is multiple ways to watch this stream. And multiple ways in which to enjoy PUBG Mobile now. Not just one, but three.
Oh, wow. That's incredible. Although there is no commentary on the map feed.
Yeah.
But that is a way to enjoy it.
It's more like the tartar sauce of the fish, okay? Right?
Okay.
It's a condiment
yeah,
to the amazing action that happens here, right here with us. Or if you're sick of us speaking, just put the map feed on.
I wouldn't blame you.
Yeah. I wouldn't either. Defo Dark currently over towards that north side. Hellion actually sent Azik towards this location earlier on, but he's been fairly handedly shut down on that north side, sent away. Surprised he's lived this long. Spectre might even want to peek out for a couple of seconds, and I think Azik realizes that he doesn't have too many places to go. He's going to have to get out of the vehicle, stick here for now. Hopefully Falcon can provide cover from the side, but the shot's coming through from Divergent, and Shox goes down.
Really important pickup for Hellion. And remember that they've still got Falcon all the way across the way, which is why Spectre can't very strongly peek out from this position, just because of Falcon. Yeah, absolutely. No, fair enough. Hit that button. We'll see you later. No, of course not. Falcon has got oversight on Spectre's position, which makes it so much harder for him to go for these peaks convincingly over towards Azik. And sure, Azik is still very much in danger from Defo Dark up the hill. You can see they're going for that res, trying to keep two players alive, but it's a suppressed position nonetheless.
The real story here is right now is that DRG and NRG, or Divergent Gaming and Energy, are currently going head-to-head right now, 44 to 42 points. So it is Divergent Gaming currently in 5th place. That will put them on the bubble right now. So there is a full head-to-head here between these two teams. Look to make their way into prelims. One of them could be going home, or both of them going through and surpassing the current 46 points of the 721 aggressors.
Aki Cyber up and into the central compound. They've made that crossing, and there's only one player to stand against them. It's the aggressor, but he's burning, and I don't think he's going to last the day. Will fall down, and that is the 721 out. It is possible, remember, that both DRG and NRG can surpass the 721 aggressor, and they could potentially be knocked out.
I mean, looking at the current lay of the land, I'm sort of expecting NRG as well as Divergent Gaming getting towards those last two teams, which should, in theory, put them ahead of the 721 aggressor, despite all the effort, despite all the clambering towards that top side of the lobby. This could just be it for them. It's also nice to know that we have 4 of the top 5 currently in the last circles.
Hey, things getting a little bit tidier here. Aki Cyber still on the hunt, though, and they are not outside the realms of possibility of still laddering up towards first. They're 1 point behind second place. I don't know who wins the tiebreaker there, but they are still in with a chance of getting higher and higher up on these tables. That's Energy going down. Hang on a minute. They're down to their last 2. This is devastating for them, and it's Divergent Gaming that wants to take the point.
Yeah, they're crumbling. They are absolutely crumbling. They need to get a second place.
Oh, no.
What would get them through. But Energy is out. A Divergent Gaming make it into the top 5. Defo Dark do not have the chance. It all came tumbling down like Jenga in those last moments for NRG.
And not only that, not only are we going to confirm Divergent Gaming into the top 5, we also confirm the 721 aggressors. We also confirm Upgrade in those top 5 positions. The question now is, can Aki Cyber take that first place spot?
I don't think there's enough eliminations in the lobby for them, is there?
I mean, if they can get a chicken dinner, they get 10 points, right? They're trying to chase 74. They were on 50-something. I think there may not be. I think you might be right. Second place all but guaranteed, though, as the points still going into the pocket of Divergent Gaming.
I think there's... hear me out. I think there's a potential where Aki Cyber are able to get all the elimination lobby. They tie, but they win on the tiebreaker with chicken dinners.
We'd really have to double check
Exactly.
on that.
We'll have to wait for the leaderboards. I'm just putting that in your heads to keep things spicy.
Ooh.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I'll leave it to the desk to tell me I'm wrong.
He knew he could get that drop down. That's confidence right there.
Not right now, Max.
Oh dear. Aki Cyber still trying to make it work with 10 elims found
Nice
so
shot.
far. Taken very, very low. Admin still just about alive on a sliver of HP. See if he can keep things going. Don up and forward. Looking convincing in their position right now. Aki Cyber might be able to get the chicken dinner here. But you're right, the question is that enough?
I think actually, I think it puts them on 72 points with the chicken dinner. If they get there and they get all the eliminations in the lobby. So I still don't think it's enough.
Ooh.
So now it's a full 4v4 though. 4v3, sorry. Fun to watch at the end of the game. But it's an incredible lineup from Aki Cyber. I'm expecting them to win this engagement between them and Divergent Gaming.
With control of the buildings, control of the center of the circle. Blank, this one closes direct center because we are now at stage 8 moving to stage 9. And that is just fully under the control of Aki Cyber. Divergent need to find something special here. And it is going to be the first breakout wide, and that's going to go unchallenged. Force not going to try and stop that one. It seemingly had complete vision on it, but maybe worried that it was just going to be a bait peek from Divergent. They have the numbers advantage. Admin staying in the blue for little to no reason. Takes them down to 2, but there's an answer. Finally getting that response.
Yeah, no idea why Admin sat there for so long. I don't think he had to do that. But now, Divergent Gaming trying to make a break for it. It is 2 players here from Aki Cyber. They do find 2, despite Admin deciding just to Control-Alt-Delete himself on the sidelines.
Moves on in towards the hillside now. They're off the rooftops here. They've taken 2 of the players down with them. Now it's just 2 more to go. Trying to chuck that ordnance on in, and they are putting a lot of pressure. They are taking this fight into their own hands with the close range capabilities here from Force. Looking for the spray down. There's DBSs in hand, but another nade bobbled over the top. The last is loosed, and the Molotov, the only thing now that he can unleash upon them from the overarm. With Don still backing up on the backline, they confirm the last flush.
Has the MG3, but only needs MG2 of them on this hilltop. More smoke's going through. One's broken out. Does he see it? Incredible firepower will do the deed. Aki Cyber needs one more.
1v1.
A 1v1.
Don with the chance here against Noisy. Divergent want this final chicken dinner. Close the day as they started it, but it's denied. Don pushes them back. They get the chicken dinner here. Blank, Aki Cyber, they've done as much as they can do, but will it be enough?
That is about as much as they could possibly do there. I have a sneaking suspicion that it is not enough to see them through to the finals, and Hellion will be picking up that spot. But what a way to end it. I don't think anyone thought that a single team could get to the heights that which Hellion finished off this qualifier in. Incredible showing from Aki Cyber, but that's the second game today. They've had an absolute blinder in terms of eliminations. You can see all the teams trying to do calculations in their head, but all will be revealed real soon.
Absolutely. What a way to close down the day. Even not, though, getting a direct invite spot to the finals of PMGO. We will be seeing Aki Cyber again tomorrow in those prelims if they haven't made it to that first place spot. As you can see, celebration starting to unfold there as Aki Cyber get their chicken dinner photo taken, making sure that it's good. Is it good? Is it good? I think it's good.
I think they were checking how many points they grabbed in their last game.
Still having to wait and see. They look pretty happy. Either way, they're pretty happy with that one. Into the final blow replays here. Is the Aki Cyber just controlling so much of this territory? Admin didn't need to go down there, I think it's safe to say, but either way, didn't matter, they didn't need it. They were just nerfing themselves for a little bit more of a show for us.
Yeah, I think so as well. Admin was like, you know what, I'll take a dip on this map real quick. I'll sub myself.
You guys got this, I need the loot.
Yeah. But fantastic stuff, honestly. Force was incredible. I think around about 20 minutes in the match, he was already up to 668 damage, and we'll find out right now with the team stats. there. Incredible stuff from Force. 1,181 damage, but let's find out exactly who's going through to those prelims with the desk.
What a finish. It came down to the last match, and I honestly don't know who's going to end up being in first place. We saw the players trying to figure out, okay, wait, before you take a picture of all of us, are we in first place? We don't know yet. You have to wait a little bit longer.
I couldn't even read the expressions like happy, not happy, happy, confused.
Confused?
Maybe we're in, we don't know, but like, that is definitely the game they needed. And actually, I was thinking how they wrapped up this game. Oh, they're being too aggressive. They need to try and secure the win. But actually, Seven, you brought up a good point, right? That I think kind of changes the whole dynamic of how Axe Cyber were actually approaching this game, which is they need every point they can get. Every single one of those eliminations they don't secure is another chance they don't make it to first place. So the fact they were extra aggressive makes actually a lot more sense in context.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was, again, a very risky push. They already had that second place. They were this close. So it's kind of like a minimal risk sort of thing. They could actually go. So it was a good play. We did see that again. Yeah, they do need those points. Those 2 extra eliminations could be make or break for them. So yeah, very nice.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we had also really good plays from other squads against them. I think especially Divergent here had a really good play to go for the wide wrap. But then after that, in the late game situation versus AK, they had some pretty good utility plays too.
Yeah, they did indeed. Yeah, it was a really nice heads-up play. They saw that opportunity and they took it. They knew no one else had gone up there because of that zone shift. So yeah, they were able to do it just fine.
I'm intrigued to see if we're going to end up seeing DRG within the top 5 being able to move on to the prelims, because remember, this was the team, Neptura, that was able to, at the beginning of the day, get back-to-back chicken dinners.
Yeah, it's rough. It's interesting. We'll see. I mean, it's hard for them, you know, having had that, again, what I said in the last time we were on here, it's not something you can really ride out, right? Yeah. You have those back-to-back wins, and you can't really just relax after that. I don't think they were really expecting as much tension or as much pushback as they got in the last 2 Miramars, but still.
Especially when the lobby gets so top-heavy, right, Max?
Yeah, especially in this kind of situations, it's going to be so tough to make at the top. I'm sure they would love to have the old PMPL ruling with like $1,000 per win. They were like, that would be great for the side of Divergent, but unfortunately, as of right now,
sign me up.
Yeah, same.
Love the old rule system, but right now it's so top-heavy, as you already said here, Seven. So again, big question mark: who's going to be first? Who's going to be top 5? We'll have to wait and see. Very soon, though, we'll be knowing who's going to be making it to tomorrow's match.
Well, until we get it in, let's watch some highlights of that match, because there was some interesting circle shifts.
Yes, there were. There were indeed. I mean, we were noticing, right, taking our screenshots over here, that every single zone was actually moving western and more western and more western and more western. So a lot of these teams ended up bottlenecking onto that eastern side because the zone just pushed them in that direction.
It just became so stacked with teams.
Yeah.
There were like, what, 7 teams, 8 teams at one point on the eastern side, all trying to avoid it, but unfortunately you have this kind of like massive sandwich situation where you have teams on the outside that can leave, which actually they ended up doing, right? Divergent did that. I think also Defo Dark did that at some point. And they were just trying to leave to the western side, take the high ground, because again, as you said, everyone's just bottlenecked over to the east.
Yeah.
If you can dodge those kind of situations, that's great. You're really giving yourself a good chance to go find the match. But as we saw, a lot of the teams ended their adventure in that match pretty early on the eastern edge.
Yeah. I mean, I would have liked to see the teams on the west actually make that move a little bit earlier, but I just don't think they were really noticing that opportunity.
Yeah, it's just a bit rough, right? Because if you're the first team and you're in the middle, right, of these teams, you move first, you're just going to get backstabbed by so many teams. So you're kind of stuck, but I'm sure that a lot of them were just willing to leave, but they just couldn't in that situation.
It's tough, yeah.
For Crystal Gaming, I feel like that team was definitely trying to make a push there towards the top 5, and it felt like they came a little bit too short, and it was due to the factor of what we've been talking about. Just that spoiler role that some of the teams that have nothing to lose, go for it, Max.
Yeah, I'm just going to take you down with me. that was pretty much the intention. But yeah, I think that it's cool to see, though. A lot of the teams that were still at the bottom maybe had nothing to lose, were still giving it their all. So it's cool to see them not give up until the very, very bitter end of this one. But here's how many points are going to be taken up by Axe Cyber. 24 points on the board here. Double. Reducing that lead quite significantly, and maybe even allowing them to create a little lead of themselves, which is not going to be useful because we're done after this, but,
we're done,
it's still a nice lead to have, I guess.
I mean, it's ego gap. Can we call it the ego gap?
Sure.
Sponge
gap, ego gap.
I like ego gap better.
Yeah, yours is better.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, we've been wondering who's going to be able to make it to the main event. We've been wondering who's going to go to the prelims. Drum roll, please. You're not going to be able to hear it because these microphones are amazing, but if you can, please, Parth, show me the overalls. Who's in first place? Who's in second? Who's in fifth? And it's none other than Helium Gaming being able to make it in first place with 74 points. Aki falling a little bit short there, Ake Cyber, with only 71, but good performance there at the end, Max.
What an insane last-minute push right from Ake Cyber. They gave it their all, they gave it their absolute best here, but luckily enough, their adventure does continue, 7. We will see them in the next stage, giving them another chance to maybe make it.
And then look how close 5th and 6th place. We're at just 1 point, Neptura.
That's insane, and that is with T721 really waking up in the last couple of games even, right? It was this shift of NRG doing really, really well in the first half, then T721 coming in at the end, and again, it's that final hurdle. It's the turtle and the rabbit again. Tortoise and the rabbit, sorry.
6 matches, right? You just need to be able to stand out in just such a small sample size of matches, and these 5 teams are the ones that will be advancing into the next days of PMGO. And to be honest, with the kind of expectations we had from a lot of these teams going into this, I'm now expecting a lot from some of these players and these teams moving forward.
Talking about what we're going to be expecting from these teams, right? Let's talk about that first place.
Yes.
Because this game, I mean, this team overall, Helium Gaming, surprised Blank, surprised myself, and the way that they were actually able to continue on those performances. What are we going to be expecting out of this team having to go directly to main event, going up to the teams of the likes of 4MB with Doc and Top?
I'm expecting them to be weirdly aggressive. Copyright.
You set him up for that one. We should have expected that.
No, but like, realistically, I think I mentioned it a few times, I think individuals are looking really, really strong, and they could actually maybe give a run for their money for some of the top squads in the main event. But here we go, our teams that have indeed been moving on for the rest of PMGO for this year.
Yeah, very, very nice indeed. And like you said, I think we've got a really nice selection of teams that are going through to their respective slots, right? I mean, as you said, Helion, I really like the teamwork they've got. I love the aggression, but they know when to stop as well, and that is the mark of a global team. So I'm very excited to see them perform against those global teams coming on the weekend.
Yeah, also I want to talk about Upgrade, right? Sure,
yes.
they got themselves 3rd place, but their team that like they go hard or they go home. Is like they could get one of the biggest games in the whole tournament, or they're just going to be a little bit invisible, right?
Yeah.
If they bring their A game in the next stage, I feel like Upgrade could very easily make their way into the main event.
That's the main thing, right? Going into the prelims for these teams that aren't going to be able to make it to the main event, but at least going to be going to the prelims. Now, the nerves, now they know what to expect playing here under the lights with the crowd noise, with everything going on. They know that they have to do interviews. They're past that, right? They're a little bit more comfortable. They're a little bit more professional as well. And for that team, I mean, I'm going to have to think about DRG. That team ended up getting 2 wins. After that disappearing, you can't be doing that in prelims.
No, you can't. It's really, really hard. It's a game of consistency. It's a game of just consistency. I mean, that's the only word for it, right? It just, you got to keep it going.
Okay, yeah.
Well, as much as we want to talk about these teams, I know that Barney is ready, and he's going to be interviewing some of the qualified teams. So let's send it over to Barney.
What an absolutely action-packed day to kick things off right here on the main stage at PMGO. But for now, it is time to recognize our first place winners of this Open Qualifier Final. And so, securing the first place spot, the 2025 PMGO main event. They will be going to the main event. They came in prepared, they played their hearts out. So please welcome to the stage, Helion Gaming.
Demak, qadrli do'stlar, qizg'in va murosasiz kechgan bahslarda yaqqol peshqadamlik saqlagan Helion Gaming jamoasi qarsaklar bilan qarshi olamiz.
Congratulations, gentlemen. And on behalf of the entire PMGO team, we would also like to present to you a token which will mark your qualification into the main event in 2 days' time. So please welcome onto the stage to present your token from the country manager from Infinix, Uzbekistan. It is Jung Fader.
Qarsaklar ovozi eshitilmayapti, qadrli do'stlar.
And presenting the token, let's get this amazing ticket over here. And let's get some photos. There you go. Let's make some noise one more time for Helion Gaming.
Ular uchun maxsus sertifikat.
I'm very quickly going to ask you a question. I'm sorry, I'm going to dive across you. Let's just stand here. You stand here next to me. Okay, very quickly, we'll just ask. How does it feel to win a regional final in front of a home crowd on this stage?
Qanday hissiyot bilan shu butun shuncha odam orasida birinchi o'rin olish qanaqa hissiyot berdi sizlarga?
O'zi birinchi o'yinda voqea yopilib ketdik. Shundan keyin bolalarga ruhan podдержка berdim. Hammaga rahmat podдержка qilganlarga. Qo'limizdan kelgancha harakat qildik.
On the first game, they were a bit slowing down, so he did the supporting, like he just motivated his team, and then after that, they catched up quickly up.
Well, Helion Gaming, congratulations one more time. You are going to the main event, and we will see you on Saturday. One more time, let's hear it for Helion Gaming. Thank you so much as well. Can you please all exit the stage, and we will continue. You can exit the stage now. We will continue on with our presentation.
G'olib jamoani qarsaklar bilan birgalikda kuzatamiz, qadrli do'stlar.
So we've got one team locked in for the main event, but let's not forget, 2nd through to 5th have made it through to the prelims, which begins tomorrow. So we would like to invite them up onto the stage, one by one, to receive their ticket.
PUBG Mobile Global Open saralash bosqichida kurashni davom ettiradigan yana bir nechta jamoalar bor. Ularni birin-ketinlikda e'lon qilamiz.
And so, finishing in 2nd place and heading straight into the prelims, please make some noise for Aki Cyber!
Ikkinchi o'rinni egallab to'g'ridan to'g'ri Prelims bosqichiga yo'l olayotgan Aka Cyber jamoasi.
I'm going to get this ticket. Look at this. Here you go. Congratulations. Take it with pride, and we will see you tomorrow at the prelims. Thank you so much. You can now leave the stage.
Muborak bo'lsin, yigitlar. Albatta, keyingi bosqichda ham omad kulib boqadi degan niyatdamiz. Kuzatamiz. Qarshi ovozi eshitilmayapti.
Right, up next, claiming 3rd spot and keeping their dreams alive in this competition. Make some noise for Upgrade!
3-chi o'rinni qo'lga kiritib, imkoniyatini yana bir bor saqlab qolgan Upgrade jamoasi.
And here's your ticket to the prelims starting tomorrow. Congratulations, guys.
Mana bu olqishlar siz uchun, kuzatamiz sizni ham. Keyingi bosqichda omad yor bo'lsin. Rahmat.
And now, joining them in the prelims and securing 4th place today, it is Divergent Gaming.
4-chi o'rinda Prelimsga yo'l olayotgan Divergent Gaming jamoasi. Baralla qarsaklar bo'lsa, yaxshi bo'lardi. Ovozinglar eshitilmayapti.
And here is your giant ticket. Congratulations.
Omad yor bo'lsin, muborakbod etamiz. Rahmat sizga ham.
Okay, and finally, grabbing the last spot in the prelims tomorrow, and once again, keeping their dreams alive, it is the 721 Aggressor.
Saralash bosqichidagi ishtirokini saqlab qolgan so'nggi jamoa Z721 jamoasi sahnada qarshi olamiz.
Thank you very much. And the final ticket. Who wants to take it? There you go. Congratulations, guys.
Omad yor bo'lsin yigitlar. Rahmat. Sog' bo'ling.
And for these 4 squads, they move one step closer to glory right here at the PUBG Mobile Global Open 2025. But their journey is only just beginning.
Demak, qadrli do'stlar, 6 o'yin ortda qoldi va harakat bir lahza ham to'xtamadi. Navbatda esa sizni maxsus taqdimot kutib turibdi. Lekin bu yakun emas. Albatta, siz bunga ishonishingiz kerak.
So 6 matches down and the action has been absolutely non-stop. But we're not done yet right here on the main stage, because up next, we've got something very special lined up. We have a PMGO Team Deathmatch show match between Na'Vi and Team Spirit and Gamer's Heart that you definitely do not want to miss. So stick around right here and we'll be back after this short break.
Qadrli do'stlar, navbatda esa sizni maxsus taqdimot PUBG Mobile Global Open ko'rgazmali o'yini. Unda Navi The Sprint hamda Gamers Heart jamoalari to'qnash kelishadi. Bu albatta qiziq, maza qilib tomosha qilishingiz mumkin.
Everybody! Take a party!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main stage. We promised you something a little bit extra, and now it is time for our show match, a classic team deathmatch to close out the day. And the names involved, well, let's just say it's a pretty stacked matchup.
Xonimlar va janoblar, yana bir bor barchangizni ko'rib turganimizdan bag'oyat mamnunmiz. Va albatta va'da qilganimiz ajoyib taqdimotga kirishimiz mumkin. Bu o'yin yuqori hayajonli shou. Kunning yakunidagi eng ajoyib uchrashuv bo'lishi mumkin.
First up, we have a squad that needs absolutely no introduction. It is, of course, Na'Vi.
Birinchi navbatda sahnada Na'Vi jamoasi. Tanishtirishga menimcha hojat yo'q, qarsaklaringiz.
And going head to head against this team is a special crossover team, which is Team Spirit teaming up with Gamers Heart.
Ularning raqiblari esa maxsus crossover jamoasi Team Spirit hamda Gamers Heart jamoalari o'zaro juftlikda aynan bir jamoa bo'lishgan.
And with that being said, let's head over to our casters to break everything down and set the tone for this fiery face-off.
Endi esa bu qonli to'qnashuvni tahlil qilib berish uchun biz tahlilchilarimizga yuzlanamiz.
We'll definitely be breaking everything down. It's going to be best of 3, 10 minutes, 40 eliminations. Who are you picking, Max?
Going for Na'Vi, because they got the whole squad. So like, synergy is very important. We say it all the time. Yeah.
Natura?
I'm going with Team Spirit and the Gaming Hearts.
But Kitsune not here.
I know, I'm very sad.
Actually, I picked Na'Vi now.
Actually, no, I'm very sad, but you know what? I gotta stick with my Team Spirit boys.
Well, as I was mentioning, you know what? I'm not going to pick. I'll let you guys know
That's
at
cheating.
the end.
You picked
Team Spirit
Na'Vi
and Gamers Heart versus
Cheating.
Na'Vi.
Stop trying to do your job, okay? You picked Na'Vi.
It is TDM Warehouse, best of 3, as I was mentioning. 40 eliminations, 10 minutes maximum per round. And to be honest, I don't think we're even going to get close to that 10-minute mark.
No, like
if it
when we
was
had the
solos,
solos,
baby.
exactly. We're in PMGC with the solos, it's like it took a while to get there. But no, like we're gonna go and cruise right through these matches. 40 eliminations, 4v4. It is gonna go by so damn quickly. We're looking at some of the players. The 2 players then of Team Spirit, or as he called them, Team Spirit. I think that's pretty cool.
Yes,
I like that.
Yes, I like
Got a
it.
little bit of pizzazz to it. Matic and Effect, which really, if you want to pick one fragger, Effect in particular, Natura, is one of the best you could pick.
Yeah, he's really, really,
Not
really
Sabadoon?
good. Huh?
You guys don't want to pick Sabadoon?
You know what? I'll pick him.
He
Yo,
looks
hate
nice.
I'm down. Yeah.
But I
I
don't
saw
know.
him jamming out to the artist earlier. He was absolutely loving it. So you
I
know what?
picked him now.
I'm with that energy. I like that.
Darkness, too. She was dancing up there. So you know
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
I changed my mind. I'm still not going to let you guys know.
Great
So
segment.
wait. Na'Vi? Spirit.
Spirit.
So wait.
There's
Hold
no
on.
third team.
No. That means that Natura
Yeah.
jinxed them. That
No.
means that you
Absolutely not.
are cured from the curse.
Okay, no, I
know.
think we need to
Curse-
see how 4MV starts
math.
going before we start giving him an escape from the curse.
Does it work on TDM? I don't know.
No,
People know more than
I'm trying
me.
to help you, Max.
don't. Help me.
I'm gonna
Come
beat
on.
this curse. I'm
Come
gonna
here.
beat it the right way.
Look at this face.
Come on, help me, guys.
I wish the camera was still on us so that you just do a full zoom in on that. It looks so sad. You know what? Yeah, I hope you don't curse them.
Yeah, I hope so too. I have been known. I've inherited your curse a little bit in certain events.
You
so
cannot
I'm
inherit
really
that
hoping.
curse, trust me.
You're like the
It's
Boruto of
bad
the curse.
sometimes.
This is like
Yeah.
the next gen.
Yeah.
Okay. But TDM.
So let's curse it a little bit more. Who's going to be your MVP?
Oh, you're picking a player 2 now. Okay.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Double
first.
curse.
No.
No. Max,
you
Max,
first.
I'm
Go
the
on.
host. I get to decide who goes first. Natura,
You first.
who's going to be your MVP?
Thanks for picking me to say that you pick.
You have to
pick
break
first.
He isn't biased.
Oh,
He
for
can't
fuck's
pick.
sake.
Yeah.
He is
True.
biased.
Alright,
He
fine,
can't
effect.
say.
Yeah.
6.
Who'd you say?
Effect.
Oh, nice.
He'll have an effect on the game.
I knew something was coming
Wow.
up. It
I've
looked like
been
you were
hanging out
thinking
with
real
you too
hard
much,
for
man.
something. But here we go. We get right into our first game out of 3, possibly maybe 2 if we're going to be having a really quick best of 3 match here between Na'Vi, 2 guys coming in from Team Spirit, and 2 players also for the side of Gamers Heart.
Yes, indeed. And those nades coming in clutch a little bit, you know, just giving a warning shot, going boom, I'm here, and boom, don't be there because you will be taken. Stop looking at 7 when I say something funny.
Boom. Boom!
Boom!
There's no more nades.
That
They
was
already used them all.
5 booms.
But yeah, also the grenades. Talking about grenades, you only get 1 grenade per respawn. So you got to make sure you got to make it count.
Yeah.
If you got to, and also the flashbang,
And
you
the
do get 1
flashbang.
per respawn. How long is it lasting?
For real.
I can't see. I need a hospital right now.
Yep, yes indeedy. But Flip trying to get some of those angles going and trying to get that off angle. Not going to work though. Oh, 6 does go down.
Go for the helmet.
A nade though.
Go for the helmet, please. Just send it.
No, if you do that, you're just going to get
caught in the
headshot
animation,
the
man.
moment you're in the animation, exactly. Also, some people might be thinking, well, they're not sliding. You're not allowed to.
You're not allowed to. Because
That's
it's cringe.
What? It's one of the best things about TDM.
Oh, sorry, that says a lot about you, man. I'm
best,
so sorry.
That's the best piece of analysis. That was a cringe play.
It's
I
cringe.
don't like it. Quite cringe coming from you. Yeah.
10 out of 10.
Great analysis going.
So good.
That was almost better than the yes earlier.
Yes.
Yes.
Right, oh, good angle here coming in from Puncher. And yeah, so we actually have the entire squad. We talked about it a bit. Okay, I'm sorry. You were asking for that. But we then do have the entire squad of Na'Vi together, so it means maybe communication's going to be a little bit stronger than the opposing side. So it's TDM. It's not like you have a normal BR mode, right? But that could be a part of the equation as to who comes out on top.
Are we going to get some flashbacks of PMGC 2024 whenever we had Monkey just tell his squad, you know what? Stay back, boys. Stay in the spawn. I'm going to just go out. Is that what Team Spirit is going to end up doing here? The pro players are going to be like, just stand back. Let us do the work.
Maybe. Actually, about Monkey, I think he's trying to get into PMSL right now. Best of luck to you, Monkey. If you're
Yeah,
watching.
shout out to that guy.
This one-liners.
I swear, Niptur is really iconic as the first name. It's just like
These legends.
These absolute legends of TDM. Oh my word. Okay.
I will say though, Na'Vi is only heading Team Spirit by a little bit. There's a small margin there, 13
many?
to 11. It's
Much is
2.
that? 2?
2 points. That's it.
Shout out
That's
to
quick
Mom.
math. That's quick math.
That was great, man.
It was
That's
great,
great.
math, yeah.
Oh, Effect actually is going to be a little bit cornered here. Puncher does go down. It's going to create a big opening
Yeah,
for him to
yeet.
push, but
Nope.
gets yeeted away by 6. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my god.
It's bad, isn't
Yes.
it? I'm so sorry. But anyway, yeah. Gonna see Lemon. 1 HP, just waiting for that health to boost back up, because you don't have to do nothing in this mode, right? You can, it's like an automatic med up. Your health just regenerates after a certain amount of time, so you kind of just gotta sit tight and let that happen before you can get back into it.
How do you guys feel about this strat that Team Spirit's currently doing? It seems like the pro players are trying to stick to each other, and then the influencers, right? They're just trying to stick with each other as well. Would you want to see that, or would you want to see them, at least the pro players, kind of split up a little bit?
I think it's good for them because I think again the synergy's maybe not there because maybe this is the first time they're actually playing together. So playing defensive is, in my eyes, the right option for them to go for. I do appreciate that. But actually, when you do get maybe 2-3 eliminations, maybe then you go for a little bit of an aggressive push to try and just farm eliminations. Once a few of you get eliminated, reset, go back to base, and try again.
Yeah. Also, is that defense, right? So they're really trying to cover for their pro player teammates as well. So I don't hate it at all, to answer your question.
Nice.
Yeah.
Defense.
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 That would be me. Yeah.
We're going for it. But you can even see, look at the Na'Vi players again, the synergy's there. They're just going one by one.
Oh, yeah.
They're going in the meat grinder right now, and because of that, the point lead has been like increasing at some point, but it's kind of getting a bit tighter between Na'Vi and Team Spirit GM.
I don't think it's gotten anything bigger than 4 elims, and as I say that for sure, you know what? 5 elims. Make it 5.
Nice.
That's going to be the difference. But at one point, this is kind of good for Na'Vi. They started to stop pushing up so much, they realized what Team Spirit was doing, and now they're just holding back. They're like, you know what? You're actually down. You're going to push to us.
The thing is, the main issue is when you are playing defensive, like we saw from the side of Team Spirit GM, is that you're very prone to nade damage because you're very predictable. When you're defending on that side of the map in particular, you've got maybe 2, 3, 4 really strong angles. You pre-nade that, you're going to be looking really good. Though Flip getting himself a massive knockdown onto Darkness. I mean, not knockdown, you're just gone when you're knocked. But extra point on board, 28. So we are slowly approaching to the last 10 eliminations needed to secure the first point of this TDM BO3.
Nice, it's quite quick, isn't it? Yeah, and again, still, those point margins are quite narrow. You know, you only got 5 points there. That's 7 rather. No, wait, hang on, it's going way too quickly here for me. Some points, but it's still redeemable.
Effect being able to get some eliminations there,
Yeah.
pushing up those numbers, trying to make sure that Neptura doesn't end up cursing them.
I mean, 9 eliminations for Matic, 9 for Effect. Darkness actually got 5 too, so she's been doing a lot of work also in this game. While on Na'Vi, I haven't quite seen the elimination spread, but here you go, Darkness. Be careful, nade in hand, was getting pushed, but He does go back, and I think flashes herself, unfortunately not quite the way to go about it, and now Team Spirit going to be reversing the steam on that fight, looking to engage, looking to be aggressive, as now 6 up to 13 eliminations. God damn!
Yeah.
The lead is going to be 11 eliminations. It's going to be hard for Team Spirit to catch up here. And as you guys mentioned, Darkness has been able to do some work for them. Sabadoon, not so much. If I was them in the next round, I'm going to be like, if you could please just stay back.
He's cheering on the team. That's a very important role.
Cheers from the
cheerleader for the team.
Stay in the spawn.
Can I get an S?
Spawn. And stay there.
Go Matic though, going to be going down, and there we have it. Na'Vi secure the win with a 12-point lead. Pretty dominating performance for the first match. Are we going to see a response though in the second game?
I think we might see it. Yeah. They're still going to win. Navi's still going to win.
I think it's very
Hey, you don't know that yet. You don't know that.
That's the person that picked Spirit.
Yeah,
Navi.
exactly. And I'm
Taking
sticking
the
with them.
She's proud of it.
I am.
I respect it.
Yeah.
I
I'm a team Spirit, you know, fan.
I am Team
Well,
Spirit.
That took a
listen,
bit. I was like,
listen. You say fangirl, it takes on a whole nother meaning.
You
No,
already said it.
I didn't. I said fan. You know.
Girl.
You know. You know who you are, and you know. It's fine.
Yes.
Yes. I was going to say this.
Yes.
How do we respond after that one? You know, let's take a look at the match highlights from that.
She's just defending
Because
herself.
I want to be able to see some of the highlights, at least from that game. It was interesting. I was actually surprised that Darkness was able to get that many eliminations. Usually when we see stuff like this, the influencers kind of end up being a little bit shy and don't want to go for it. But for her to just have the confidence and go for it,
Yeah,
I respect it.
I kind of liked it because it's not like they were just playing defensive and she got eliminations during that segment. It's just when the two other players of Team Spirit would push, she would follow in that kind of assault, which is great to see them because if you've got 2 players pushing 4 players, it's not going to work out. 4v3, already there's a little bit of a higher chance that you come out with at least a few eliminations, even if you do get eliminated later on down the line. Wait.
Yes, indeed. What?
Oh, I was like, we're already in game 2. It's a replay.
No,
This is the replay.
We're good. We haven't missed anything. As honestly, 6 got a
This was a
lot
nice
of
play by,
elims.
I was going to say that was a nice play by Effect where he was able to kind of just go behind the squad, being able to flank on them and then ends up getting some eliminations.
Yeah.
But I'm interested to see what Matic and Effect are going to be able to, how they're going to be able to adjust here going into the next match.
Yeah.
Actually, I do want to bring up something. I just realized Puncher is playing with the Iron Sight. And you've got different loadouts, of course, on the M4 you can go for. Some people go Red Dot. He went Iron Sight, which I think is kind of cool.
I mean, do you really need a scope
I go
at
Red
that
Dot.
close range?
I go Red Dot.
I go Red Dot, yeah.
Yeah.
Most of it is going to be head fire, at least from what we're seeing. From
That's
some
true,
of
but I
those
still put a Red Dot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or 3
Mine,
times.
it doesn't matter,
Times.
okay?
I put an 8-time scope.
God, remember you could do that.
I want to see the pulls
Those
off
are
their
the
skin
good old
before I
days.
shoot at them.
Yeah.
Some PUBG Mobile purists watching the stream right now. They're like, I remember that. You used to be able to put an 8-time scope on the M4.
I wish they
this
bring
is
that back.
Not gonna lie, that'd be fun. That's
would be
when I
fun.
was really good at the game. And then it just went downhill. And he died like my channel. But nonetheless,
Okay.
it's okay. You don't have to say ah.
It's feeling like a very mean segment. We're just
For each other?
at each other, yeah.
Which is
Throwing
fine.
nades? Well, that's what you're supposed to do, Max. It's PUBG Mobile.
We shouldn't be mean
It's a
to each
game of
other.
nades.
Sabadoon, pick it up, please. Only one elimination.
Hey, I didn't say that.
How could
I
you?
didn't say that. That was him.
Hey, it was me. Max is used to me ripping people.
Yeah, that's true. All the time. Oh, my word. Okay.
One thing, though, going into the next match, are you still
Yeah.
sticking with the Spirit?
Yes.
What are they going to be doing different?
I think
If you're
they're
their coach.
going to be using Darkness a little bit more. They're going to probably put her as a little bit more of an aggressive stance. I think they also will use Sabadu to maybe do a little bit of that cover.
Less.
Give us an S. Stay at the spawn.
Yeah, no, just like give that cover to those angles, trying to be in a better position for more cover for the aggressors.
Fair. How about Navi? What are they going to be doing? Do you think they'll still be aggressive and then get a little bit of a lead and then end up backing up? Because that worked perfect for them there in that first match.
Yes, is my short answer. My long answer is yes.
And the fun answer is hell yeah.
Hell yeah, boy.
Oh,
If you
yeah.
know what I mean. Okay. I don't know why I said
I love TDMs. Can we do
Just play it,
TDMs
bro.
more
Play
often?
it.
No, but like realistically though, I know you're not doing predictions when it comes to supporting individuals or teams.
I can't be biased.
Okay. Do you think we're going to get a third game after this match?
No.
That was a quick
That's
one.
biased. Do you hear that? He laughed when he said it.
Let me give you
It's
my fun
biased.
answer. Hell no.
Oh, and we're in game.
Ooh, game.
Ooh, game.
Me like that.
Flashes.
I like game.
Flashy
Pass the
lights.
stop talk,
Hey, Team
start
Spirit's
game.
leading. Look at this. turn of events.
Hey, yo.
They didn't leave their spawn, realistically, except for one player, apparently.
For
that was
one?
Effect,
Squad
who was
wipe,
good
man.
for it. So back to...
Effect with 3 of them.
Yeah, back to playing then defensive.
And Sabadan with 1.
Sabadan 1.
Ooh.
This is what I was saying, though. Like, I mean, you did end up picking Effect as your possible MVP for,
Yeah.
for this show match, right? But with this players, like the caliber of this players, they are going to end up readjusting. I still don't see them winning. I think it's going to be really hard, especially with a full team of Na'Vi.
Yeah.
But with the readjustments, they might make it a little bit closer, as they currently do have that lead.
I feel like what Team Spirit have been doing sometimes is actually they've been positioning one of their players on these crates, which is really good to get third-person perspective information through that window, and you just get information on your feed that information to your teammates, and it can just pre-fire pretty much on those entry points towards their spawn location. So I think that it's a small detail, but that extra bit of information allows you to sometimes just get the edge when sometimes you really wouldn't.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's all in those tiny little changes, those tiny little angles, and that's what's going to win you the game. Right now, it's neck and neck. 7-7 on the board at the minute. 8-7 now. Oh, 7-7. Yeah, we got 3 sevens. Oh, we did. Now we've got 2. Now it's just...
You spoiled it.
Bye.
Yeah.
You cursed it for me. I didn't mean to.
It's okay. It's 9-8 now.
9-9.
Oh. It's going higher.
It's going higher.
It's like
That's
they want it to
crazy.
go higher.
It's almost like that's the point.
It's almost like they need to get to 40.
Oh, wait, that's weird. The last game ended at 40 points. We must research this.
Yes. Wait a
second.
Something. Okay, Sherlock, we'll see how it goes. Okay, flip. Oh my god.
Oh my god,
How
really?
are you gonna shoot flip?
Really?
He gets at the end.
And that's the 2
fine.
pros as well.
Yeah,
It was
true.
the movement.
For,
It was the movement. Gave me
Get
flashbacks.
jiggy
there,
with it.
PMGO.
Yeah. He was sending it. Oh, Effect on the rooftop. He got flashed. Oh my god,
Oh
what's
my
happening?
God.
Can't see nothing. As Matic also holding on to the high ground position of these crates again. Really solid kind of spawn location to use those crates to your advantage. Six going to get pushed up though. Gets a nice initial headshot, but not quite able to get it. But Flip is there in the back end, assuring to get those 2 extra points for his team.
That was a beautiful trap there by Navi, being able to just make sure that the other players end up lining up. They do end up forfeiting 1 player, but 2 for 1, I'll take it any day.
Absolutely. P6 going to be going down as well. Lemon now up to the bat with Effect and no. Not going to happen at all.
Navi making sure that their score keeps going.
Up.
Yep.
It's only going up. Now they're 5 up.
I think my mic is popping right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Got weird.
Producers, can we fix that?
Go fix that please right now. Okay, Dark Nessa going for a nice angle. Pre-fire on the right side of the crate. Not going to be able to get that knock, unfortunately, but he's damaged. Make him 6 realize, okay, she means business. We're going to calm down a little bit, not going fully aggressive in that fight. As
Sabadoon
is going for the western side of the map, going for the off-angle push. And might get 6, but actually gets the angle onto Lemon. He's not getting it. There we go. 1 falls. Will he get Lemon 2? And he does.
Nice.
That's 2 points for the price of 1.
What I tell you, red dot, 4-time, 8-time, it doesn't matter. It's going to be close range. Just stick to that hip fire, and he's able to do that perfectly.
Absolutely. Very nicely done indeed. As we head over to 26-18, the gap is starting to widen just a little bit. Stop laughing, all of you, as we
You're just funny.
move in.
You know.
Yeah, it's fun. I'm having fun. I'm having a good time.
compliment.
Yeah.
Wait, who are you?
Wait, who am I?
People are like, what
I don't
are
know.
these guys
I don't know,
talking
man.
about? Watch
Natura,
the
who is that?
Rondo tournament that happened a
Watch
few
the
weeks
Rondo tournament, yeah.
How is? You'll
To
get the
know
reference.
all, yes.
All the secrets shall be revealed. As effective, good nade. Actually,
Oh, it's bouncy.
I don't know. Can't
What
see
happened?
Cameraman's blind.
Just
All right.
imagine playing at like 2 AM. It's super dark, and you just get flashbangs.
Oh
into
my
a entire
god,
room, like,
no. I would be up for the next 2 hours after
Look at
that.
Effect. Effect has 15 eliminations. Even though if they do end up losing, he might end up winning that MVP.
I'll be right about
Matic is
something
scouting.
today, and that will be fine for me.
Matic is back to scouting. It's just feeding the info to
Yep.
Effect, and Effect is just
Yep. Ooh, bouncy nade.
step forward to get it.
Ooh,
Nade
he
not going
peeked
to
at
be
the wrong
doing
time right there.
enough onto Effect.
Yeah, he's dead. He's so done.
Hey,
for.
You gotta believe a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's dead.
He's trying to heal up as much as possible,
Yeah.
get the delay, but it did not quite connect. Only 9 eliminations required,
Oh my
8
goodness.
eliminations required now for Na'Vi before they are crowned our TDM champions.
Yes, indeed. And it looks like that is going to be a reality for this team. 34-30. Oh, 34-30. Oh, very, very close there. 34-31 now. That gap has closed super, super quickly here. And now it's just down to the final few points here. Let's see. Ooh,
Six trying to get
Matic
those
going down.
angles. He's going to end up getting Matic. Sabadoon making a push for it. He's going to make sure he gets them. And there you go. Six being able to clutch up Darkness, though. Making sure that he stops any push there from Six. 38-32. Can Team Spirit come back? Now it's just down to one. We can't see anything because flashbangs are insane in this match. And there you go, Navi being able to clutch it up. It only took him 2 matches from 3.
And Flip to get the final elimination, 2-0, and we are going to be having then the entire squad of Navi taking home the dub here for the BO3 TDMs. And really, we talked about it. Teamwork makes the dream work, and it makes the TDM a little bit easier too.
I'll give Team Spirit some props there. They were able to readjust in a good way. In fact, with more than 15 eliminations there for that one match. I like it.
Yes, I like it too. They're my team, and I like it very much. I really like the performance we saw from our influencers as well that joined our pro players as well. They did a really great job, I thought. They did some really good plays. I liked it.
Which one out of the 2 is your favorite? For me, Sabadoon picked it up in that second match.
Sabadoon, yeah.
As much as I was giving him after
stuff.
that second one, I mean, like the second match, a lot better.
Yep. Absolutely, I
I'm
enjoyed
not biased,
that.
I can't pick. No, I think Darkness for that first game, like again, she was following the 2 other players of Team Spirit when they were assaulting the enemy team here of Navi, so I think
she was
that
picking
alone
it up
was a
really
good play.
quickly.
Yeah, Darkness, thumbs up, good stuff.
Well done. Oh, they didn't say that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this has been the first day of the PMGO, but we are going to go crown a champion with Barney.
Congratulations once again to Navi coming out on top in that show match. And what a day it's been right here at the Uzbekistan Open Qualifier Finals. It has been truly spectacular what all of the players and teams have brought right here to the main stage. But this is just the beginning, because tomorrow the stakes get even higher as we kick off day 1 of the PMGO Prelims. And the battle for a spot in the main event continues.
Qadrli do'stlar, demak PUBG Mobile Global Open 2025 ning eng kulminatsion nuqtasini va uchrashuvini siz bilan birgalikda tomosha qildik. Navi jamoasi esa mazkur to'qnashuvda qo'li baland keldi. Biz esa qadrli do'stlar mana shu yerda bugungi oqshomga yakun yasaymiz va ertaga albatta mana shunday ajoyib, hayajonli uchrashuvlarda ko'rishamiz deymiz.
New teams, tougher battles, and absolutely no room for mistakes. We cannot wait to start tomorrow's prelims, and we'll see you there.
Ko'rishguncha omon bo'ling.
Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hey you, hey down there. See you stop and stare, cause you're not up here. Like, hey you, way down there. See you down there, looking up here.
Get you some binoculars, so you can see me on the Jumbotron. They noticed me back when I dropped top speed. It's been top speed, took a leap off the edge and you had cold feet. I'm driving head first, phone turn, phone freeze. Dead sprint, CR7 tight speed. All pro, sports mode, big league. Every single time bet on myself, that's on me. East, west, north, south, all scenes. Worldwide, big waves, all seas. Same car, same clothes, still me. Only thing that changed is a change that's on me. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling. Came for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, and play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Came for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, and play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. I'm on my job, I get it done, but you should know that. Shine like a sun, a 101, you should know that. I get the front and in the back, you should know that. No need to stun, it's never